Chapter 37. After the registration, there were only 2 days left before the annual grand competition. However, even though there were only 2 days left, no one was willing to waste time. Including Ling Xiao, almost all of the registered disciples began a short period of seclusion, hoping to make some breakthroughs in these last 2 days. After all, many people had accumulated a lot in this year and were probably at the final juncture of breaking through. In addition, the strand of aura chi that Grandfather Ling generously gifted had a huge impact on many disciples. Because of this strand of aura chi, some people's strength had already undergone a qualitative change. Ling Xiao was not the only one. In these last 2 days, Ling Xiao worked hard to condense 90% of aura chi in his third martial vein. There was only 10% left, but he was unable to make any progress. It seemed that he could only wait until the aura chi pill was refined. In any case, even if the grand competition began, it would still take a few days. It was not like there were no disciples who had broken through during the grand competition. The night before the annual grand competition, Ling Xiao stopped all cultivation and planned to have a good sleep. There was nothing better than sleep to replenish one's physical strength. These days of crazy cultivation, he really needed a good rest. Now, soaring cloud step, Flood Dragon transformation had already been cultivated to the 3rd level. Ox Demon Art, aura condensation had also been cultivated to the 3rd level. Ling Xiao's understanding of these two martial arts was getting deeper and deeper. He discovered that Ox Demon Art was actually a special inner strength mental cultivation method. It could be used to display all the martial arts that it had devoured, causing these martial arts to undergo a qualitative change. For example, Falling Star Fist would become Ox Demon Art, Falling Star Fiend Fist. 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique would become Ox Demon Art, 100 Steps Baleful Chi Sword. There were also Ox Demon Art, Explosive Chi Technique, Ox Demon Art, Chi Returning Technique, Ox Demon Art, Scarlet Young Baleful Chi, Ox Demon Art, Barbaric Bull Baleful Chi, and so on. As long as he increased the level of Ox Demon Art, aura condensation, the power of these martial arts would naturally increase. There was no need to specially cultivate them. The same martial arts, when displayed in his hands, would have a different power. This was his greatest reliance for victory. In fact, even if he did not use aura chi, he did not need to fear ordinary martial artists at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Tomorrow, a new legend will be born. Ling Xiao looked at the moonlight outside, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, within a side courtyard of the Ling clan's main residence, under the moonlight, a man in snow-white robes appeared. His long sword moved with the wind, and with a thrust of his sword, a huge boulder in the distance was shattered into pieces. The sword light was like lightning, its power unparalleled. If this sword had pierced the howling moonwolf that had once caused the Li family disciples to suffer a great loss, then the howling moonwolf would probably have been injured as well. It looked like a simple sword, but its power was not inferior to Li Xingyun's Gale sword. It could be said that this sword strike was almost invincible against a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Feng now that you've basically comprehended the true essence of the Windwhisk Willow Sword, it was not in vain for your father to shamelessly ask for this high-grade sword technique for you. People who can cultivate a high-grade martial art to 100% power at the peak of the 3rd layer of the martial vein are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. You can be proud. Standing a dozen meters away from the youth was a middle-aged martial artist in his 30s. Seeing that the youth's sword technique had reached the large success stage, he could not help but reveal a gratified smile. The youth was the 3rd-ranked disciple of the elite hall, Ling Feng, and the middle-aged man was his father. Not only that, your son is about to comprehend the secret of transforming chi into aura chi. If he can break through in battle, then even Ling Yihang will not be in my eyes, Ling Feng said with a smile. Let's not talk about Ling Yihang, but that kid called Ling Xiao, you can easily defeat him. The middle-aged man said. Ling Xiao? That little beggar. Father, do you really think your son will put him in my eyes? Ling Feng said disdainfully. Your son's goal this time is to be in the top 10 of the Stonewall rankings. Ling Xiao is nothing. Ha ha ha, you're right, you're right. It's your father who has fallen behind. If it was said that Ling Feng had a trace of fear towards Ling Xiao when he was registering, then today, after he had completely cultivated the wind-whisking willow sword to the large success stage, he no longer put Ling Xiao in his eyes. In another part of the Ling clan, in a wooden hut, Ling Yishue's entire body was covered in sweat. In her bright eyes, there was a trace of excitement. There was a person sitting on the windowsill, smiling at her. Yishue, I didn't expect you to condense aura qi before the start of the large competition. Now, in the elite hall, except for that Ling Yihang, there is no one else who can be your opponent. Ling Feifen, don't call me that intimately. I have no relationship with you. And don't forget, in this large competition, the top 10 of the elite hall have the qualifications to challenge the Genius Hall disciples. At that time, just don't lose to me. The person sitting on the windowsill was actually one of the 4 young masters of Tianfeng City, Ling Feifen, the #1 genius of the Genius Hall. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting. Ling Feifen laughed and stood up. With a deep gaze, he said, the only one who can defeat me is probably you. Who asked me to like you? Don't be too complacent. Ling Yihang is definitely your biggest threat this time. Yes, that kid Ling Yihang is indeed not bad. I don't doubt that he can enter the top 3. But if he wants to defeat me, hehe, it's still too early. Ling Feifen smiled faintly. It seems like you have done a very detailed investigation on Ling Yihang. But there is another person who you might be surprised about. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in Ling Yishue's mind. Who? Ling Yihang asked. After the large competition, you will know. This person may be a strong competitor to you, to me, and to Ling Yihang. Oh, I didn't expect Yishue to have such a high evaluation of this person. I am getting more and more interested. Alright, let's go back. Yishue, do your best. As long as you can enter the top 10 of the elite hall, you can enter the Genius Hall competition. After speaking, Ling Feifen's figure moved slightly and disappeared into the night sky. Ling family, Lord Ju's mansion. It was luxurious and rich. Ling Ju's face was very gloomy at this time. Chang'e, I know you have no hope, but this time you must break into the top 50. Otherwise, don't ask me for this and that in the future. Dad, not only will I break into the top 50, but I will also take that Ling Xiao as a sacrifice. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and said. Ling Ju ignored him and looked at Ling Taizhu. Taizhu, you lost to Ling Xiao last time because you were too careless and conceited. This time, you have mastered the gigantic spirit divine palm. You have to get back your face. Understood, Lord Ju. Ling Taizhu gritted his teeth. As long as I meet Ling Xiao, I will let him have a taste of what it is like to humiliate my people. On the day of registration, his gigantic spirit divine palm had not been cultivated to full power. But now, with the help of the medicine, he had reached that level. Not only to enter the top 10, but more importantly, to wash away his shame. In a secret practice room, Ling Yihang suddenly opened his eyes. I broke through. I finally broke through. 4th level martial vein. Ling Yihang had broken through to the 4th level martial vein at the critical time. The trace of Kai's shield from Ling Xiaotian had helped him a lot. Ling Feifen, it's time for your #1 position to be changed. Among the disciples of the Genius Hall and the Elite Hall, Ling Yihang only had eyes for Ling Feifen. Chapter 38. This night was destined to be a restless one. Countless disciples of the Ling family rubbed their palms and secretly prepared to fight for the best opportunity to make the leap. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also paying close attention to everything. This was the effect they were looking for. Only in this kind of atmosphere could the most outstanding disciples be born. The horn of battle had already sounded. The brave warriors were sharpening their swords. The next morning, on the arena square, even though the sky wasn't completely bright yet, there were already many people gathered here. There were disciples of the Ling family who were so excited that they couldn't sleep well. There were also the upper echelons of the Ling family who came early in the morning to prepare the arena. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was rather late. He had a good night's sleep last night. By the time he reached the arena, the sky was already bright. He realized that the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall were all present. As for the disciples below the top 10 of the Genius Hall, They had all rushed over. However, these people only had one goal, and that was Ling Yihang. At most, there was also Ling Yishui. After all, in their eyes, only these two people could pose a threat to them. Ling Xiao yawned and leaned on the stone wall to observe the situation on the arena square. There were about a dozen battle stages. He didn't count them carefully, but there were too many participants. These stages were necessary, especially in the elimination round, where there were close to 10,000 people fighting. Without these stages, who knew when the competition would end? The stages were all built with special materials. Unless one had astral energy and the power of their moves were too strong, it was impossible to break them. The so-called elimination round was actually to select the top 10 disciples of the elite hall and the bottom disciples. Then, these top 10 disciples would mix with the 100 disciples of the genius hall for the real competition. The reason was simple. The disciples of the genius hall were too strong. The majority of the disciples of the elite hall and the bottom disciples weren't enough. If they were all mixed together, it would be a waste of time for the disciples of the genius hall. Ling Xiao looked at the dozens of disciples of the genius hall. Sure enough, they were all at the peak of the third level of the martial vein and had condensed astral energy. However, there were differences in the degree of condensing astral energy. The weakest one had only formed 20% of his first martial vein's earth energy. The strongest of them had already formed the third martial vein and 50% of his earth energy. Of course, this was because Ling Feifen and the others hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, the strength of these guys would be even more terrifying. The majority of the Genius Hall's disciples seemed very relaxed. After all, there were too few people in the elite hall who could pose a threat to them. At this time, they were pointing and gossiping about the elite hall and the lower-level disciples. I heard from our hall master that the quality of this year's elite hall's disciples is not bad. I reckon that there will be 5 or 6 people who will pose a threat to our prodigy hall's disciples. I think it's only Ling Yihang and Ling Yishui, the rest are not worth mentioning. That's true. That guy, Ling Yihang, has long been ranked 11th on the Stonewall rankings. He has already consecutively defeated several disciples of our prodigy hall. He might even pose a threat to young Master Feifen. Humph, Ling Yihang is nothing. Only I can defeat young Master Feifen. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out. Someone actually jumped directly onto the spectator stand from tens of meters away. Ling Zhon. It's the 4th-ranked Ling Zhon from the Genius Hall. This person's arrival was really too eye-catching. In addition, he was already very famous, so it caused waves of excitement in the crowd. Ling Xiao also looked at this Ling Zhon. He was close to 2 meters tall, and his body was very strong. His whole body seemed to be filled with terrifying strength, and his muscles were simply frightening. In fact, this was all on the surface. When Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial spirit to analyze this guy, he couldn't help but frown. He was actually at the 4th level of the martial vein, and his earth energy had condensed to the level of 90% of the 3rd martial vein. As expected of the 4th-ranked prodigy hall, this was too awesome. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If the 4th-ranked prodigy was already like this, then what about the top 3? He already knew that the prodigy hall's disciples were very terrifying, but when Ling Zhon appeared, he still felt a little surprised. Below the 4 young masters, there are people like Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhon. It should be said that they are at the level of the quasi-young masters. Quasi-young masters, sigh, we can't even compare to the quasi-young masters, let alone the Tianfeng city's 4 young masters. Ling Feifen, Ling Yun, and Ling Shuang haven't arrived yet. I guess they don't have much interest in the elite hall's battle. Yeah, only this Ling Zhon is more lively. Otherwise, with his status, there is no need for him to come. Ling Yihang, who was sitting on a stone stool and eating, only glanced at Ling Zhon indifferently. No expression could be seen on his face. He still lowered his head and ate his food. Ling Yishui's face was slightly ugly. Ling Feng and Ling Tiesho's faces were even more gloomy. Facing this Ling Zhon, they had no chance of winning. Ling Xiao clenched his fist. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is. To be honest, ever since he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, he hadn't fought with his full strength. After comprehending the soaring cloud step and demon ox art, he hadn't really fought with anyone. When facing Ling Taizu, he just dodged. If I get serious, even I am scared. I don't know how far I can go before breaking through the 4th level of the martial vein. Alright, quiet down. The annual competition's elimination round is about to begin. We will decide the top 10 from the 10,000 elite hall disciples. A voice filled with authority and dominance rang out. This person should be one of the upper echelons of the elite hall, but Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. When the competition started, everyone quieted down. Choosing 10 people out of 10,000 was a very cruel competition. Of course, even if they couldn't enter the top 10, as long as they could enter the top 1,000, they could still stay in the elite hall. Thus, even though there were many disciples participating, everyone had different goals and objectives. Some simply wanted to enter the top 1,000. Some wanted to get a place in the elite hall. And some wanted to enter the genius hall through this competition. Now, the first round of the competition begins. Listen to the number and enter the corresponding stage. If you don't appear within the time limit, you will be considered to have forfeited. The competition's format was actually very simple. 1 round to determine the winner. The loser would leave and the winner would stay. Only when there were 1,000 people left would the format change. According to the rankings on the stone wall, the 1,000 people would be divided into 10 groups. And these 10 groups would be arranged in a zigzag pattern. For example, the first-ranked Ling Yihang would be in the first group, the second-ranked Ling Yixue would be in the second group, and so on. The 20th-ranked disciple would be placed in the 10th group. The advantage of this was obvious. It would allow the strongest disciples to stay until the end and not face each other early. In these 10 groups, there would be 100 people in each group. In the end, one person would advance to the finals. In other words, they would participate in the competition with the Genius Hall disciples. However, that would be after there were 1,000 people left. Chapter 39. With tens of thousands of people in the elimination round, the audience's attention was usually on the main characters. Novel, La, according to the rules of the competition, if you lose 2 matches in a row, you will be automatically eliminated. If you lose more than 10 matches, you will be automatically eliminated. So if you lose 1 match, you still have a chance. But if you lose 10 matches in a row, you will still be eliminated. If you can win 100 matches in a row, you will automatically advance to the top 1,000 list. This rule was listed separately. It was mainly to protect the top disciples who suddenly appeared. 100 matches in a row was enough to prove their strength. They did not need to continue participating in this kind of elimination round because it would seriously exhaust their stamina. So the audience paid the most attention to these people who could win consecutive matches. When the competition started, the list of opponents was randomly selected. In other words, before the competition started, no one knew who their opponent would be. Many people secretly hoped that they would not meet the top 200 on the Stonewall list. Otherwise, the possibility of losing would be higher. When the competition started, the audience would pay the most attention to the elite disciples ranked 20 to 30. After all, if the top 10 did not participate in the competition, they would be the last ones to win consecutive matches. But after 20 matches, there were only 2 people left who still had a winning streak. One of them was Ling Ziran, who was ranked 20. His battles could be said to be extremely smooth. Almost every opponent was defeated by him in 1 move. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. The referees of this year's competition were not ordinary people. They were all experts from the Ling family. They were also experts who had presided over many years' competitions. Their foresight was very accurate. Who won and who lost could often be seen in an instant. So sometimes, the battle did not need to continue for too long. When they felt that it was about time, they would call for a stop. Ling Ziran is too strong. I don't know if he has a chance to enter the top 10 this time. That's definitely possible. You probably don't know yet, but Ling Ziran once challenged someone in the top 10 in private, and won. No wonder he is so strong. But who is the other person who won consecutive matches? Why have I not seen him before? That person, I have heard of him. He is called Ling Xiao. Recently, he has risen like a comet among the bottom disciples. But winning 20 matches in a row is also very surprising. That's right. One of the people who won 20 matches in a row was Ling Ziran, who everyone was looking forward to challenging the top 10. The other one was Ling Xiao, a true dark horse. It's his turn again. Let's go and watch the show. What's so great about this guy? If we meet him in the future, we'll be on our guard. Go. Although there were many matches going on at the same time, the only matches that received the most attention were Ling Ziran and Ling Xiao's matches. This was because the two of them were the only ones left with the possibility of breaking the 100-game winning streak rule. 21st round. Number 9588 versus number 6590. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and he appeared on the martial arts stage. He did not deliberately conceal his movement technique. After all, the news had already spread. Many people knew that his movement technique was outstanding. It was impossible to hide it. His opponent was only a martial artist at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. Facing Ling Xiao, his aura had already weakened by 30%. Vigorous fist. His opponent roared angrily, as if trying to boost his morale. What he used was a middle-grade fist technique. Its power was not bad, but it was not enough to face Ling Xiao. Go down. Ling Xiao only took a step forward. Then, like a raging bull, his fists turned into two horns. He directly blasted his opponent off the stage. Hey, is that the barbaric bull's strength? That's right, it's the basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength. But why is it so powerful? Number 9588 wins, 21 consecutive wins. The judges' eyes were filled with surprise. It was not only because Ling Xiao had won 21 consecutive matches. More importantly, in these 21 matches, Ling Xiao defeated all his opponents in one move. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually used the basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength. He only dares to use the barbaric bull's strength against opponents at the second level of the martial vein. One could not blame others for saying so. The key was that it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. Ling Xiao's luck in these 21 matches was really good. The strongest was only at the second level of the martial vein. Those who could not bear to see Ling Xiao's strength would naturally find all kinds of reasons to slander him. Number 9588 versus number 3489. After a short break, the 22nd round began again. This time, his opponent was still at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. After the judge shouted for the start, he took the initiative to attack. It was still the barbaric bull's strength. It was still only one move. The opponent was still blasted off the stage. It was not that he was ruthless. It was mainly because of the rules. Only when the opponent was knocked off the stage or admitted defeat would the match be considered over. In other words, even if the judge made a judgment, it was only a reference. If the contestant did not agree, they would still have to continue the match. In order to avoid trouble, he simply sent them flying with a punch. However, the disciples who were knocked off the stage by him were not seriously injured. The current him was already very skilled in controlling his strength. Chemph, it's nothing. He was just lucky. The opponent is actually at the second level of the martial vein. Can't he send someone at the third level of the martial vein? Among the onlookers, there were still some who were not convinced. Number 9588 wins, 22 consecutive wins. The judge seemed to be a little numb. He was no longer as shocked as before and only announced the result mechanically. However, what made those who were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself was that in the next 10 matches, Ling Xiao still did not meet a single martial artist at the third level of the martial vein. After all, there were too many people, and most of them were martial artists at the second level of the martial vein. Number 9588 wins. 32 consecutive wins. Brother Ziran, Ling Xiao's luck is too good. You've already met 2 martial artists at the third level of the martial vein, but he hasn't met a single one. Below the stage, there were more people who came to watch the show during the break. 2 of them were Ling Ziran, who also maintained a winning streak, and Ling Yu, who had lost 2 matches so far. The one who spoke was Ling Yu. This woman was really good at seducing men. She hooked up with Ling Ziran so quickly. Don't worry, little sister Yu. As long as I have the chance to meet this Ling Xiao, I will definitely take care of him for you. Ling Ziran said coldly, but this guy's luck is better. If he meets a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein, he might be directly eliminated. Maybe I won't have the chance to teach him a lesson. It was obvious that Ling Ziran was contemptuous of Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had won against Ling Taizu, many people thought that the battle was just an accident. Some people even said that Ling Taizu deliberately pretended to be weak in order to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in the annual large competition. Number 9588 against number 140. That's Ling Hu. Ling Hu, ranked 140th in the elite hall, 3rd level of the martial vein. This is going to be a good show. Just as Ling Ziran felt bored and was about to go back and wait for his opponent to appear, the situation finally changed. Ling Hu, teach that pretentious prick a good lesson. Yes, that kid is too arrogant. Ling Xiao used basic martial arts in order to save his true chi. He did not expect that these people would think that he was pretending to be pretentious. This was really a bit unjust. However, it was clear that many people were already unhappy with him. After all, a little beggar suddenly became a famous person. Many people felt that it was unfair. Chapter 40. Ling Hu was just like his name. He had a ferocious appearance and was about 1.9 meters tall. He wasn't much taller than Ling Zhon. And his body was very muscular. Standing opposite of Ling Xiao, he didn't look like a 15 or 16-year-old kid at all. Instead, he looked like an uncle. He didn't even need to make a move. Just by standing there, the aura of a 3rd-level martial vein was enough to make martial artists below the 2nd level tremble. Come on. Strength doesn't come from talking. Ling Xiao stood there and beckoned. A mere 3rd-level martial vein martial artist was no threat to him at all. Arrogant. If you still dare to use basic martial arts, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ferocious tiger fist. Ling Hu roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His body seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger, and his aura was very strong. Although it was also an intermediate martial art, it was much more powerful than the intermediate martial arts used by the 2nd-level martial vein martial artists that Ling Xiao had met before. In the explosion of true energy, the power of Ling Hu's fist had already reached its peak. The speed and instantaneous explosive power were extremely terrifying. No wonder you have the confidence to end my winning streak. The power of this fist is indeed not bad. I reckon that even an ordinary 3rd-level martial vein martial artist wouldn't dare to face you head-on. In the face of the attack, Ling Xiao actually made an attacking motion while still speaking. But meeting me is destined to be a tragedy for you. Go down. Barbaric Bull's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao punched out again. The arena was like a battle between a fierce tiger and a barbaric bull. Damn, this kid is too bold. Facing Ling Hu's ferocious tiger fist, he actually used the basic martial art, barbaric bull's strength. Humph. His courting death. Boom. This was definitely a collision between strength and strength. A figure directly flew out and then fell heavily to the ground. Ling Hu's sturdy body, which weighed at least 180 kilograms, landed on the ground with his butt facing the ground. His nose was bleeding from the impact. 2 of his front teeth were also knocked out. How was this possible? The crowd's jaws dropped to the ground. Number 9588 wins, 33 consecutive wins. After the referee announced the result, many people came back to their senses. This was too monstrous. Another move. Another foundational martial art. 33 consecutive victories. Many people who looked down on Ling Xiao immediately shut their mouths. Their faces had been slapped painfully. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the barbaric bull's strength against a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein? In the end, not only did he do it, he even won with a single move. Go. Ling Ziran left with a gloomy face. He only wanted to meet Ling Xiao as soon as possible and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's reputation would soon surpass his. Brother Ziran, That Ling Xiao isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid we won't be able to win." When Ling Yu said these words, the corners of his mouth slipped into a sly smile. He was clearly trying to sow discord. "Chimph, don't worry. That Ling who is only ranked 140th and has only learned intermediate-level martial arts. I'm ranked 20th and have learned advanced-level martial arts." Ling Ziran was indeed enraged. Men. Even if they were only 15 or 16 years old, they wouldn't want a beautiful girl to say that a man was stronger than them. What's more, Ling Ziran really didn't find Ling Xiao's strong points. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to win consecutively was because his opponents were too weak. Ling Yu smiled and said, "All right, brother Ziran, don't be angry. Let's continue our own competition. There will always be a chance to meet." Following this, more and more people began to pay attention to Ling Xiao. 34 consecutive victories, 45 consecutive victories, 60 consecutive victories, 90 consecutive victories. Miracle. It was definitely a miracle. The judges were all shocked. Until the 90th round, because many of the weaker disciples had already been eliminated, the rest were basically martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. For a period of time, Ling Xiao had consecutively met 10 martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. He actually easily won all of them in one move. Moreover, he used the foundational martial arts of the barbaric bull's strength. Perhaps he was provoked by Ling Xiao. On the other side, Ling Ziran's attacks suddenly became ruthless. So much so that until the 90th round, most of the disciples actually took the initiative to admit defeat after going on stage, so Ling Ziran won even more easily. Both of them had a 90 consecutive victories. Up until now, they hadn't met. In fact, according to the judges' thoughts, they didn't really want these two to meet. Because they were all the cream of the crop among the tens of thousands of people. If they could smoothly enter the next round with 100 consecutive victories, it would be a good thing. During the interval between meals, the people discussed the most were still Ling Xiao and Ling Ziran. "Senior brother, that Ling Xiao has always used foundational martial arts to defeat his opponents in one move. It's clean and efficient. And that Ling Ziran just used his strength to force many people to admit defeat. If these two people were to meet, who do you think will win? In my opinion, Ling Ziran has a higher chance of winning. After all, Ling Ziran knows high-level martial arts. And no matter how good Ling Xiao's foundational martial arts are, it's still only foundational martial arts. It's useless against Ling Ziran." Yes, that's the truth. Senior brother is indeed wise. I also think that Ling Xiao is not bad, but it's a pity that he didn't learn any good martial arts. I don't think so. I think that Ling Xiao has a higher chance of winning. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fans had already appeared. Why do you say that? I saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Taizhu that day. The Qinggong movement technique that Ling Xiao used is something that even Ling Yixue can't compare to. And in this elimination round, Ling Xiao hasn't used that movement technique yet. You're not right. Ling Ziran hasn't used his own high-level martial arts until now. He's always been using middle-level martial arts. The battle on the stage was heated, and the debate below the stage also began. In the past, Ling Xiao didn't have much status in the Ling family, and it was impossible for him to have any supporters. However, the 10,000 people elimination competition this time had given him a few more supporters. These people's experiences were mostly similar to his. They were all recruited from outside and were also bullied. So in their eyes, Ling Xiao was simply their hero model. After eating, they rested for about an hour before the competition resumed. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao completed his 100th victory, the day's matches would be over. The rest of the matches would continue tomorrow. Martial artists were also human. They also needed to rest. However, what surprised him was that in the 91st match, he actually met Ling Yu, this girl that he once hated and loved. But now, there was only disappointment and disdain. Standing on the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yu indifferently. "You didn't expect it, right, Ling Yu? The little beggar that you bullied in the past has now become your nightmare. Hee hee, big brother Ling Xiao, Don't make it sound so bad. Speaking of which, I was still young in the past. I didn't know how to dote on little beggars. I was a little unruly, but I didn't do anything too excessive. Ling Yu giggled as she looked at Ling Xiao. She actually walked over leisurely, completely unguarded. What's going on with these two? This is a martial arts competition, not a chat. Why are they still chatting? The people below were a little unhappy. The actions of the two people on the stage made them feel bored. Is that so? You really think I don't know? That time, the one who poisoned the food and killed several of my beggar clan brothers, wasn't it you? Hee, big brother Ling Xiao really likes to joke. How could I do that kind of thing? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Ling Yu walked to Ling Xiao's side with a smile. Then, she actually reached out to grab Ling Xiao's arm. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Chapter 41. Secret Technique, Soul Assimilating Technique. Ling Yu hugged Ling Xiao's arm and was talking with a smile. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a strange light. Lati's sudden change shocked the onlookers. Many people knew that there was such a secret technique in the library that could instantly confuse a person's mind and make them lose their ability to think. However, there were only a few who actually cultivated it. This was because this secret technique could only be cultivated by women. Moreover, it had to be a naturally seductive woman. They didn't expect Ling Yu to actually succeed in cultivating it. Ling Xiao is Finnish. At such a close distance, with the soul assimilating technique shocking his mind, there was no possibility of resisting. To be honest, even the judges felt that Ling Xiao lost unjustly. If Ling Xiao had made his move earlier, it wouldn't have ended up like this. This woman was too scary. She was so good at seducing men at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? However, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The one who was knocked off the stage wasn't Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Ling Yu screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Then, she crazily jumped off the stage and squatted on the ground, trembling. Ling Xiao was also a little scared. If he hadn't cultivated the demon ox art, aura condensation and the baleful aura in his body had the effect of restraining this kind of secret technique that disturbed the mind, he would be in danger. However, Ling Yu could be considered to have brought this upon herself. After such a blow, she probably wouldn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao for a short period of time. Number 9588 wins, winning 91 matches in a row. The judges were stunned for a long time before they remembered to announce the result. Because at this time, even the judges didn't understand what had just happened. Ling Xiao didn't even make a move and Ling Yu actually lost inexplicably. Ling Xiao, you dare to hurt my sister Yu. You and I are irreconcilable. Unknowingly, the seeded contestant Ling Feng had already appeared beside Ling Yu. Looking at the trembling Ling Yu, he roared. Is it worth it for this kind of woman? Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's none of your business. As long as we meet, I will definitely make you pay the price. Ling Feng said angrily. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to leave. The current Ling Feng was no longer his target. He was more interested in the top 10 of the Prodigy Hall, as well as Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue. Brother Feng. That guy was a devil. You must avenge me. Ling Yu was like a frightened rabbit, tightly grabbing onto Ling Feng's arm as she kept muttering. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao did not take Ling Feng's words to heart at all. His battle was still ongoing. 92 consecutive victories. 93 consecutive victories. 94 consecutive victories. Ever since the match where he scared Ling Yu away, no one dared to fight against him for 3 consecutive matches. The 3 of them chose to give up. None of them were idiots. Since they couldn't win, why waste their energy? After all, it wasn't like they would be eliminated after losing a match. Perhaps it was because of Ling Xiao's provocation, Ling Ziran's attacks became even more ruthless. There was almost no one who was willing to fight against Ling Ziran. Therefore, Ling Ziran successfully relied on his opponent's forfeiture to complete the great achievement of 94 consecutive victories. After achieving 100 consecutive victories, I can go rest. I wonder if the medicinal hall has successfully refined the aura chi pill. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, Ling Xiao's mind was no longer on the match. He was looking forward to the breakthrough after obtaining the aura chi pill. If he wanted to go further, the safest way was to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. 95 matches, another forfeit. 96 matches, another forfeit. From the looks of it, there was no doubt about this 100 consecutive victories. Just as many people were thinking this, the situation changed. Number 9588 against number 20, Ling Xiao against Ling Ziran? This is going to be interesting. The two people who are closest to 100 consecutive victories are going to face each other in advance. Then, one person's winning streak will definitely end. It was boiling. The audience was completely boiling. Those disciples who didn't qualify for the finals and couldn't obtain 100 consecutive victories loved to watch this kind of excitement. Take a guess. If Ling Xiao meets Ling Ziran, will he still dare to use fundamental martial arts? Haha, don't joke around. Ling Ziran isn't trash. If he dares to use fundamental martial arts, then he will lose miserably. Although many people didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to use fundamental martial arts against Ling Ziran, to be honest, they still had a trace of anticipation in their hearts. After all, they didn't mind watching a show. Sister Yu, I'll teach this Ling Xiao a lesson for you now. I'll let you see if that brat Ling Feng is better or if I'm better. Ling Ziran was a little excited. Because he had always been looking forward to the battle with Ling Xiao. In this battle, not only did he want to defeat Ling Xiao, but he also wanted to beat Ling Xiao until he couldn't continue fighting and then be disqualified. In that case, he would be able to receive Ling Yu's commendation. He absolutely didn't believe that he would lose. How could he lose to a martial artist who had just broken through to the 3rd level of the martial vein not long ago? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, don't use Qinggong. Facing Ling Xiao, Ling Ziran's only worry was that Ling Xiao wouldn't fight him head-on and instead use his movement technique to dodge. That would be a little troublesome. Don't worry, not only will I not use Qinggong, but fundamental martial arts are enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Ziran and said indifferently. He really disdained this kind of idiot who had been completely bewitched by a woman. No way, he didn't use Qinggong. He still wanted to use fundamental martial arts. This Ling Xiao didn't put Ling Ziran in his eyes at all, right? The crowd was in an uproar because no one thought that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant. He's definitely bluffing. He'll definitely use Qinggong later, or else there's something wrong with his head. That's not necessarily true. Who knows, maybe this Ling Xiao is just so arrogant. There's another possibility, which is that he only knows fundamental martial arts and can't use anything else. It's too difficult to rely on fundamental martial arts to win against Ling Ziran. It's almost impossible. Sigh, this child is still too impulsive. He was provoked by a single sentence. At the judges' table, some people shook their heads and felt that it was a pity. Because even these judges felt that if Ling Xiao only used fundamental martial arts to fight against Ling Ziran, he would definitely lose. They thought that Ling Xiao had fallen for Ling Ziran's provocation. Ling Ziran actually didn't have any intention of provoking Ling Xiao. He just wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao to show his strength. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would look down on him so much. What was this, a little beggar? An outsider disciple actually dared to look down on me, Ling Ziran, looking down on my Ling family's disciples. He felt that he had been humiliated. In fact, many of the Ling family's disciples felt that they had been humiliated. This beggar is really audacious. He dares to look down on our clan's disciples. Brother Ziran, cripple him. They said cripple, not defeat, because they were really angry. Chapter 42. This guy really has the aptitude to be hated by tens of thousands of people. He offended so many people with just one sentence. Ling Yixue had actually been paying attention to Ling Xiao. Lashi had been paying attention to Ling Xiao since he was very weak, and it was still the same today. Senior Yixue, you're still laughing. This guy actually dared to use fundamental martial arts against Ling Ziran. He's simply courting death. That might not be the case. Ling Yixue smiled and was somewhat looking forward to it. On the other side, Ling Yihang's closed eyes opened once again. He was quite surprised as he muttered to himself, "Looks like the people from the Prodigy Hall are going to be surprised this time. Our elite hall might be able to make them lose face." Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. Ling Ziran's face was gloomy and terrifying. The long sword in his hand trembled, and his eyes revealed a ruthless look. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was not allowed in this tournament, he would have really killed Ling Xiao. Choose a weapon. Ling Ziran took a deep breath and said. There's no need. Ling Xiao still said indifferently. Courting death, snake dance swordsmanship. Ling Ziran snorted coldly. The long sword trembled slightly, and the sword instantly turned into several after-images, as if it was a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Snake dance swordsmanship, a high-level sword technique. Looks like Ling Ziran is really angry. Ling Ziran did not plan to hold back once he made his move. The most terrifying part of the snake dance swordsmanship was its viciousness and treachery. The opponent was often unable to predict where the long sword would come from. Although the momentum of this move could not be compared to those powerful moves, the pressure it gave off was not inferior to those powerful moves. It was as if countless poisonous snakes were staring at it, causing people to shudder. However, although Ling Ziran's swordsmanship was strong, people were more concerned about Ling Xiao. Because everyone wanted to know if Ling Xiao would say one thing and do another. He said that he wanted to use foundational martial arts, but in reality, he didn't. After all, there were no rules for this kind of thing. Even if he used intermediate or advanced martial arts, no one could say anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't care about everyone's gazes. Ling Ziran really wasn't worthy of him using a higher level of martial arts. The foundational martial arts were enough. Barbaric Bull's strength. It was still the Barbaric Bull's strength. Amidst the roars, the silhouette of a bull appeared. Ling Xiao stood there with no intention of backing down. It was actually a foundational martial art. This guy must be crazy. You're courting death. Brother Ziran, don't hold back. This fellow is arrogant and deserves to be crippled. After the shock, there was anger. They thought that Ling Xiao was just saying it and wouldn't dare to do it. If that was the case, they would be able to humiliate Ling Xiao. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so straightforward. He was a man of his words. Bastard. Get down. Ling Ziran's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if a black liquid could be squeezed out from his skin. That face was ashen to the extreme. True Qi exploded. Suddenly, the sword in his hand no longer had any after-images. Instead, it condensed into a giant python. The giant python roared and the sound was deafening, causing the martial artists near the stage to take a few steps back. The air was also filled with a ferocious atmosphere. Beautiful. Ling Ziran's sword has basically displayed the essence of the snake dance sword art. It can transform into a powerful force within the slyness. Ling Xiao is only a third-level martial vein martial artist. Even if he uses all his strength, he won't be able to withstand this sword, not to mention that he actually dares to use foundational martial art. Although Ling Xiao's performance is amazing, he is too arrogant. This kind of person won't live long. Many people were pointing and gossiping. There were even high-level martial artists in the family who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. Wang. A violent roar sounded as Ling Ziran's sword pierced Ling Xiao. However, the expected situation of Ling Xiao being pierced by the sword did not happen. Ling Xiao's palms were pressed together and actually caught the sword. The foundational martial arts Barbaric Bull's strength did not have any special moves. It focused on a method of using true Qi. Therefore, fists, feet, and palms could all be used. Die for me. Ling Ziran roared hysterically. He used almost 100% of his true Qi to display the power of the snake dance sword art to the limit. He was a third-level martial vein martial artist. He used a high-level martial arts. If he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao in one move, it would be a disgrace. Break. Ling Xiao's gaze was focused on the long sword in Ling Ziran's hand. Suddenly, his true Qi poured into his arms. There was a catcher sound. The long sword in Ling Ziran's hand actually shattered. It broke into 7 or 8 pieces. As for Ling Ziran, because of the backlash of his true qi, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Looking at Ling Xiao again, he actually stood there without moving. He didn't even seem to have any intention of chasing after him. Impossible. This is impossible. Ling Ziran completely lost his cool. He couldn't believe the current situation. It was clearly an all-out attack, but in the end, not only did it not hurt the opponent in the slightest, but the opponent's true qi also broke the weapon in his hand. What a disgrace. What just happened? The disciples who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. They had imagined many possibilities, but only this scene, they really didn't expect. Who can lend me a weapon? My sword is too lousy. Ling Ziran didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao. He blamed the failure of this attack on the long sword in his hand. Yes, although this didn't seem to be wrong, but to completely shirk his responsibility, it was a bit shameless. Ling Ziran, catch. The first to speak was actually Ling Feng. He threw his sword to Ling Ziran. His sword was a treasure sword. Compared to an ordinary sword, it was naturally much better. Ordinary people might not understand why he wanted to help Ling Ziran. Only Ling Feng knew in his heart that he was somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao, so he wanted to thoroughly see through Ling Xiao's background through Ling Ziran. Many thanks. Ling Ziran took the treasure sword and looked at Ling Xiao. This time, you will lose for sure. Snake dance swordsmanship, python swallow. The same swordsmanship. The same move. Ling Ziran obviously wanted to use the treasure sword in his hand and his swordsmanship to completely defeat Ling Xiao. To be honest, the treasure sword in Ling Ziran's hand was indeed not bad. This indeed caused a certain amount of trouble for Ling Xiao. But since he dared to let Ling Ziran catch the sword, he would not be afraid. Barbaric bull's strength. No matter how your wind rages, I will be as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how hysterical Ling Ziran was, no matter how crazy and angry he was, the expression on Ling Xiao's face did not change from beginning to end. It was that kind of indifferent look from beginning to end. As if in his eyes, Ling Ziran was not worth mentioning at all. Bang, bang, bang. In the continuous exchange, Ling Xiao did not use any other martial arts from beginning to end. He only used the barbaric bull's strength to fight with Ling Ziran. He did this to hone his battle experience. Chapter 43. 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. The scene of a cat toying with a mouse was playing on the stage. How is this possible? Ling Xiao is only using basic martial arts and he can firmly suppress Ling Ziran. What kind of monster is this guy? Even the stupidest person could see that Ling Xiao could defeat Ling Ziran in a few moves. He did not do so because he was practicing. Ling Ziran's face was pale. His true qi was constantly being consumed to the point where he could no longer hold on. He could not believe it. He could not believe the current situation. Ling Xiao opposite him was like a mountain. And he was more like a stupid wild boar. Even if he collided countless times, he could not move the mountain at all. Stop, the outcome has been decided. At the judges' table, a person said loudly. No. I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. Ling Ziran roared almost crazily and then continued to attack. The judges sighed. They only had the right to suggest and did not have the right to force. Unless Ling Ziran was sent flying off the stage or took the initiative to admit defeat, this match would not be over. What do you guys think of this match? Anyway, I'm a little confused. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein using basic martial arts to suppress someone at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and using advanced martial arts. This doesn't make sense. A judge frowned and asked a few people around him. Ling Xiao is calm and reserved. His true qi is vigorous and his combat experience is rich. His basic martial arts have already reached the stage of perfection, and although Ling Ziran is at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, his true qi is not as good as Ling Xiao's. He is also more impulsive and lacks combat experience. Although he is using advanced martial arts, he can only display 50 to 60% of his strength. An older judge stroked his beard and said. This person was obviously the most respected of the judges. His words carried a lot of weight. Although he could not see Ling Xiao's true strength, his basic judgment was not wrong. Basic martial arts have reached the stage of perfection. Is there such a thing as the stage of perfection in basic martial arts? The so-called stage of perfection meant that one had reached the realm of perfection. In martial arts, it was generally believed that only the best martial arts had the possibility of reaching the transcendent state. It was already good enough that he could cultivate his fundamental martial arts to the great perfection stage. How could he reach the transcendent stage? There were no precedents or cultivation methods in this area at all. To be honest, I don't know how he did it, but from the way he used his moves, it was almost flawless. This is the characteristic of the transcendent state. What he said was right. It was impossible for an average person to cultivate martial arts to perfection. Even if one cultivated it to perfection, they would only be able to unleash 90% of its power. After all, this had a lot to do with one's body and aptitude. However, once one stepped into the transcendent stage, one would be able to unleash a martial art to perfection, without any flaws. Even if it was a basic martial art, it could still make the opponent feel overwhelmed, especially if the opponent was not very powerful. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to rely on fundamental martial arts to conquer the world? That's not the case. Fundamental martial arts are fundamental martial arts after all. Even if it reached perfection and unleashed 100% of its power, there would still be a limit. It would not be a problem to deal with the half-baked Ling Ziran, but if it were Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, Ling Yihang and the others, it would not be possible. I see. But why would he waste so much time to improve his fundamental martial arts to the transcendent stage? Of course there is a reason. Compared to advanced martial arts and top martial arts, if there is a way, it is easier to reach the transcendent stage with fundamental martial arts. This way, one can accumulate experience and provide experience for advanced martial arts and top martial arts. The elder side, this Ling Xiao has always been unknown. In the past half a month, he suddenly rose to prominence. He is indeed a rare genius of the Ling family. His future is limitless. In fact, the most valuable thing is that he is not even 14 years old, but already has the calmness and dignity of a master. This is really rare. Looks like it is finally going to end. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the battle stage. At this time, Ling Ziran was already a little out of breath. The continuous outbursts had completely depleted his true qi. Ling Xiao shook his head. This kind of sparring partner was no longer qualified. It was time to end the battle. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, pinched the tip with 2 fingers, and then kicked Ling Ziran's chest. Ling Ziran did not have any defensive ability. He could only watch his body fly out and then heavily fall off the stage. Ling Ziran, you have seriously injured so many Ling family disciples. You are not qualified to continue to advance. Ling Xiao stood on the battle stage in high spirits. Ling Ziran, who fell off the stage, was groaning in pain. His ribs were completely broken, and his internal injuries were serious. It was impossible to continue to participate in the competition. Either he forfeited, or he was defeated again and eliminated. There were only these 2 possibilities. In any case, Ling Xiao really did not like this Ling Ziran. They were all from the same sect, but he was so vicious. It was better to get out of here as soon as possible. Senior brother Ling Xiao, well done. Long live senior brother Ling Xiao. This action increased the number of Ling Xiao's supporters once again. Number 9588 wins, 97 consecutive wins. The people at the judges' seats were all shocked. The result of this competition was really out of their expectations. Did you see that? Did you see that? I didn't say it wrong, right? Senior brother Ling Xiao used fundamental martial arts to defeat Ling Ziran. Too awesome. This is really unbelievable. He actually did it, and he really won. Those who supported Ling Ziran felt like they were dreaming. Some people pinched themselves a few times to confirm that it was not a dream. He was originally the focus of the 10,000 people competition, and now he became the focus of attention. Hehe, senior sister Yixue, your eyesight is really good. You can actually guess such a result. The few female disciples beside Ling Yixue were also very surprised. Mph, it's nothing special. No matter how good fundamental martial arts are, it's still just fundamental martial arts. How can that trash Ling Ziran compare to me? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the side. It was Ling Feng. Brother Feng, you must take revenge for me. At this time, Ling Yu, who was leaning on Ling Feng, no longer qualified to advance. He looked at Ling Xiao in the distance with incomparable hatred, wishing he could cut him open with a knife. Don't worry, Sister Yu, you just rest and recover. At this point, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, you can win 100 consecutive matches to advance. If you meet me, I will let you know that those bullshit fundamental martial arts are all trash. His voice was directly transmitted from the stands to the battle stage. It seemed to be intentional, because he was full of confidence and never thought that he would lose. Don't worry, fundamental martial arts are enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao was also confident that as long as Ling Feng did not condense earth energy, he could definitely rely on the barbaric bull's strength to win. But he might have to use soaring cloud steps. After all, Ling Feng was not Ling Ziran. He was at least 3 times stronger than Ling Ziran. It would be a bit difficult to use fundamental martial arts, but with soaring cloud steps. Chapter 44. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Feng's face turned ashen. He did not expect Ling Xiao to look down on Ling Ziran, but not him. Fine. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Instead, he continued to complete his matches. In the next 3 matches, his opponents admitted defeat, so he easily won 100 matches in a row. Congratulations to number 9588 Ling Xiao, the only one to have won 100 matches in a row and successfully advanced to the list of 1000. Advancing to the list of 1000 meant that one had entered the elite hall and was no longer a low-level disciple. This made countless people envious. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there was still light. The others were still fighting, but Ling Xiao quietly left the martial arts arena. In his opinion, the only ones who could pose a threat to him were Ling Yixue, Ling Yihang, and the people of the Prodigy Hall. At this time, these people had not shown up, so he might as well go home and rest. Before going home, he went to the medicine hall. What's wrong, little guy? Have you been eliminated? The competition should still be going on now. In the medicine hall, Ling Xiao coincidentally met Ling Ju and another middle-aged man, who should be Ling Feng's father. The one who asked was Ling Ju, full of sarcasm. Oh, it's Lord Ling. I passed 100 matches in a row and advanced in advance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and then said faintly, and then went to find the master of the medicine hall. Only Ling Ju and Ling Feng's father were left with an awkward expression. Ha ha ha, Lord Ling, this kid bullied your Ling Chong a lot in the past. You can't let him continue to jump around, right? After a while, Ling Feng's father suddenly said with a smile. Mph, it's good that he advanced. Iron Hand will take care of him. That's not necessarily true. Maybe our Feng will eliminate him first. These 2 people obviously still did not take Ling Xiao seriously. They thought that Ling Taizhu or Ling Feng could easily defeat Ling Xiao. While they were chatting, Ling Xiao had already taken the aura Qidan and left, a total of 3. Ling Xiao didn't want the 2 of them to see him. Otherwise, he would get into trouble for no reason, so he left through the back door. After returning home, Ling Xiao ate some dumplings made by his grandfather and entered the training room to begin his cultivation. He swallowed a Gang Qi pill. In just one night, the stellar energy in his 3rd meridian had increased to 90%. He was only 10% away from breaking through. However, there was still a competition today, so he left the 2 aura Qi pills in the practice room and left to participate in the competition. Yesterday, it was said that the martial arts competition lasted until the middle of the night, and the final 1,000 people were determined. After all, such a battle could only be considered as noobs pecking at each other. It was not very interesting. Other than Ling Xiao, who was a bright spot, everyone else was playing by the rules. It was only right for them to quickly end the match and move on to the next exciting match. The next day, more than 900 disciples who had advanced to the next round plus 10 seeded contestants, gathered at the arena square. Ling Xiao was looking forward to today's duel. Because after yesterday's duel, he clearly discovered that his combat experience had improved by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation had also improved to a certain extent. This meant that this kind of battle was definitely beneficial to him, and not a waste of time. Today, the 1,000 of you here are all qualified to enter the elite hall. However, in today's competition, most of you will be eliminated. In the end, only a single person will be left to participate in the finals. Now, I will announce the following rules of the competition. The rules of the semi-finals were very different from the preliminary round. It was divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, the 1,000 people were divided into 10 groups, each group had 100 people. Then, these 100 people would be placed on the stage at the same time. The final 10 people would advance to the second stage. This was also the so-called chaotic battle. The higher-ups naturally had their reasons for arranging it this way. A martial artist could not only be strong in a one-on-one battle. They also needed to learn how to protect themselves in a chaotic battle. When he heard about the first stage, Ling Xiao smiled. Because this stage was not the slightest bit difficult for him. He did not even need to make a move. He only needed to use his nimble body technique to avoid the attacks. Anyway, the real challenge was the second stage. 10 people would be selected from each group. A total of 100 people would be ranked based on points. In the end, the top 10 with the most points would advance to the final stage. At that time, he would definitely meet Ling Feng, Ling Yishui, Ling Yihang, and the others. That would be a real fierce battle. Therefore, in this first stage, if he could not waste his strength, he would try not to waste his strength. After the rules were announced, Ling Xiao was arranged into the 10th group. The strongest person in the same group was Ling Fei, who was ranked 10th. He was also the person who once competed with Ling Xiao in Qinggong and was defeated. When the competition started, the situation was a bit strange. Not sure if it was prearranged, the remaining 99 people actually attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This is also possible. Ling Xiao has really offended a lot of people. It's not that he has offended. I'm afraid that someone is jealous and does not want him to continue. Then what should we do? Even if it's Ling Yihang, or even Ling Feifen, I'm afraid that they would not be defeated by these 99 people. What should we do? Cold sauce. Although it's a bit of a pity, but I guess he is really going to be eliminated. Although many people were worried for Ling Xiao and felt that it was a bit unfair to him, as long as he did not violate the rules, no one could say anything. However, the following scene caused these people to be both surprised and delighted. They saw Ling Xiao sitting cross-legged in mid-air, about 20 meters in the air, and could actually stay there for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, he landed and instantly rose into the air again. Others could not even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone attack him. At first, Ling Fei wanted to take advantage of the number of people, but seeing this scene, he immediately gave up. Who the hell would go against that kind of monster? Gosh, what kind of Qinggong is this? He can hover in the air for nearly a quarter of an hour. I don't know. Is there such a Qinggong in the library? Soaring cloud steps. In a dark corner, Ling Ju viciously punched the wall. He did not expect that he had forcibly snatched the soaring cloud steps and ox demon kung fu from Ling Xiao, but his son and godson could not practice them. He did not get any benefits from being the bad guy, harming others without benefiting himself. That was not all. Now that he saw that Ling Xiao had actually mastered the soaring cloud steps, he almost vomited blood on the wall. The reason why those people were all targeting Ling Xiao was because he had secretly played a trick. In the end, it turned out to be a joke. About 2 hours later, 900 out of the 1,000 people were eliminated, and only 100 people were left. Ling Xiao was the easiest to pass, but Ling Yihang, Ling Yishui, Ling Feng, and Ling Taizu did not spend much effort. Because very few people dared to attack them. Chapter 45. Next, rest for an hour. Do whatever you want. After the end of the first stage, there was an hour of rest. Ling Xiao ate something and then recovered his astral energy. An hour later, the second stage of the competition began. 100 people. Everyone's starting point was 0. Winning a match would give them 3 points, a draw would give them 1 point, and a loss would give them 0 points. The top 10 in the final ranking would advance to the finals and compete with the disciples of the Prodigy Hall. The competition begins now. With the head referee's order, the martial artists became nervous. Because these 100 people's matches were completely random, there was a possibility of encountering anyone. The competition used 20 stages at the same time. Generally speaking, every disciple had to fight 99 matches. In other words, they had to fight with the other 99 people. Therefore, there was no point in escaping. However, some people felt that if they met an expert later, they could at least maintain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, if they lost, their morale would definitely be low. Number 24 against number 98. Number 6 against number 11. As the head referee announced the numbers, the martial artists jumped onto the 20 stages one by one. Number 95-88 against number 57. The competition on 20 stages at the same time was actually very fast. Soon, it was Ling Xiao's turn. His opponent was a little fatty at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Hehe, senior brother Ling Xiao, I came up to tell you that you will be my idol from now on. The fatty chuckled and actually turned around and jumped off the stage. He admitted defeat. In fact, this was too normal. In the previous matches, there were people who took the initiative to admit defeat. The reason was very simple. When encountering an opponent that was absolutely impossible to win against, it was better to just admit defeat rather than forcefully fighting and wasting one's chi. Anyway, there was no deduction of points if he lost. If he won, he would get 3 points. Many people were very clear about this. Ling Xiao was not surprised. Previously, in the 10,000-man competition, there was also the process of 1,000 people fighting. He had accumulated a lot of popularity. In addition, he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Even Ling Ziran, who used a high-grade martial art, was easily defeated by him. Anyone who had the slightest bit of self-awareness would not go head-to-head with him. The competition was very fast. Because there was a time limit. If the battle couldn't be settled within 15 minutes, the referee team would give a result. Otherwise, some people with similar strength might fight for several days and nights without a clear victor. That would be troublesome. Soon, Ling Xiao met his second opponent. This was a female disciple. Her appearance was not bad, especially her pair of eyes that could captivate souls. She was comparable to Ling Yu. It was just that in terms of strength, he was still a little lacking compared to Ling Yu. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you let me win this round? How about a draw? I'll be your girlfriend, okay? If it was someone else, they would have been bewitched by this woman. Looking at the people below the stage who had hearts in their eyes, which made up the majority, one could tell how powerful this woman was. Compared to Ling Yu's ability to seduce people, she was not at all inferior. It was a pity that after the incident with Ling Yu, Ling Xiao had a natural aversion to beautiful women. In addition, this woman's request had already annoyed him. Barbaric bull's strength. He didn't waste any words and directly blasted the girl off the stage with a palm strike. He would vomit if he took another look at this woman. You beast. You don't know how to flirt. The girl sat on the ground and cried loudly, causing the male disciples to scowl at Ling Xiao. That's too much. No matter what, she's still a girl. So violent. That's right. Beauty, don't cry. I'll go up on stage and teach that kid a lesson later. Keep bragging. You can't even beat Ling Xiao, and you want to beat Ling Xiao? You're bragging too much. Obviously, not everyone felt that Ling Xiao was wrong. Ling Xiao also had a group of staunch fans in the crowd. This was the benefit of strength. Number 95-88 wins, accumulated 6 points. The referee quickly announced the result. This kid is a promising talent. Even a woman can't affect him. He'll definitely become a great person in the future. The referee team still thought very highly of Ling Xiao. The competition continued. Ling Xiao's points also continued to increase. When they met his opponent, they either chose to forfeit, or they were sent flying off the stage with a single move. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao didn't go easy on them. It was to warn those who didn't know their limits not to provoke him. Because he wanted to preserve his strength so that it would be easier to face opponents who could threaten him. I can't tell. What level has this Ling Xiao's strength reached? I keep feeling that he's still hiding his strength. More and more people felt that Ling Xiao couldn't only know basic martial arts. He must have learned other martial arts. He just kept hiding and didn't make a move. Their expectations for him were also growing. After Ling Xiao finished his competition, he didn't forget to observe Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng's competition. Because in his opinion, only these three people could pose a threat to him. Number 2 against number 4. When Ling Xiao heard this voice, he hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. Sure enough, Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhu were standing on one of the stages. Ling Taizhu was currently ranked 4th in the elite hall. Ling Yixue was ranked 2nd in the elite hall. The battle between number 2 and number 4, this is going to be interesting, ha ha ha. Many people surrounded them. It was rare to see such a battle. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to miss such a wonderful battle, so he also floated over. There should still be some time before his next battle, so he could just watch the fun. To be honest, he hadn't seen Ling Yixue fight yet. Today, he might be able to feast his eyes. When he went over, the battle had already begun. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm, 9th style. Ling Taizhu pressed on step by step, not holding back. The terrifying True Qi actually turned into the shadow of a giant behind his body. The terrifying power was shocking. Ling Yixue, on the other hand, was in a wait-and-see attitude. She didn't rush to make a move and only relied on her nimble body movement to dodge. What made Ling Xiao slightly surprised was that Ling Tiesho's strength was much stronger than the time he met when he signed up. The power of his moves was more powerful and he was more skilled in using them. He had completely displayed 90% of the power of the advanced martial arts. In other words, his gigantic Spirit Divine Palm was already considered to be perfect, but it hadn't reached the stage of perfection yet. In a simple comparison, the current Ling Taizhu was more powerful than Li Xingyun in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Of course, he didn't know whether Li Xingyun's strength had increased or not. Ling Taizhu, you're not weak, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. After a moment, Ling Yixue began to counterattack. As she spoke, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly freeze. Her palms were dyed with a strange white color, like gloves woven from snow. Advanced martial arts, Frost Palm. Someone recognized the martial arts move that Ling Yixue used. It said that in order to master Frost Palm, one must be constantly in a world of ice and snow. Senior sister Yixue must have suffered a lot. Of course, I heard that she often went to the family's ice cellar to practice alone. But once the Frost Palm is mastered, it's terrifying. Yes, it can freeze anything it touches. This is really a terrifying advanced martial arts. Ling Taizhu is in danger. Chapter 46. Ling Yixue finally counterattacked. Both of her palms struck out and the air was instantly frozen. Ling Tiesho's body was already covered in ice. Ling Taizhu turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, it was meaningless. Although Ling Yixue's movement technique was not as good as Ling Xiao's, she was stronger than Ling Taizhu. Her palm landed on Ling Tiesho's chest. Ling Tiesho's upper body instantly froze. Ling Yixue wins. The referee gave a timely judgment. The result was already very obvious. Hearing the referee's voice, Ling Yixue retracted her slender hand and the layer of ice instantly shattered. Ling Tiesho's back was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Ling Yixue in horror and said, "I'm not your opponent." He knew very well that if Ling Yixue attacked with all her strength from the beginning, he might not be able to withstand 3 moves. Senior sister Yixue is too strong. Ling Taizhu, who is ranked 4th, was actually defeated so easily. The experts of the elite hall were all surprised. They knew that Ling Yixue was powerful, but they did not expect her to be so powerful. They still clearly remembered that Ling Yixue had fought with Ling Taizhu a month ago. Although Ling Yixue had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. But today, she had won so easily. I'm afraid that in the elite hall, only Ling Yihang and Ling Feng are qualified to compete with Ling Yixue. No, Ling Yixue is definitely not Ling Yihang's opponent. That monster Ling Yihang has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. On the other hand, Ling Feng can still compete with Ling Yixue. No matter what, the top 3 of the elite hall were still the top 3 of the elite hall. Up until now, Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue and Ling Feng had all won. No one could challenge their position. These 3 people naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. And whether they could challenge the rule of the Genius Hall or not, it all depended on these 3 people. As for Ling Xiao, although his performance was outstanding, in the eyes of most people, he was still incomparable to the top 3. After watching the match between Ling Yixue and Ling Taizu, Ling Xiao returned to the stage. Because he was about to welcome his next opponent. He could be considered a relatively strong opponent. This person's name's Ling Cheng. Because he lost to Ling Feng, his original ranking dropped to 5th. Even so, he was still very unique among the top 10 of the elite hall. The scariest thing about this person was that he had practiced thwart kung fu. If he couldn't break through his defense, then he would be tortured by him. Until now, Ling Cheng had only lost 2 matches, one to Ling Yihang, and the other to Ling Yixue. Both of them were automatic defeats. And he had yet to meet Ling Feng and Ling Taizu, so this result was already very good. Ling Xiao, you should just admit defeat. I don't want to waste my energy on you. I still need to save my Zhen Qi to deal with Ling Feng. Ling Cheng had once lost to Ling Feng, so he had always wanted to take revenge. He didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. He only had eyes for Ling Feng. Below the stage, those who didn't like Ling Xiao were gloating. Who told you to be so arrogant? Now you've met someone strong. It should be said that these people's schadenfreude was not without reason. After all, the strongest opponent Ling Xiao had encountered so far was Ling Cheng. Don't worry, senior brother Ling Cheng. I will help you defeat Ling Feng, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brat, you're really arrogant. How can you defeat Ling Feng? You're really shameless. Since that's the case, I'll defeat you in 3 moves, so as not to waste my energy. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I heard that senior brother Ling Cheng's thwart kung fu is good. It just so happens that my barbaric bull strength can also be used as a thwart kung fu. Senior brother, why don't you try 3 moves? If I lose, I'll admit defeat. He was completely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You look down on me, but I look down on you. You. Ling Cheng was so angry that his teeth itched. He originally thought highly of himself, but he didn't expect that a nobody would dare to look down on him. You're asking for it. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He stood there and used the barbaric bull strength basic martial arts. But this time, it wasn't an attack, but a defense. Zhen Qi was attached to the surface of his body, forming a thin film that could be seen with the naked eye. Although it was just a thin film, its defense was amazing. This kid has brought the barbaric bull strength to life. The old man at the judges' table exclaimed. Only those who have reached the transcendent state can use the barbaric bull strength as a defense. I'm afraid he is the only one in the Ling family who can do it. Humph, he's just bluffing. Ling Cheng clenched his fists. A layer of golden Zhen Qi wrapped around his fists. His fists looked as if they were cast in gold. That terrifying power was no less than a weapon's attack. What a powerful force. Yeah, that must be the advanced fist art, King Kong fist. It's even more powerful when used together with the King Kong skill. Hihi, everyone knows that Ling Cheng's defense is amazing. In fact, many people don't know that he is the only prodigy who can use thwart kung fu to attack. Even Ling Feng and Ling Yixue wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. The crowd's discussion had already explained everything. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. They all felt that Ling Xiao had become arrogant because of his winning streak. Previously, because his opponents weren't that good, it didn't matter. But this time, he dared to be so arrogant against Ling Cheng, who was ranked 5th in the elite hall. He was simply courting death. Hearing the crowd's words, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. His mountain river martial spirit had already analyzed Ling Cheng's level. In fact, he wasn't much stronger than Ling Ziran, who was ranked 5th. They were both martial artists at the peak of the third level of the martial vein and both used advanced martial arts. If there was a gap, it would be the difference in the power of their moves and combat skills. In fact, other than the top three in the elite hall, Ling Xiao felt that the rest of the people behind could challenge each other. Boom! Ling Cheng's fists directly landed on Ling Xiao's body. A deafening sound was heard and the entire stage shook a few times. However, what was shocking was that Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face. He didn't even frown. It can't be, the defense of barbaric bull's strength is so terrifying? Ling Cheng was extremely shocked. It was as if 10,000 bulls had run past him. He was completely stunned. With one move, the difference in strength between the two could be seen. One was motionless, while the other, as the attacker, was actually forced back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. Below the stage, the crowd was even more shocked. Every one of them felt as if their hearts were being turned upside down. To be honest, before Ling Xiao, no one paid attention to a basic martial art like barbaric bull's strength. They all treated it as a springboard. After learning a higher-level martial art, they would throw it away. Who would have thought that barbaric bull's strength would become so terrifying in Ling Xiao's hands? Ling Cheng stabilized his body and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This monster. This guy's defense was simply watertight. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and still stood there. He had no intention of making a move. The defense of barbaric bull's strength had been analyzed by the mountain and river martial spirit. As long as one was below the peak of the third level of the martial vein and did not use earth energy, they would not be able to break through his defense. And this was only the barbaric bull's strength at the transformation stage. Ling Xiao had not used the advanced ox demon art, barbaric bull demon yet. Not to mention, he still had the ox demon art, chi explosion art to complement it. In addition, he had not used his earth energy at all. He really did not know who had the qualifications to force him to use all his abilities. Could Ling Yihang do it? Chapter 47. At this moment, the battle on the stage paused for a moment. But without a doubt, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Cheng had become the focal point of the entire battle stage. Just like the battle between Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhu. Why do I feel that Ling Xiao's defense is stronger than Ling Cheng's? Ling Yixue, who had fought with Ling Cheng before, muttered to herself. Impossible, Senior Yixue. Bull's strength is not a defensive technique. Furthermore, it is only a basic technique. How can it be compared to senior brother Ling Cheng's high-level defensive technique King Kong technique? Ling Xiao, I really admire your courage, but if your defense is only like this, then you're definitely going to lose today. Ling Cheng was enraged. That punch just now, he did not use his full strength. He only used 70% of his strength because he wanted to save more chi to deal with Ling Feng. But this time, he did not plan to hold back. 100% of my strength, King Kong fist. Hey! Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Cheng's punch was obviously much stronger than the previous one, then I will also use 100% of my strength to block it. His casual words almost made Ling Cheng vomit blood in anger. After all this time, he did not even use his full strength to defend. How awesome. Boom. There was another loud bang. Ling Xiao still did not move. But Ling Cheng was sent flying backwards. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. The stronger the attack, the greater the recoil. Too terrifying. Who can break through Ling Xiao's defense? I don't believe in this. Ling Cheng took out a pair of gloves from his pocket. Those gloves were obviously made of special materials. That is a common grade artifact. It has an additional effect on the attack. Generally speaking, it can increase the power by 20%. At the judges' table, there were already people who could tell that the gloves in Ling Cheng's hands were not ordinary. Other than common grade artifacts, there were also artifacts, spiritual artifacts, true artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts in this world. Artifacts were divided into 5 grades: common grade, fine grade, precious grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. Very few of the Ling clan's disciples had ever seen a treasured artifact, let alone a spirit artifact. The martial artists on the referee's stand were knowledgeable, so they recognized the glove at a glance. Ha ha ha. This is a common grade artifact. Let's see if you still dare to block it. Ling Cheng laughed crazily. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't even break through Ling Xiao's defense, so he didn't intend to hold back this time. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to block his full power and a common grade artifact. Unless Ling Xiao also had a defensive type artifact. So what? Bring it on. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to block the attack with just Bull Force. This time, he had to use Qi Explosion to increase the defense of Bull Force, or else it would be really troublesome. After all, the other party was ranked 5th in the Elite Hall. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. Ah! Ling Cheng roared and punched out with both fists again. At that moment, Ling Xiao used the explosive Qi formula, and the thin film on his body thickened significantly. It even emitted a faint glow. Ah! With a scream, Ling Cheng was sent flying again. This time, he did not stand up, but fell to the ground and fainted. Ling Cheng, who was ranked 5th in the Elite Hall, was defeated by Ling Xiao without even using a single move. Everyone on the field was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao's strength would be enough to enter the top 20. It was even possible for him to enter the top 10. After all, Ling Ziran, who was ranked 20th, could defeat the disciple ranked 11th in the 10,000 people tournament. And Ling Xiao defeated Ling Ziran. Although there was pressure to enter the top 10, it should not be a big problem. However, they still did not expect that Ling Xiao would be able to defeat Ling Cheng, who was ranked 5th, so effortlessly. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, too eye-catching. Now, there were finally people who began to treat him with Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng. This kid is really scary. He actually cultivated the secret techniques Qi Explosion and Qi Return at the same time. A warrior at his level is usually unable to cultivate two secret techniques at the same time. Yeah, how many more secrets does he have? That wonderful movement technique from before, and now two secret techniques. I'm really looking forward to it. But he should have reached his limit. He should have used everything he can. He's probably just a little stronger than Ling Tai's who. It's not possible for him to challenge the top 3. I think so too. Unless he has other tricks up his sleeve. In the stands, there were many Ling family's upper management and warriors. They made a judgment and analysis of Ling Xiao. They were all shocked, but they did not think that Ling Xiao could surpass Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yihang. But the reality was that Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao were the 4 disciples who maintained a perfect victory. Although this was because they had not fought yet, Ling Xiao defeated Ling Cheng. This already showed how terrifying he was. Among the 4 of them, Ling Xiao was definitely considered a true dark horse. And many people actually liked this kind of troublemaker the most. So Ling Xiao's popularity actually showed signs of approaching the top 3, becoming the 4th most popular person in this elimination round. From a little beggar who was bullied by others to a warrior whose popularity soared today. Other than Ling Xiao's hard work, of course, he should be most grateful for the Mountain River martial spirit. If he did not awaken the Mountain River martial spirit, he probably would not have the glory he had today. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Every time Ling Xiao went up the stage, there would be many people shouting his name. Among them, there were even some pretty female disciples. This made Ling Xiao somewhat happy in his heart. After all, which young man did not yearn for love? After this new year, he would be 14 years old. He also had some vague understanding of the relationship between men and women. Of course, he also used his outstanding battle results to repay the cheers of the audience. He continued his winning streak. More and more people directly admitted defeat after seeing him. And those who refused to admit defeat, unless they were in the top 10, still could not take one move from him. Even the top 10 could not take 3 moves. Of course, he still did not meet Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, or Ling Feng. In this process, Ling Xiao met a few very interesting opponents. For example, Ling Chong. This guy who had always bullied him in the past, and now was always bullied by him, directly admitted defeat after seeing him. Ling Chong did not want to break a few more ribs. And Ling Fei. Those who had competed with Ling Xiao in Qinggong also directly admitted defeat after going up. In the chaotic battle of 1,000 people, Ling Fei had seen Ling Xiao's qinggong. He knew that he could not win, so he might as well save his strength. What made everyone feel the most inconceivable was that Ling Tai's, who also chose to admit defeat after meeting Ling Xiao. Some people felt that Ling Tai's who was scared by Ling Yixue. But Ling Xiao knew best. Although this Ling Tai's who was vicious, he was not stupid. However, he wasn't stupid. He probably saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, so he wanted to conserve his energy to deal with other people. Chapter 48. Ling Yixue vs Ling Feng. After a few more rounds, a heavyweight battle began. Ling Yixue, who was ranked second in the elite hall, versus Ling Feng, who was ranked third. This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention again, including Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao, who were currently in a winning streak. Ling Yixue, Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, Ling Feng. In terms of the number of fans, Ling Yixue and Ling Feng were evenly matched. One of them was a beautiful woman with extraordinary talent. The other was a genius disciple of the clan. They each had their own fans. Hence, when they went on stage, there were almost crazy shouts and cheers from below the stage. Ling Yixue, you have rejected my confession of love many times. That is an insult to me. Today, I will make you regret it completely. To Ling Feng, Ling Yixue was the ideal partner in his heart. As for Ling Yu, she was just a substitute. Unfortunately, Ling Yixue did not put him in her eyes at all. He naturally wanted to take revenge for today's battle. Feelings cannot be forced. Moreover, I only want to cultivate now, Ling Yixue said indifferently. Her face was as calm as an ancient well, as if she did not put Ling Feng's provocation in her eyes. Clang! Ling Feng unsheathed his sword. The wind-whisking willow sword drew an irregular sword mark. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making people unable to catch it. The scariest part of this sword technique was that it was treacherous. When you thought it was fast, it suddenly became slow. When you thought it was slow, it suddenly became fast. Ling Yixue did not dare to be negligent. She pushed out both her palms. Cold qi gushed out, as if the air was frozen. The people below the stage did not even dare to breathe. After all, this was a battle between the second and third place. Clang! In an instant, the palms that were wrapped in ice met the treacherous sword. However, after a light touch, the sword suddenly changed direction and pierced towards Ling Yixue's waist. Battles were not all about meeting force with force. Ling Feng's wind-whisking willow sword might not be as powerful as Frost Palm, but it was far more treacherous than the Frost Palm. However, Ling Yixue was not easy to deal with. As the long sword approached, she retreated and easily dodged the attack. Sigh, in the end, Ling Yixue doesn't have the support of her family. She can only rely on her own efforts. If she didn't convert her qi into gang, I'm afraid she would have lost. After more than 10 moves, Ling Xiao gently shook his head. He actually hoped that Ling Yixue would win, but from the looks of it, Ling Feng's sword techniques really couldn't be underestimated. The long sword in his hand was also a common grade artifact. On the other hand, Ling Yixue was barehanded, which was a disadvantage in itself. On the field, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. However, neither side was injured. Ling Feng's sword did not even touch the corner of Ling Yixue's clothes. Ling Yixue couldn't hurt Ling Feng either. In terms of martial skills, perhaps the two of them were evenly matched. The battle quickly entered a stalemate. Some of the referees were already paying attention to the time. However, it would be difficult for the referee to determine the winner of this match. Because the two of them were clearly evenly matched, and neither of them could hurt the other. It looked like it could only be a draw. Everyone, it looks like this competition will end in a draw. The head referee looked at the people around him and discussed. That might not be the case. Feng'er hasn't used his trump card yet. The one who spoke wasn't the referee, but Ling 13 who was standing near the referee's seat. He was Ling Feng's father. He still has a trump card. The referees were shocked. They didn't think that Ling 13 was exaggerating. There must be a reason for his words. Look, the situation on the field is changing. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, causing everyone to hurriedly look up. On the field, there was a huge change in the battle. After around 200 moves, Ling Feng dodged Ling Yishua's palm attack. Then, he suddenly retreated and swung his sword casually. It looked like an ordinary sword strike, but it shot out a strange sword aura. Whoosh. Ding. Although Ling Yishua blocked the sword chi, her defense was still penetrated, and a small hole appeared on one of her arms. She groaned and flew out of the field. Earth energy. Ling Yishua looked up at Ling Feng with a trace of surprise in her eyes. However, it was just a trace of surprise. Forget it. Let him win. I can't use my earth energy at this moment. She also had earth energy, and more than Ling Feng. However, she had her own thoughts. She wanted to use her earth energy in the finals. Turning chi into earth energy. No wonder Ling 13 was so confident. His son has condensed earth energy. Everyone in the referee's seat was shocked. Although there were many martial artists at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, it was rare for them to be able to comprehend earth energy. They didn't expect that there would be two people who had comprehended earth energy in this year's Hall of Elites. Ling 13, your son hid it well. He only used earth energy now. His talent is amazing. It seems that he will be one of the top 10 in this year's tournament. The head referee sighed. Ling 13 smiled faintly and said, Elder, you're too kind. My son only has a rough understanding of earth energy. Although he said that, Ling 13 couldn't hide the excitement on his face. His son, Ling Feng, was only 15 years old. To be able to enter the top 10 at this age was already amazing. Ling Feng wins. The referee announced the result of the match. Strange, why do I feel that Ling Yishua didn't use her full strength? Ling Xiao touched his chin in doubt. Although the result was out, he had a feeling that Ling Yishua was stronger than Ling Yishua. Ling Yishua was still stronger than Ling Feng, she was just hiding something. Ling Feng. Defeating Ling Yishua made Ling Feng's popularity unparalleled. He even had the momentum to surpass Ling Yihang. After all, those who were here to watch the show didn't know how terrifying Ling Yihang was. Yishua, why do you have to do this? Are you going to use your earth energy to deal with me? Ling Yihang appeared beside Ling Yishua and asked faintly. Why would I? I just want to have something to rely on in the finals. Since she was seen through, Ling Yishua didn't hide it. Don't worry, I'll take care of Ling Feng. Ling Yihang only lightly said a sentence, and then closed his eyes again. It seemed that there was no match on the field that could arouse his interest. Ling Feng looked at Ling Yihang and suddenly felt bored. He then looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and resentment between his eyebrows. The next one is you, Ling Xiao, big brother Feng, you're amazing. Without waiting for Ling Feng to get off the stage, Ling Yu jumped onto the stage and threw herself into Ling Feng's arms. Then she looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. It seemed to be saying, so what if you defeated me? My big brother Feng will take revenge for me. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. You're really stupid. You think that you can suppress me just because you condensed a trace of earth energy? You only have the qualifications to force me to use the demon ox art, that's all. But your wind-whisking willow sword is pretty good. I'll play with you later. The match continued. After Ling Yishua lost, there were only 3 people who had a winning streak. They were Ling Yihang, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was just a foil. Chapter 49. Ling Yihang and Ling Feng, the peerless duo. Perhaps the judges thought so too, so they purposely put the battle between Ling Yihang and Ling Feng to the end. Of course, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Feng was also pushed back a little. Letting the dark horse, Ling Xiao, walk a little further would make the competition more exciting. Ling Xiao did not disappoint them. Before he met Ling Feng, he had a winning streak and even defeated a few people in the top 10 of the elite hall. His popularity continued to rise. Finally, after Ling Xiao defeated everyone in the top 10 except for Ling Yihang and Ling Feng, he met Ling Feng. The previous battle was between Ling Xiao and Ling Yishua. However, it did not last long. After only 3 moves, Ling Yishua admitted defeat. Ling Yishua's eyesight was brilliant. She knew that even if she used her Kai energy, she would not be a match for Ling Xiao. It was not worth it to waste Kai energy in this kind of battle. This is going to be interesting. Ling Feng and Ling Xiao both defeated Ling Yixue. They are evenly matched. What do you mean evenly matched? Senior brother Ling Feng won with his own strength, while Ling Xiao was just going easy on him. That's right. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he win in 3 moves? Ling Yixue probably felt that she had enough points, so she admitted defeat on purpose. Sure enough, most people still felt that Ling Feng, who used Kai energy, was stronger. As for Ling Xiao, his winning streak ended here. Ling Xiao, kneel down and admit defeat, and I will not hurt you. Otherwise, you will have to lie in bed for at least a month. Don't even think about participating in the finals. There were only 3 matches left before the end of the competition. They were Ling Xiao against Ling Feng against Ling Yihang, and Ling Yihang against Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao lost all of them, he would still advance. Therefore, the only way to prevent Ling Xiao from participating in the finals was to severely injure Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would completely give up on the idea. Ling Feng didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all, especially after defeating Ling Yixue. In his opinion, in the entire elite hall, only Ling Yihang was qualified to be his opponent. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I just wanted to defeat you. However, since you are so vicious, I will let you lie in bed for a month." What he said was the truth. He didn't want to deepen their hatred, but the other party's viciousness changed his mind. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. If someone offends me, I will return the favor. Ling Xiao's words immediately infuriated Ling Feng. This brat actually dared to be disrespectful to him even now. Why didn't he think about it? You're going to make it impossible for them to participate in the finals, and they still want to respect you. Wouldn't that make him an idiot? The spectators below the stage were also shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao had obviously seen how terrifying Ling Feng was, but he still dared to oppose him. If he didn't have any real ability, it wouldn't make sense. It's useless to say more. Let's fight. When you're lying on the sickbed, perhaps I'll be kind and send you some supplements. Ha ha ha. Ling Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Let's start. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Feng. His target was Ling Yihang. Only by defeating Ling Yihang could he become the first in the knockout round. The first in the elite hall. Only then could he truly hold his head high. As for becoming the first in the competition, to be honest, with his current strength, he didn't have much confidence. That Ling Feifen was too strong. Therefore, he had to continue to train and improve. Fortunately, there would be a few days of rest after the knockout round. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough in some aspect. Clang. Ling Feng had already pulled out his long sword. It still looked like an ordinary long sword, but it still made many people shudder. Whoosh. The long sword stabbed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ling Feng's body movement didn't seem weak either. You'd better use your Gang Qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Ling Xiao only wanted to see how it felt to fight with a martial artist with Gang Qi. The previous battles were too boring for him. There was no challenge at all. You are not qualified. Ling Feng didn't have much Gang Qi. Only 10% of the genuine Qi in the first meridian was condensed into Gang Qi. Therefore, he didn't dare to use too much Gang Qi. Of course, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was not qualified for him to use Gang Qi. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao with the wind-whisking willow sword at the completion level and the advanced body movement at the completion level. Clang. A strange sword shadow suddenly stabbed toward Ling Xiao from below. The change was so fast that Ling Xiao felt a little surprised. Of course, it was just a surprise. However, the onlookers exclaimed. They thought Ling Xiao was going to lose. Ling Xiao just looked indifferent. He stretched out his right hand and clamped the sword tip with 2 fingers. Get lost. Genuine qi spurted out from his fingertips. Ling Feng felt his right hand go numb. His sword fell to the ground and he was forced to take a few steps back. He's too strong. He pushed Ling Feng back so easily. The onlookers were shocked. Ling Xiao still stood there calmly. Ling Feng's expression was extremely awkward. I said, without Gang Qi, You won't have any chance, Ling Xiao said indifferently. This Ling Xiao is really a freak. A monster. The head judge shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought Ling Feng was strong and talented enough. He didn't expect him to be suppressed by Ling Xiao without Gang Qi. Feng use Gang Qi. There's no need to hold back. Ling 13's voice sounded. Ling Feng picked up the sword on the ground and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. If I use Gang Qi, the speed and power of all my moves will increase by several times. You will lose without a doubt. I've heard the same thing. Don't waste your breath. Let's fight. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hone his fighting skills in this battle, Ling Feng could have defeated Ling Feng without giving him a chance to use Gang Qi. After all, a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein couldn't use Gang Qi freely. Every time he used Gang Qi, his Gang Qi would be depleted. After reaching the 4th level of the martial vein, Gang Qi could be recovered automatically. Ling Feng didn't say anything else. He shook his sword and released his Gang Qi. He thrust his sword forward. Ling Xiao tilted his head because of his experience, but the sword Qi pierced through his clothes. What a fast sword. What a strange sword. It's really changed. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He knew that the barbaric bull force of the martial vein was no longer enough to defeat Ling Feng. Even if he used Qi Burst formula, it would be useless. Qi Burst formula was the most effective secret technique at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Once the Gang Qi was transformed into Gang Qi, the effect was not obvious. If he broke through the 4th level of the martial vein and entered the Gang Qi stage, the effect would be completely lost. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to use this secret technique too much because it didn't have much potential. Fortunately, after the Qi explosion arts had been swallowed by the Ox Demon arts, the Ox Demon arts had its own Qi explosion effect. No matter what martial arts it would be 20 to 30% stronger when used through the Ox Demon arts. This was pretty good. Not bad at all. You can actually dodge my attack. You're good, but you won't be so lucky next time. Ling Feng originally thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao with one strike. Who knew that he only managed to pierce a corner of Ling Xiao's clothes? His face was a little angry. He shook his sword again and the sword shadow turned into several sword rays, like willow branches, stabbing at Ling Xiao from different angles. Not only that. His sword move was not finished. Wind Whisk's Willow Sword. Willow is a bright move. Wind is a secret move, and also the real killing move. Chapter 50. Breeze Whisk's Willow. Once Ling Feng executed this move, everyone below the stage exclaimed. When this move was executed with earth energy, its power, speed, and strangeness were all increased by several times. Ling Xiao was still undefeated. What a pity. That kid called Ling Xiao could have maintained his winning streak, but unfortunately, he met Ling Feng who condensed earth energy. On the spectator stand, the 4th-ranked Ling Zhon couldn't help but sigh. Since Ling Zhon said so, it can't be wrong. Let's see how you dodge this move. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with resentment and excitement, because he knew that he was only one step away from victory. Below the stage, many people revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Ling Chong, Ling Taishou, Ling Ziran, these people had all lost to Ling Xiao. However, they were all narrow-minded and refused to accept their loss. They always felt that it was a disgrace for a little beggar to ride on their head. Ling Yu's expression was even more interesting. She was so excited that her face was slightly red. She stood up shakily and excitedly waited for Ling Xiao to fall. She wanted to cheer. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would have been able to advance to the semifinals. She definitely wouldn't have been eliminated in the 10,000 people tournament. He watched as the extremely strange Wind Whisk's Willow Sword closed in on Ling Xiao. Some were worried, some were excited, and of course, some were happy. However, facing this move, Ling Xiao only laughed and said, "Come at me." Then, he punched out with both fists. In that instant, a faint shadow of true energy appeared on his body. It was still a bull. However, this bull was a little different. It was clearly bigger than the previous one, and its horns were longer. It's actually a foundational martial art. A judge exclaimed. No, that's not right. This is no longer a foundational martial art. It should be a high-level martial art at the very least. The head judge shook his head and said, "This kid can actually modify his own martial art." Ling Xiao obviously didn't have the ability to modify his own martial art. This was all thanks to the demon ox art and the mountain river martial spirit. Demon ox art, demon ox transformation. With a roar, a terrifying amount of true energy surged into his fists. His fists were the horns of the ox demon, and they collided with Ling Feng's windswept willow sword chi. It's a pity that even if it's a high-grade martial art, it's impossible for it to go against earth energy. This Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. It would be better if he just admitted defeat. It's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. Many of the family experts in the stands didn't have high hopes for Ling Xiao's punch. Go to hell. Ling Xiao, lose. Ling Xiao roared furiously. The rage that had been suppressed within his chest for a long time was finally unleashed. First, countless willow-like sword beams struck Ling Xiao. Pa, pa, pa. The continuous attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, creating a sound that resembled rain hitting the ground. It's not over yet. The willow-like sword beams weren't strong enough to break through Ling Xiao's defense. Although Ling Feng was surprised, it was also within his expectations. His real killing move was the wind kill within the willow-like sword beams. Your earth chi is only SOSO. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. It seemed that the concentration of earth chi determined the power of the attack. Ling Feng, who only had 1 martial vein and 10% earth chi, wasn't qualified to force him to use his earth chi. He didn't even need to use a stronger move. Get the hell back. Ling Xiao roared furiously. His fists had already landed on the wind formed by the earth chi. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked more like a demon ox wrapped in true energy. His figure vaguely became a lot bigger. Boom. First, the willow-like sword beams were blasted away. Clang. The astral energy that had been condensed into wind was directly sent flying back. What? Such a tyrannical punch. Is this still true energy? High-level martial arts complete. It must be. Good boy. I didn't expect that not only did he improve the barbaric bull strength, but he also cultivated it to the complete level. No, even the complete level isn't so powerful. This is the transformative state. Transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How is this possible? A sharp-eyed expert finally discovered the source of the problem. First, it was the transformative state of a basic martial arts. Now, it was the transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How many secrets did this Ling Xiao have that hadn't been exposed? Just when they were surprised, Ling Feng's face was full of horror. His earth chi had been completely used up. At this moment, facing Ling Xiao's punch, he had no way to resist. He could only hurriedly wave his sword to block. Clang. His long sword was blasted away. Bang. Ah. Clean and neat. Ling Feng had no way out. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The blood in his mouth spilled out in a graceful parabola in the air. He flew for more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. This scene shocked everyone, including the spectating disciples of the Genius Hall. Including Ling Yihang. True Qi collided with Earth Qi. This was simply unheard of. They didn't know that Ling Xiao's body had been strengthened by the mountain and river martial spirit. It had reached a terrifying level. Even if a martial artist of the same level comprehended Earth Qi, it was meaningless. They couldn't break his defense. Huff. Withdrawing his fists, Ling Xiao calmed down his surging true qi. Although he wasn't injured, after all, it was the first time he faced an opponent with Earth Qi. The true qi in his body was still a bit chaotic. This is too overbearing. At the age of 13, he can create his own martial arts. Moreover, he won with true qi colliding with Earth Qi. Even Ling Feifen can't compare with such a genius. Many elders of the clan stood up, including the extremely powerful chief judge. He had already thought highly of Ling Xiao, but this battle still surprised him. It seems that there was a bit too much movement. Ling Xiao scratched his head. He didn't expect Ling Feng to be so weak. If his opponent was Ling Yihang or Ling Yixue, they probably wouldn't be able to win with just true qi. On this point, Ling Feng was still lacking a lot of experience. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge personally announced the winner of this battle. Although they were shocked, there were still 2 more battles to be fought. The elimination round still had to continue. Feng Ling Shisan turned into an afterimage and rushed to his son. He hurriedly channeled his internal force to help his son heal. Feng are you okay? Dad, I lost. I actually lost. How could I lose to that little beggar? Dad, you have to avenge me. Ling Feng, who was lying on the ground, didn't move. The backlash of earth qi made him suffer the consequences of his own actions. His meridians were almost completely severed. This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. The earth qi was Ling Feng's own. It was Ling Feng's fault for not controlling it well. Ling Feng was quickly carried away by the medicine hall's people for treatment. He probably wouldn't be able to continue his battle with Ling Yihang. But it didn't matter. After all, he wouldn't be able to recover within a month. In other words, this year's grand competition had ended early for Ling Feng. He said those harsh words to Ling Xiao, but in the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Bastard! What grudge did you have with my son? How could you do this to him? You destroyed his meridians and severed his martial vein. Ling Shisan watched his son being carried away by the medicine hall's people. Ling Shisan exploded. He disregarded the rules and jumped onto the battle stage. He knew that there was a rule in the Ling clan that forbade him from killing a member of the Ling clan. But in his rage, he couldn't care less. Chapter 51. 5th level martial vein, 2nd level earth energy. I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao frowned. If he did not break through, there was no way he could defeat Ling 13. However, escaping was not a problem. However, Ling Xiao did not run. He wanted to try. Maybe he could break through in the face of danger. True geniuses were all madmen. If they did not dare to take risks, how could they improve? Ling 13's aura was terrifying. His aura combined with his earth energy brought great pressure to Ling Xiao just by standing there. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger Ling Xiao's will to fight. The earth energy in his body was ready to move. 91%, 92%, 93%, 99%. Under the terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao's true qi continued to transform into earth energy. His 3rd martial vein was already transformed to more than 99%. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level martial vein. In other words, he could break through at any time. His accumulation was more than enough. Not running away was the right choice. Ling Xiao was exhilarated. If he had turned around and left, even Ling 13 might not be able to catch up with him with soaring cloud step. However, it was impossible for him to make such a huge improvement. Master 13, I only blocked Ling Feng's attack. He was injured because of his own earth energy. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao said indifferently as he continued to refine the true qi in his body. Bastard, you still dare to quibble at this point. Fine, since you are a disciple of the Ling family, I can spare your life. However, I must cripple you. Ling 13 did not hesitate any longer. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's chest. Enough. Ling Xiao was about to use his earth energy to fight back, but the head judge intervened in time. With just a simple block, Ling Shisan's attack was nullified, losing all its power. Elder, he acted so viciously and harmed my son. Are we just going to ignore it? Ling Shisan didn't have the slightest bit of courage in front of this head judge. No matter how angry he was, he could still tell who was stronger and who was weaker. As long as he dared to make a move, he would not be able to get away with it today. This is the arena plaza. It was the venue for the grand competition. This is not a place for you to mess around, the head judge said coldly. His meaning was very clear. Attacking Ling Xiao on the day of the grand competition was out of the question. However, outside of the grand competition, he wouldn't care. Ling 13 seemed to have understood the meaning behind the head judge's words. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, I will give face to the elders today, but I will avenge my son." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. It should be said that compared to the cunning Ling Ju, this Ling 13 was more straightforward and vicious. Ling Ju still had to care about Grandfather Ling's opinion, but Ling 13 did not care. He knew that he could never become the head of the Ling family. He did not have the qualifications. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a lie. Young man, you'd better take care of yourself. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. No one can help you. The head judge looked at Ling Xiao faintly. He did not side with anyone and was just speaking the truth. I understand. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what he was going to face. However, was he supposed to show mercy when dealing with Ling Feng? He could not do that. If he showed mercy because he was afraid of Ling Feng's father, it would obviously affect his martial will. It was definitely not worth it. He actually won. He was actually fearless in front of Ling Feng's father. What is going on? What is going on? Among the crowd, Ling Yu, who was originally rosy and excited, was now pale as a sheet. There was almost no blood in her face. She was expecting Ling Feng to defeat Ling Xiao, and then she could return the humiliation to Ling Xiao. However, in the end, she fell from the clouds into the abyss. She was in complete despair. Was this still the little beggar that she used to bully? Unknowingly, he had grown to such a level. It was impossible to say that she did not regret it. Now, Ling Yu was really regretting that she did not insist on staying by Ling Xiao's side. Ling Feng, that trash, was indeed useless. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She stared coldly at Ling Xiao, as if she was thinking about something. As Ling Feng was seriously injured, the battle between Ling Yihang and Ling Feng could not continue. Therefore, the most exciting moment had arrived. This is the last battle of the elimination round, Ling Yihang versus Ling Xiao. Currently, there were two disciples who had a winning streak. The former was the number one of the elite hall, and the latter was the biggest dark horse in this elimination round. This naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The third ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Shuang, had arrived. The second ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Yun, had also arrived. Only Ling Feifen had not appeared. Oh, this is a bit unexpected. I thought that Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue would compete for the number one position. I did not expect a dark horse to appear. Interesting. Ling Shuang was a girl like Ling Yixue. She looked normal, but her figure was excellent. This was probably the reason why she practiced martial arts. Her personality was not the same as Ling Yixue's. Although she was a girl, she was very fiery. As soon as she arrived at the spectator stand, she looked at Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao on the stage with a smile and said her thoughts. Junior sister, who do you think will win? Ling Yun asked lightly. I can't tell. Ling Shuang shook her head. Can't tell? The surrounding people were a little confused. According to their thoughts, the result was obvious. Ling Yihang had already learned to transform qi into gang and was a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. At least Ling Xiao had not exposed his gang qi so far. In this case, it was obvious that Ling Yihang would win. Yes, I can't tell. This Ling Xiao is very mysterious. I think he must have other trump cards. Although I did not see his previous battle, a woman's intuition has always been very accurate. Ling Shuang said with a smile. Even if he has some trump cards, he can't be Ling Yihang's opponent. Can you guarantee that Ling Yihang doesn't have any trump cards? Ling Yun said. That's why I said I can't tell. These two people, including Ling Yixue, will be the disruptors of this finals. You guys have to be careful. Who knows, 3 people in the top 10 will be squeezed out. Ling Shuang giggled and did not say anything else. Because the 2 people on the stage were already going all out. Admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Ling Yihang placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. It was as if Ling Xiao was not worthy of his glance. The words from his mouth also proved his contempt and disdain for Ling Xiao. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao said lightly. You can already advance to the finals. Why do you have to make a fool of yourself? My opponent is only the top 4 of the Genius Hall. Ling Yihang still had that arrogant look. Maybe that's because you haven't met them yet. Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Alright, since that's the case, if you can take 3 moves from me, I will admit defeat. Ling Yihang did not want to waste time. Then you'll lose for sure. Ling Xiao also did not want to waste time. After all, the real battle would be in the finals. This was only an elimination round. Even if he got first place, he would only be first place in the elite hall. First move. Ling Yihang did not speak any more nonsense. He just threw out an ordinary punch. This punch was very simple. It could not even be considered a martial art. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch was condensed with Gang Qi. Chapter 52. Kai Kai Kai. Although it was just an ordinary punch, the sound of earth energy tearing through the air was still enough to make one's scalp tingle. Break for me. Ling Xiao did not use his aura qi. He only used the demonic ox art, barbaric ox demonization to the extreme. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out with both fists. They were like the horns of a bull, and like a terrifying hammer. In a very domineering manner, they directly collided with Ling Yihang's earth energy punch. Not retreating with 1 punch, then 2 punches. Not retreating with 2 punches, then 3 punches. In any case, although Ling Yihang's ordinary punch was terrifying, the other elite hall disciples wouldn't be able to resolve it without using earth energy. But he could. The mountain river martial spirit gave him powerful strength and body. It also gave him true qi that was several times more powerful than martial artists of the same level. He could definitely face it head-on. In a moment, the sound of air exploding continuously rang out, causing dust and smoke to fly everywhere on the stage. The terrifying turbulence of true qi and gang qi even blew away a huge flag that weighed more than 200 kilograms. Ling Yihang's complexion slightly changed as he said, "You can actually block my earth energy punch with only true qi. You should be proud." Well said. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I admit that I underestimated you. But how are you going to block my next move? Heavenly Eagle Claw. This time, Ling Yihang used a martial art. Moreover, it was a high-level martial art, Heavenly Eagle Claw. He was indeed a little surprised that he couldn't take down Ling Xiao in 1 move. He also felt a little embarrassed. After all, his previous words were a little too arrogant. This move was different. His body soared into the air. As he flew, his right hand formed the shape of an eagle's claw and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't facing a person, but a flying demon beast. The power of this claw was extraordinary. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the opponent used a high-level martial art. Moreover, it was an earth energy attack. Once his back was grabbed, even if he wasn't injured, he would be restrained. Whoosh! Soaring cloud steps was instantly executed. Ling Xiao's body was like a flood dragon as he dashed forward, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Ling Yihang's claw landed on the martial arts stage. Unexpectedly, the martial arts stage was unable to withstand the might of the astral qi and several cracks appeared on it. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. If it were to hit a person, wouldn't their bones be shattered? Ling Yihang raised his eyes and was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a red light flickering in front of his eyes. When he raised his eyes, what he saw was a red fist. High-level martial arts. No, this was even more powerful than high-grade martial arts. It was close to the power of a top-notch martial art. A ferocious punch. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Ling Yihang. I never said that I wouldn't attack. Along with Ling Xiao's voice, this punch was simply unavoidable. Ling Yihang's pupils abruptly shrank. He realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. The other party was so terrifying even without using his stellar energy. Looks like I have to show my true abilities, otherwise, I'll be embarrassed today. In fact, he had only used 50% of his power for the second move. Get lost. There had never been a disciple of the elite hall who could force him to this point. Not even Ling Yixue. He attacked with hatred and instantly increased his power to 70%. He was still unwilling to reveal his full strength. It was also a punch. Ling Yihang's punch was also incomparably domineering. Then, it directly slammed onto Ling Xiao's fist. The one who should get lost is you. Boom. Without any suspense, Ling Yihang's body rapidly flew out. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He somersaulted several times in the air before his body finally landed on the ground with great difficulty. You. Ling Yihang looked at Ling Xiao on the martial arts stage in shock. You actually condensed astral qi. And you're so powerful. He had miscalculated. He had only used 70% of his power, but Ling Xiao's last punch had directly used 100% of his power. In this situation, Ling Yihang would naturally be defeated very miserably. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao actually didn't feel good this time. Although he had won, his astral qi was exhausted and his body was in great discomfort. To be honest, he had won against Ling Yihang, who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. But a win was a win. You lost. Ling Xiao said lightly. How could he have also comprehended astral qi to astral qi? And he is obviously much stronger than Ling Feng, second only to Ling Yihang. The chief judge stood up again in shock. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. First, he had reached the transcendent level in his fundamental martial arts. Then, he had used the soaring cloud steps. Then, he had used his true qi to break through the astral qi. And now, he had condensed all 3 martial veins into a complete astral qi attack. Wasn't this too fierce? Ling Yihang was really unwilling to admit defeat. But after all, his temperament was much better than Ling Feng's. He took a deep breath and said, I admit that I have lost, but I lost because I underestimated my opponent. This fight was not enjoyable. I hope we can have a good showdown in the finals. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Those who were familiar with him knew that he must have gone to cultivate. Losing this battle was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely make a comeback in the finals. Ling Yihang versus Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge, who had been excited for a long time, finally thought of announcing the result. Oh my god, Ling Xiao actually won. This is really unexpected. Ling Yihang, who has reached the 4th level of the martial vein, is actually not Ling Xiao's opponent. This Ling Xiao is really terrifying. Yeah, looks like this year's finals are going to be interesting. I don't know how far this dark horse can go. This is AF** King cross-level challenge. This is too awesome. I have only heard of it before, but I have never seen it before. The dark horse defeated the #1 genius of the elite hall, the #1 expert. Now, the #1 of the elite hall is Ling Xiao, right? Yeah. Too awesome. Although the elimination round was completely over, the scene was boiling like a volcanic eruption. Ling Xiao defeated Ling Yihang. This was something that many people thought was impossible, but he did it. Ling Yixue was also very excited. She stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. About half a month ago, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial vein. Now, he had actually surpassed her. There was no need to fight at all. She knew that she was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. In terms of quantity and quality of earth qi, she was inferior to Ling Xiao. Ling Yu was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Why could this little beggar become so strong? #1 of the elite hall. So what if Ling Xiao stopped in the finals? He had already succeeded in creating a miracle. This feeling made Ling Yu's heart uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! Below the stage, heaven-shaking shouts rang out. Ling Xiao, who had maintained a perfect record in the elimination round, had his popularity rising to a terrifying level. Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng were all overshadowed. After all, many people were happy to see a dark horse. After all, most people were ordinary people. They longed to see someone break through the shackles and break the rules. Therefore, without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who was bullied half a month ago, had now risen up and become their idol. The #1 in the elite hall was absolutely deserved. Ling Xiao walked down the stage, and the people below automatically opened up a path for him. This was the worship and reverence for a hero. Ling Tiesho's eyes revealed anger and despair. His tightly clenched fists finally loosened. So what if he was angry? Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and promotion speed had already made him despair. Ling Chong was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would be strong to such an extent that he could even defeat Ling Yihang. Ling Fei laughed bitterly and said to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't find trouble with him later. Otherwise, it would be terrible." Chapter 53. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. "La, thank you." Ling Xiao smiled. Although he wasn't good at expressing himself, his good impression of Ling Yixue was genuine. Soon, the referees announced the rankings of this elimination round. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who advanced with a perfect record, would definitely be number 1. Number 1, Ling Xiao. Number 2, Ling Yihang. Number 3, Ling Feng. Number 4, Ling Yixue. Number 5, Ling Qieshe. Number 6, Ling Cheng. Although Ling Feng couldn't participate in the competition due to his back being injured by Ling Xiao, he only lost 2 matches because he was at the end. But even so, it was meaningless. Ling Feng's injuries were too serious and there was only a week of rest during the finals. Ling Feng definitely wouldn't have the chance to participate in the finals. Unless he obtained some miraculous elixir. It was impossible to say that he wasn't happy about being number 1. But Ling Xiao wasn't too excited. He was very clear that this number 1 was insignificant. If he could obtain the number 1 position in the finals, that would be the key. But even so, compared to half a month ago, he only had the extravagant hope of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the annual competition. This improvement was too great. At that time, he didn't dare to think about being number 1 in the elite hall. Being able to enter the top 1,000 was an extravagant hope. Without a doubt, all of this originated from the awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit's current special abilities were analysis, rehearsal, and production. But he felt that this martial spirit wasn't that simple. Currently, the mountain and river martial spirit was only at level 3. If it were to level up again, would there be new abilities? There definitely would. Ling Xiao believed that he had only touched the edge of the mountain and river martial spirit's mysteriousness. He was still very far from being able to use it completely. When the rankings of the elimination round were announced, the Genius Hall's disciples couldn't help but discuss. Didn't they say that this batch of Elite Hall's disciples were very powerful? But from what I see, other than Ling Yihang and that Ling Xiao, the rest aren't worth mentioning, Ling Zhon said with disdain. Hihi, Ling Zhon, don't underestimate that Ling Yixue. She still has some tricks up her sleeves. Don't fail miserably. Ling Shuang giggled. I've only just touched the edge of Gangqi. There's nothing to worry about. Ling Yun snorted with disdain in his eyes. I thought Ling Yihang was going to challenge Ling Feifen, but he lost to Ling Xiao. Trash. No matter what, that Ling Xiao is doomed. Ling Zhon suddenly grinned. Why do you say that? Ling Shuang asked. Have you forgotten? Ling Yun is Ling Feng's younger brother. Ling Zhon looked at Ling Yun and said with a smile. Feng Yun. No wonder. I was wondering why your name was so compatible with that Ling Feng. Ling Shuang exclaimed. Ling Xiao. Hihi, although that trash of a brother of mine isn't very good, he isn't someone that he can casually hurt. I'll take care of him in the finals. Ian, maybe I won't even need to do anything. With his current strength, he can't win against anyone in the top 10, Ling Yun said with a faint smile. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. I'm only thinking about how to defeat Ling Feifen. While speaking, Ling Yun looked at Ling Xiao with murderous intent in his eyes. The mountain river martial spirit was very sensitive to murderous intent. Ling Xiao suddenly looked back. In the stands, a group of Genius Hall disciples looked at him with a smile. There was banter. There was schadenfreude. There was pity. There was disdain. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. That Ling Yun is Ling Feng's younger brother. He's ranked second in Genius Hall. His strength is only second to Ling Feifen, Ling Yixue said with a frown. His Ling Yun. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yun and could clearly feel the huge pressure from him. Peak of the 4th level of martial vein, The Mountain River martial spirit didn't analyze much information about Ling Yun, but it clearly analyzed his strength. Ling Yun's figure was thin. He shouldn't be a strength-type martial artist. He was good at using the sword and walked the path of the fast sword. Oh, he's not afraid of my sword intent. Ling Xiao was analyzing Ling Yun, and Ling Yun was also looking at Ling Xiao. Ling Yun was quite surprised that Ling Xiao was not afraid of his sword intent. One had to know that sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Ling family, Ling Yun was the only one who had comprehended it. But Ling Xiao was not afraid, which made him a little annoyed. Ling Xiao, don't think that Ling Yun is only at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. He can easily defeat an ordinary expert at the 5th level of martial vein with his sword intent. Not only can you challenge those above your level, he can too. Ling Yixue was worried that Ling Xiao didn't know the depth and would provoke Ling Yun, so she quickly lowered her voice and said, "Sword intent. That's interesting." Ling Xiao certainly knew what sword intent was. It was something illusory like the martial spirit. Awakening it depended on luck. Most people couldn't awaken it in their lifetime, while some people comprehended it early. Let's go, everyone. There's nothing to see. After a week of rest, the finals will be. That's the main dish. Ling Yun withdrew his gaze and also withdrew his sword intent. Although he was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could resist his sword intent, he didn't care too much. Some people were born with strong willpower. It was normal for them to not be afraid of sword intent. Even if he didn't rely on sword intent, he could still easily defeat Ling Xiao. So there was no need to care. Ling Xiao also withdrew his gaze. It seemed that increasing his strength was imminent. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the 4th level of martial vein. Especially the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they were all at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. And that Ling Feifen, because he had never seen him, he didn't know how strong he was. But he definitely wouldn't be weaker than the next few. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat these people with his current strength. He must break through. The reason why geniuses were geniuses was not only because of their strength. These people definitely had their own specialties. Underestimating them would definitely not end well. Senior Yi Shui, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao had an idea in his heart and didn't want to waste time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill into the top 10 of the Genius Hall. He had absolute confidence in this. But to defeat the top 4, the difficulty was higher. If he wanted to enter the top 3, with the current situation, it was definitely impossible. Not to mention the first place. He had heard people say that Ling Feifen fought Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhon alone without falling into a disadvantage. This was last year. He didn't know how strong that guy was this year. He didn't think that Ling Feifen, who was known as the #1 genius of the Ling family, would stop and wait for others to catch up. 7 days later was the day of the finals. Ling Xiao wouldn't force himself to defeat Ling Feifen. That would be biting off more than he could chew. His goal now was to fight for the top 3. His goal was to be first and maintain the top 3. There was no doubt about it. He was very clear what it meant to get the top 3. In fact, he still had too few offensive and defensive methods. There weren't many methods to increase his cultivation. So top martial arts were a must. Chapter 54. A top-notch martial art was a top-notch martial art. It was a top-notch martial art among ordinary martial art. Below transcendent martial arts, there was no other martial art that could compare to it. If Ling Xiao wanted to progress faster and become stronger, it was impossible without a top-notch martial art. He now discovered that Ox Demon Art was not an internal strength cultivation method, nor was it a martial art. It was more of an auxiliary type of martial art. It could increase the power of other martial arts, and even increase their level. If he wanted Ox Demon Art to continue evolving and obtain more attacking methods, the best method was naturally to learn higher-level martial arts, and then use Ox Demon Art to devour them. For example, his foundational martial art Barbaric Bull Strength could now display the power of a high-level martial art. And the high-level martial art Meteor Fist, after being devoured, was twice as powerful as a normal high-level martial art. Although it still couldn't reach the level of a top-notch martial art, it was already quite powerful. If he devoured a top-notch martial art, what kind of chemical reaction would it produce? Would Ox Demon Art continue evolving? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Therefore, fighting for 1 to 3 was his current goal. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao walked back home. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a bustling noise inside. He was startled. When he entered the house, he discovered that his grandfather, Hong Qi, was surrounded by a group of people congratulating him. "Old Mr. Hong, your grandson is amazing. Yeah, he's #1 in the elite hall, and he's even cultivated aura qi. With this kind of aptitude, I'm afraid he'll be heavily nurtured by the family in the future. I don't think it's just that. Maybe Ling Xiao can even get a ranking in the finals. He'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Ling Xiao basically didn't recognize these people, because the shabby house he and his grandfather usually lived in never had any guests. But he didn't have anything to dislike. This was the reality. When you were weak, others ignored you, and even wantonly humiliated you. But when you were strong, others could only curry favor with you. It seemed that he didn't choose the wrong path. Becoming strong was the only way to gain the respect of others. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who rejected people 1,000 miles away. Although he didn't like this kind of occasion, he still accompanied his grandfather to send these people off one by one. In the living room, all kinds of presents were put on display. Some were even very precious. "I didn't expect you to be able to raise your cultivation to such a level in just half a month. Grandpa almost thought that I was hallucinating." Hong Qi had already overestimated Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would improve so much. To reach the peak of the 3rd level from the 1st level of the martial vein, and to possess the earth energy of almost 3 martial veins, this kind of progress was monstrous. "Grandpa, I will become stronger in the future. You will never be bullied again." Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Although his improvement was fast, his strength was still not enough. If he were to encounter a 5th-level martial vein expert like Ling 13, he would still be defeated. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. It's good to work hard, but don't tire yourself out too much. Among the gifts they sent today, there are a lot of clothes and food. I want to send some to the brothers of the beggar clan. Do you agree? Hong Qi's life had improved, but he did not forget the people who begged with him on the streets. Of course I agree. Without their protection, I would have been beaten a lot. Why don't we go together? Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. He had not seen those brothers for a long time. It would be good to go and see them. Don't worry. The finals are about to begin. You should focus on improving your strength. After the finals, Grandpa will take you to see them. Hong Qi shook his head and said. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. After a few days of fighting, he had gained a lot. He needed to organize and comprehend it. He really could not afford to waste time. Well then, hire a carriage tomorrow. Ling Xiao gave Hong Qi 100 taels of silver. Although there were no other rewards in the knockout stage, the top 1,000 in the DSLR would all be rewarded with different amounts of silver. Ling Xiao won first place, so his reward was naturally more, reaching 10,000 taels of silver. This money was enough for his family to use for a long time. After giving the silver, Ling Xiao locked himself in the practice room. He then closed his eyes and began to recall the fighting and watching scenes of the past few days. At this time, the mountain river diagram displayed all the scenes. It was as if the competition of the past few days had been completely replayed. Of course, he watched the most important scenes several times in a row. For example, the battles with Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue. He watched almost every battle carefully several times. There was no doubt that these two people had more fighting skills than him and were more flexible than him. He wanted to apply what he had learned. He was seriously lacking in fighting experience, so absorbing other people's fighting experience and then improving his own fighting skills was very useful. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Then he swallowed another Gang Qi pill. He did not sit there to break through. Instead, he stretched out his hands and began to practice his martial arts. From bull strength to falling star fist to 100 steps flying sword technique and then soaring cloud step. During this process, he did not suppress the release of his gang qi. All the martial arts used gang qi. He could feel that he was immersed in a very strange atmosphere. He was obviously practicing alone, but it seemed that there was an opponent on the opposite side who was exchanging blows with him. Several figures were constantly practicing in his mountain river diagram. Sometimes it was Ling Yixue, sometimes it was Ling Yihang, sometimes it was Ling 13, and sometimes it was Ling Ju. The opponents were getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure he faced was also getting greater and greater. Ha-dash! Suddenly, he roared. The sound was like a thunderclap. His fists blasted out with absolute power. The scene in the mountain river diagram disappeared. And Ling Xiao also stopped attacking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Break for me. The last shackle was broken under the control of his terrifying willpower. The originally sluggish gang qi suddenly became flexible and free. The genuine qi in his body had completely turned into gang qi. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. The current gang qi had also reached 20% of the 4th martial vein. Although the amount of gang qi had not increased much from before, it was definitely a qualitative leap from the peak of the 3rd martial vein to the 4th martial vein. Because there were no impurities in the genuine qi in his body, it had completely turned into gang qi. Even the qi recovery technique was now recovering gang qi. As long as he did not consume too much gang qi would slowly recover. At the same time, the opening of the 4th martial vein had further improved his body. His strength had already reached 500 jin. Although there was only one level between the 3rd martial vein and the 4th martial vein, the difference was actually like heaven and earth. Those below the 3rd martial vein were called martial students. They cultivated genuine qi and were known as the awakening stage. And those above the 4th martial vein were martial disciples. They cultivated gang qi and were known as the gang qi stage. The situation was completely different. It could be said that this was a qualitative change, a huge change like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Possessing gang qi was once Ling Xiao's lifelong goal, an extravagant hope. Because a martial artist whose entire body had turned into gang qi would be treated very well in any faction in Northern Han. After all, in Northern Han, countless people were stuck at the peak of the 3rd martial vein, unable to break through. Chapter 55. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. His lifelong goal had actually been achieved in half a month. This made him feel like he was dreaming. It seemed that actual combat was necessary to improve one's strength. Previously, he had used an aura qi pill and was stuck at 99%. But after a day of fighting with an expert, he broke through so easily. Less than 2 hours had passed. No. It should be said that Ling Feng's father, Ling 13, had played a key role. If it wasn't for Ling 13's terrifying aura, he wouldn't have been able to unleash all his potential under such a great crisis. It was also because of Ling 13's pressure and threat that Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of urgency to improve his strength. With the addition of other factors, success came naturally. In fact, he had to thank Ling 13 properly. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein, coupled with the demon ox art, meteor fist, and soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation. Even Ling 13, who was in the 5th level of the martial vein, would have a hard time killing him. He now had the ability to save his life. But the template had to be updated. Previously, it was a martial artist in the 3rd level of the martial vein, without aura qi. But he had already exposed his strength in the tournament. If he continued to use the template, it would be too fake. So he changed the template. The current template was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, with aura qi at least 90% of the 3rd martial vein. This strength actually had another title, Peak Martial Artist. In other words, he should be close to the strongest in the martial artist title. Generally, a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, with aura qi at least 90% of the 3rd martial vein, would be able to obtain this honor. After breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao didn't stop cultivating. Breaking through was one thing. However, stability was another matter altogether. Not to mention, there were still many things to do to improve his combat strength. All kinds of martial arts, no matter how many levels, could be divided into 5 stages. The first stage was called small success, which meant that one could use 30% of the martial arts power. The second stage was called proficiency, which meant that one could use 60% of the martial arts power. The third stage was called great success, which could use 90% of the martial arts power. The fourth stage was called perfection, also known as great perfection. One could perfectly unleash the power of martial arts. The fifth stage was the perfection stage, also known as the perfection stage. At this stage, the martial arts had no flaws and were flawless. Its power could even be increased by 2 to 5 times, which was very terrifying. Ling Xiao had only mastered the basic martial art Raging Bull Force to the transformative level. The rest of his martial arts were only at the advanced mastery level. He was still far from the consummation level, let alone the transformative level. He planned to first raise his demonic ox art to the level of perfection. This way, at the very least, the power of this move would increase by several times, and his battle prowess would naturally be even more astonishing. However, as long as you worked hard, you could reach the martial arts realm from the small completion to the perfection stage. Only the martial arts realm was mysterious and had a lot to do with a person's perception. In order to reach the transcendent state, in addition to hard work, one also had to rely on luck and comprehension. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. With the mountain and river martial spirit, no matter how bad his comprehension was, he could perfectly reach the transcendent stage by relying on his analysis and practice ability. All he needed was time. This night, he repeatedly practiced the demonic ox art, concentrating on raising the level of the demon ox art. After all, this was his strongest attack at the moment. Although the demonic ox art was quite powerful, it was not suitable for a long battle. It was better used for sneak attacks or as a trump card. At dawn, Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Although the demonic ox art had not reached the transcendent stage, it had already reached the consummation level from the advanced mastery level. Its power had also increased by a large margin. This was enough. After thinking about it, he simply spent another 4 hours to raise the demonic ox art to the consummation level. The consummation level was relatively easy to raise. After all, the figures in the mountain and river diagram were constantly practicing, so it was very easy to learn. This move was his trump card, so there was no harm in making it a little stronger. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his head. He was a little tired. It seemed that he needed to rest for a while. But before resting, he wanted to see what kind of special changes the mountain and river martial spirit had undergone after reaching the 4th level of the martial vein. Analysis, practice, production and creation, plus a realm template. This was the original ability. After the realm was raised, there was an additional ability, martial will. Ling Xiao had previously thought that analysis and practice were 2 different kinds of abilities. In the end, he found that he was wrong. This was an ability in itself. Without analysis, there was no way to practice. After analysis, it would be useless if he did not practice. Production and creation were also a kind of ability. It was just that the level of this ability was still low, so creation was not possible. For the time being, it was only production. As for the realm template, it could only be used to change the surface of his strength so that others could not see his true strength. But in the future, when the level was raised, the effect was unknown. The last new ability made Ling Xiao even more surprised. He had heard of martial will. It was a kind of unclear concept. Swordsmen had sword intent, and sabresmen had saber intent. As for the other martial artists, they all had different martial wills. According to the explanation of the mountain and river diagram, martial will was actually the initial version of the martial spirit. When the martial will could be condensed and formed, it would become the martial spirit. However, in the past 10,000 years, although there were people who had raised their martial will to the perfection realm, there were very few who had finally condensed the martial spirit. Martial will was the same as martial arts. It had 5 stages: small success, expert, large success, perfection, and perfection realm. In Ling Xiao's opinion, his current strength was not enough to control the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. That was why the ability of martial will appeared. The mountain and river martial spirit was probably to let him adapt to the battle of martial will. Then, when the martial will reached the perfection realm, he could directly use the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. Originally, he had planned to rest. But seeing this new martial will, Ling Xiao did not want to sleep. Generally speaking, there were two greatest benefits of martial will in battle. One was the suppression of the will, making the opponent timid. The other was the blessing of martial arts. The stronger the martial will, the greater the blessing. Ling Xiao's martial will had an advantage. It was not a fixed type of will. Because it was extracted from the mountain and river martial spirit, and the mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. This martial will was naturally all-encompassing as well. When he used a sword, it was sword intent. When he used a saber, it was saber intent. When he used a spear, it was spear intent. It could be exchanged almost seamlessly without the slightest impact. These were all the information he had obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit. It was definitely not false. Currently, because he had not obtained a top-grade martial art, Ling Xiao was not sure what weapon he would use in the future. Generally speaking, although a martial artist could learn many kinds of martial arts, it was best to specialize in one. However, this matter should wait until he obtained a top-grade martial art. Otherwise, even if he decided now, there was not much meaning. Chapter 56. Ling Xiao, who had obtained the martial will, did not immediately go to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the training room. He wanted to properly feel what this martial will was. How to use it in martial arts. After all, will was a very illusory thing. There was still a huge difference between having it and truly grasping it. After another 4 hours, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face revealed a hint of excitement. Previously, he had planned to use the Ox Demon Art as his trump card. Now, it seemed that martial will was his greatest trump card. However, this was also good. The more trump cards he had, the higher the possibility of getting first place in the finals. But this was not enough. Based on the current situation, Ling Xiao felt that his attacks were enough for the time being. There was not much of a problem with his movement technique, but there was a huge flaw. That was defense. The body was a very mysterious thing. The stronger the tempering, the higher the defense. What he lacked now was a defensive martial art. Although barbaric bull strength could be used for defense, it was not a defensive martial art. It was fine against a weak opponent, but against a strong opponent, it was not of much use. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the training room. Some things could not be forced. He still planned to rest for a while. Now, because he had continued to cultivate, his mind was a little dizzy. Returning to his room, Ling Xiao rested for about 2 hours before getting up. After all, martial artists were martial artists, especially those who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein realm. Their resting time could be greatly reduced, and their recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people. "Little fellow, there's someone outside looking for you." Hong Chi's voice came from outside the door. "Coming, grandfather." Ling Xiao got up and washed his face. Then, he walked out of the room and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes sitting in the hall. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old. He had a square face, a dignified appearance, and a domineering aura. Second Master. Ling Xiao was shocked. This person was Ling Xiaotian's second son. His martial arts cultivation was close to Grandfather Ling's. He could be considered the strongest among the 16 sons of the Ling family. Even the mountain river martial spirit was temporarily unable to pry into the strength of second master Ling. So you're Ling Xiao. Not bad, not bad. Second master Ling looked at Ling Xiao as though he wanted to see through this young man. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little nervous facing his gaze, but fortunately, the other party was still unable to see through the hidden function of the strength model. Peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. His astral energy has been refined to more than 99%. It seems that he is only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein. Thank you for your praise, Second Master. May I know why Second Master is here today? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. He didn't want to cause any trouble. If he offended Ling 13, He might still have a chance to live, but if he offended this second Master Ling, he would definitely die. I think highly of you. Second Master Ling went straight to the point and said, reaching your level at the age of 13, you are even better than Ling Feifen, so I want you to be my man. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. It's very simple. My grandfather has 16 sons, and all of them want to compete for the position of the patriarch. I don't expect you to do anything, just support me at critical times. Second Master Ling said with a smile. Second Master, you must be joking. I am only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, what can I do to help you? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. I will not misjudge you. Although you are only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, I also know that you only took half a month to go from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial vein. Your potential is terrifying. I have never heard of it before, so I believe that your future is bright. Second Master Ling said seriously, you will not lose out if you work with me. Whether it is Ling Ju or Ling 13, they will have to ask for my permission if they want to touch you. Ling Xiao thought about it carefully. Although he had obtained the Mountain River Martial Soul and had terrifying potential, he was still not strong enough. If Ling Ju and Ling 13 really disregarded the family rules and wanted to kill him, he could run. But his grandfather, Hong Qi, would be in trouble. There was nothing wrong with being protected by Second Master Ling. Anyway, in the Ling family, sooner or later, he would have to choose a side. This kind of internal strife was very serious. Well, since Second Master Ling thinks so highly of me, I will agree. Ling Xiao nodded. Good, good. Second Master Ling slammed the table and said, in that case, I am relieved. In addition to providing you with protection, you can also get 1,000 taels of silver from me every month. The rest of the elixirs and martial arts will be calculated separately. Also, I know that you're building a house. I've already asked them to stop. How can that place be worthy of you? Later, you and your grandfather can move into the house that I've provided for you. Not only is the environment better, but it's also more suitable for cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be a little surprised. This Second Master Ling was really intending to groom him well. Although 1,000 taels of silver and a house was nothing to someone like Second Master Ling. But this was still a show of sincerity. One must know that previously, he did not have the qualifications to receive a tael of silver from the Ling family, much less a house. I am indebted to Second Master Ling for training me. If there is a day when Second Master Ling needs me, Ling Xiao will definitely help you. He would not sell himself to Second Master Ling, but if Second Master Ling was in trouble, he would naturally help. Good. Since this is the case, let's not delay any longer. The few of you, why aren't you helping Ling Xiao move? Second Master Ling said to the few people outside the house. He really did what he said he would do. Ling Xiao did not object. Very quickly, he followed Second Master Ling into the new house. This house was much bigger than the one they rented previously. The facilities were more complete. Not only that, there were 2 servants and 2 maids who were in charge of the daily necessities. As for the daily necessities and furniture, it was fully equipped. In this way, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about Hong Qi's daily life. The old man could totally enjoy his old age. As for safety, it was not a problem. Unless Second Master Ling was killed, no one would dare to enter this house. With no problems in his daily life, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about anything. He could now focus on improving his strength. All of this seemed to be because of Second Master Ling's training, but it was actually because of his strength. It was because of his great potential that Second Master Ling valued him. In fact, even if Second Master Ling did not exist, others might come looking for him. Being in such a family, it was the most foolish decision to stay out of trouble. Ling Xiao naturally had his own considerations when he agreed to Second Master Ling's request. At the very least, Second Master Ling's strength was at the top of Ling Xiaotian's 16 sons. He was also more forthright and had the style of Ling Xiaotian. He was not as narrow-minded as Ling 13 and Ling Ju. Now that his cultivation level had stabilized, what he needed to do was to train Demon Ox Art, Meteor Fists to the perfection of manifestation. Every time his strength increased, he would have a higher chance of winning the finals. Another day passed. There were still 6 days until the finals. Through continuous hard work, Ling Xiao had finally reached the level of perfection in the demonic ox art, meteor fists. Chapter 57. Whoosh. Ling Xiao flew out of the practice room and into the courtyard. After all, there were no opponents in the practice room. He wanted to see what level the demonic ox art meteor fist had reached. Boom. With just a casual punch, a decorative stone in the courtyard was shattered. This power was comparable to the full force attack of the level 4 beast he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Not bad, my attack is much stronger than the average martial artist of the 4th level of the martial vein. If I incorporate martial will, the power will increase again. This way, my chances of getting into the top 3 of the finals will be greater. The power of this punch made Ling Xiao very happy. The attack power of a high-level martial art that had reached the martial vein of the martial vein would not be weaker than the worst martial art. Hong Qi looked at Ling Xiao in the courtyard with a satisfied smile on his face. He suddenly pulled out a book from his sleeve. Although it was a bit tattered, it was still relatively complete. Looks like it's time to give this to the little guy. I thought he would never use it in his life. I didn't expect his strength to increase so quickly. He was about to call Ling Xiao when suddenly there was a commotion outside. Ling Fei rushed in and shouted, "Ling Xiao, something happened. A little beggar is looking for you." When Ling Xiao heard the word little beggar, he thought of his playmate who begged for food with him in the past. He hurriedly rushed out. Outside was a little beggar younger than Ling Xiao. He was only 6 or 7 years old, but his body was covered in blood. "Brother Ling Xiao, Grandpa Hong, quickly go and save everyone. If you don't go, they will all die." Ling Xiao did not ask any questions. He asked Hong Qi to take care of the little beggar and then flew into the air. He had no intention of hiding his Qinggong. Soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation was fully displayed. It was ridiculously fast. Ling Fei looked at the figure that was like a flash of lightning and muttered to himself, compared to him in Qinggong, I am simply a frog at the bottom of a well. It didn't take long for Ling Xiao to arrive at the gathering place of the beggars' gang in Tianfeng City. It was a dilapidated temple outside the city. Although it was called the beggars' gang, it was actually just a group of poor beggars who gathered together to beg for more food and help each other. When he arrived at the ruined temple, the ground was covered in blood and corpses were strewn across the ground. Dog, wake up. Radish head, didn't you say that you want to be my wife when you grow up? Uncle Six Fingers, you can't die. I said that I'll let you live a good life after I become rich. Uncle Luo Guo, Grandpa Blind. A stone block. You are. Who is it? Who did it? More than 20 people, except for the little guy who ran to report, none of them survived. They were all cruelly killed. Why? Ling Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. That was. Ling Xiao noticed some footprints, then stepped on the ground and sped up. At this moment, on a road that led to Tianfeng City, a few people were chatting and laughing as they walked. There were bloodstains on their bodies. One of them was Li Xingyun, whom Ling Xiao had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Senior brother Xingyun, congratulations on your hurricane sword mastery. You killed more than 20 people with one strike. Beautiful. It's just more than 20 beggars. It's nothing. Li Xingyun smiled with a smug look on his face. Senior brother Xingyun, not only have you reached the hurricane sword mastery, but your strength has also broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. If you meet that guy called Ling Xiao again, you must take his life. Of course. I haven't forgotten about that day in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Li Xingyun's strength had increased greatly, so he naturally thought of revenge. Back then, he didn't dare to do it himself because he wasn't confident that he could beat Ling Xiao. But it was different now. The Ling family had their annual competition, and so did the Li family. In the Li family's annual competition, not only did he win the elimination round with a perfect record, but he also didn't use his full strength from the beginning to the end. When he went to the Dragon Submission Mountain range to hunt for beasts, he even killed the level 4 beast that had forced him into a sorry state. So he was bursting with confidence now. On the way back, he met a little beggar begging for food. His killing intent rose because there was a move in his hurricane sword mastery called chain sword. This move could attack multiple targets. Just on a whim, he killed more than 20 beggars with one strike. Of course, he didn't know that there was a little beggar playing in the bushes nearby. After killing people, not only did he not have the slightest bit of regret, but he was also extremely proud and excited about his hurricane sword mastery. "You guys killed those beggars?" Suddenly, a figure landed in the middle of the road. A cold voice that seemed to come from hell came out from this person's mouth. Ling Xiao. Li Xingyun would never forget this face. Ever since the incident in the Dragon Submission mountain range, he had been pasting Ling Xiao's portrait in his room to encourage himself. Hey, that's right. I killed them. Could it be that those beggars are related to you? He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Today was a narrow road for enemies. Moreover, they were in the wilderness. It was a good place to kill and rob. Ling Xiao also recognized Li Xingyun. He suddenly thought of the black scarf bandits he met on the way back. Could it be that they were sent by this guy too? No matter what, since Li Xingyun killed his family, he must die. Today, all of you must die. Having received a definite answer, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate anymore. He could see that Li Xingyun had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein, but so what? If he attacked with all his strength, Li Xingyun wouldn't last more than 3 moves. As for the others, 1 move was enough. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? That guy said he's going to kill us. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in the world. A mere pinnacle martial arts student dares to be so arrogant. What a joke. Senior brother Xingyun, he doesn't take you seriously. The group of Li family disciples was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. They completely treated Ling Xiao's words as a joke. However, their discussions suddenly came to an abrupt end. Because Ling Xiao moved. It was only for a moment. Ling Xiao waved his hand and a sword light shot out. Those Li family disciples who were laughing at Ling Xiao were still enjoying the pleasure of mocking others when they suddenly felt a pain in their necks. Then, their faces were filled with horror. Then, one by one, they all fell to the ground, their lives cut off. You actually dared to kill them. Do you really want to start a war between the Li family and the Ling family? Li Xingyun didn't expect Ling Xiao's sword to be so fast. In just an instant, he didn't even have time to block and the people behind him were all dead. There were more than a dozen Li family disciples at the 3rd level of the martial vein. The strongest one was even at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and was about to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. They were actually killed so easily. If I kill you, no one will know what happened today. Chapter 58. Ha ha ha, kill me? Li Xingyun seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein actually said that he wanted to kill him, a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein? Did he hear wrongly? Before I kill you, I just want to ask you one question. Why did you kill those poor beggars? Ling Xiao really couldn't understand. Those people from the beggar sect didn't know martial arts at all. They were just ordinary beggars. How did they get killed? Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, so I wanted to practice my moves. Li Xingyun said nonchalantly. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. He actually killed more than 20 people just to practice his moves. That's a human life, you know. There was a chill in his eyes. Li Xingyun must die. All right, if you want to seek justice for those beggars, then come. But you killed so many of our Li family's disciples, I will not let you live. As Li Xingyun spoke, he suddenly drew his sword. There was nothing fancy. This sword was surprisingly fast. Ling Xiao recognized this sword. It was one of the moves of the Gale swordsmanship that Li Xingyun used to deal with the 4th level demon beast. His opponent was not weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He channeled his true qi and his body turned into the shadow of a flood dragon. Soaring cloud step flood dragon transformation had been used and he easily dodged this sword. He didn't use gang qi. It wasn't easy to kill Li Xingyun. Gang qi could be used as a trump card. He believed that Li Xingyun would definitely not be able to block his sudden attack. What he wanted was to kill Li Xingyun in one blow. He couldn't let Li Xingyun escape, so it was necessary to condense his powerful attack into one point. He just had to look for an opportunity. Hey! Li Xingyun was stunned. He was most afraid of Ling Xiao's movement technique. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's movement technique to be even better than when he was in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Your movement technique has improved a lot, but it's useless. The strength of the fourth level of the martial vein is not something you can understand. Chain sword. The two of them staggered. Li Xingyun suddenly turned around and swung his sword. However, this sword strike was clearly different from the previous one. Not only was it more condensed, but it had also unleashed 3 bursts of sword chi. The sword chi soared into the air, and the surrounding branches were all cut down, causing a fierce wind to blow. Demon Ox Art, Falling Star Fist. Ling Xiao immediately used his strongest offensive skill. Bull Force could be used in sparring, but Meteor Fists were more suitable for killing people. Boom! With just one punch, the 3 streams of sword chi were all shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in all directions, piercing through the nearby rocks. Stellar energy. Li Xingyun frowned slightly. So you've also condensed earth energy. No wonder you're so arrogant. But it's useless. 3rd level martial vein is just 3rd level martial vein. Even if you have earth energy, you are still no match for me. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao had shattered his 3 sword chis with a single punch, he was even more surprised that Ling Xiao had condensed Gang Chi. However, he was not afraid. The difference in cultivation level was the source of his confidence. Go to hell! Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon Transformation was not a movement skill that was specially used for escaping. It was more suitable for fighting. The 9th move of Falling Star Fists, Falling Star. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun knew that he could not dodge, so he could only block with his sword. Mph, you're nothing to worry about. He did not intend to use his full strength because he planned to attack after blocking this punch and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Raging Wind Strike. Li Xingyun used the strongest move of Hurricane Sword, but he only used 70% of his strength. In an instant, the sword flashed and the piercing sound frightened the surrounding animals. The sword chi rushed out from the sword like a gust of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao. This sword could not be said to be weak. It could definitely kill a 4th-level demonic beast with one strike. One had to know that a low-level 4th-level demonic beast was equivalent to a low-level 4th-level martial vein martial artist. Li Xingyun was indeed a genius. His strength was much stronger than other martial artists of the same cultivation level. After thrusting his sword, Li Xingyun's eyes were filled with excitement and viciousness. He could finally avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Dragon Submission Mountain range. However, after a while, his pupils constricted. There was a look of horror on his face. Ling Xiao's punch was much stronger than he had imagined. It was such a terrifying punch that even before the fist and the sword came into contact, the scorching hot Gang Chi had almost burned Li Xingyun to ashes. No. Li Xingyun regretted it. He regretted not using his full power. However, it was too late. The punch had shattered the so-called sword chi of the gale with a devastating force. Then, it shattered the long sword in Li Xingyun's hand. In the end, both fists landed on Li Xingyun's body. Buzz. There was a loud explosion. Li Xingyun's body did not fly out. Instead, it was penetrated by this punch. Then, it hung on Ling Xiao's arms like a lamb skewer. You. Li Xingyun looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Finally, his body stopped struggling and there was no sign of life left. Ling Xiao swung his arms and Li Xingyun's body fell to the ground. He glanced at it coldly and then quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Needless to say, the other disciples of the Li family did not have many good things on them. Most of them were silver, which added up to about 1,000 taels. However, Li Xingyun was different. He gave Ling Xiao a huge surprise. This guy actually had a storage ring. Although it was only a mundane storage ring, it was already very precious. After all, it was rare for clans like the four great clans of Tianfeng City to possess such storage rings, and they would at most possess around 10 of them. Even though Li Xingyun had great potential, was talented, and was a disciple of the Li family, he probably did not have the right to own such a treasure. Could it be that someone lent it to him? Forget it, I'll just take it first. A mundane storage ring did not have a spiritual imprint, nor did it have any restrictions. Therefore, it could be used as soon as it was obtained. Ling Xiao was afraid that something would happen if he stayed for too long. He did not check what was inside. Instead, he quickly left the scene and went to the rundown temple. There were too many corpses. There was not enough time to bury them one by one. Moreover, even if they were buried, there were many wild beasts nearby. Many of them might be dug up and eaten. Therefore, unless it was a large family with a restricted cemetery, most people in this world would choose to cremate their dead. Ling Xiao cremated all his family members who begged for food with him. Rest in peace. I've already avenged you. I'll take good care of little Potato. I won't let him suffer any more grievances. Although his heart was filled with sorrow, Ling Xiao understood that the dead could not be brought back to life. He had more things to do now. Otherwise, his grandfather, Hong Qi, and little Potato might be the ones to die in the future. He did not wish for such a thing to happen again. This was the last time. After leaving the rundown temple, Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family. If anyone saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Li Xingyun, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein used only 2 moves to kill a genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. Although the genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein had underestimated his opponent, the result was still extremely shocking. Chapter 59. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the Ling family, there were already people from the Li family looking for them. According to the time, Li Xingyun and the others should have returned home, but in fact, they didn't, so they panicked. Li Xingyun's father cared about his son, but he was more concerned about the storage ring. It was borrowed for his son. If it was lost, it would be troublesome. There are pieces of flesh here. This is our Li family's identity card. There are traces of a battle here. Could it be that he was attacked by a beast? Go into the mountains and look. There was a person in this group called Li Xinghui. He was Li Xingyun's brother. Since his brother was in trouble, he naturally had to come out to look for him. However, when he followed the traces and found the bones of the Li family disciples, there were a few beasts gnawing on the bones. One of them was actually a demonic beast, and it was a peak level 4 demonic beast, saw-toothed tiger. Roar. The saw-toothed tiger roared at the crowd. Many of the weaker Li family disciples retreated, and some even fainted on the spot. This saw-toothed tiger was much stronger than the level 4 demonic beast Li Xingyun had encountered before. Die. Li Xinghui was in a bad mood. Very bad. His genius brother was eaten by such a demonic beast. He stabbed out with his sword. It was the same gale sword, but its power was several times stronger than Li Xingyun's. The saw-toothed tiger didn't even have time to wail before its huge head fell to the ground. Young Master Xinghui is really powerful. In our Li family's younger generation, only he has reached the 5th level of the martial vein. Yes, young Master Xingyun could have done it too. I didn't expect him to die so tragically. What are you talking about? Hurry up and find these guys. Let's see if there are any storage rings. Yes. Under Li Xinghui's order, everyone attacked the beasts. Without the peak level 4 demonic beast, the group of beasts was no match for the warriors. They were all killed in an instant and dissected one by one. Not this one. Not this one either. Not here. Including the saw-toothed tiger, all the demonic beasts' bodies were searched, but there was no trace of a storage ring. Could it be that my brother was not killed by a demonic beast, but by someone else? Li Xinghui's eyes were cold. If I find out who did it, I will not leave your corpse intact. At the same time, somewhere in the Dragon Submission mountain range, a brawny man with a black scarf on his head stared at the dozen Ling family disciples in front of him like a wild beast. These people were all disciples of the Genius Hall. All of them had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, and all of them had condensed earth chi in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. However, in front of this black-scarfed brawny man, he was as helpless as a chicken in front of an eagle. This is bad. I didn't expect to meet a black scarf thief at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. I'm dead for sure. That's right. It's as if the other party is toying with us. We can't beat them, and we can't escape either. Several of our brothers have already died. The eyes of the geniuses of the Ling family turned red. Some were filled with grief and indignation while others were filled with despair. Only at this moment did they understand. So what if he was a genius? If he couldn't grow, then it would be meaningless. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that my luck would be so good today, to actually meet so many Ling family disciples. If I were to kill all of you, that old bastard Ling Xiaotian would definitely be heartbroken. The brawny man laughed heartily, not putting these people in his eyes at all. I'm afraid the one who will die today will be you. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and a figure shot out from the forest. Senior brother Ling Yun. The disciples of the Genius Hall all recognized Ling Yun, who was ranked second. At this moment, Ling Yun was dressed in a black robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A long sword was on his back, and there was a murderous wind. Many people knew that he practiced the killing sword, so if the murderous aura on his body exploded, it would be really terrifying. Senior brother, don't worry about us. Hurry up and run. This guy is a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. You are not his opponent. The disciples of the Genius Hall all knew that Ling Yun was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. If the opponent was a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein, he might have the strength to fight. However, the difference between the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein and the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was still a little too big. Even if it was Ling Yun, he would be courting death. You guys go. Ling Yun just said lightly, and the aura of his body suddenly increased. What? 5th level of the martial vein. When did senior brother Ling Yun break through? Oh my god, it seems that senior brother Feifen will really have to give up his first position this time. That's not necessarily true. Senior brother Feifen might have been at the 5th level of the martial vein long ago. No matter what, there will be a good show in the finals this time. We are saved. Ling Yun's strength immediately gave the Ling family disciples a lot of confidence. 5th level of the martial vein? Not bad, not bad. The burly man in the black scarf was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "You are still not my opponent." Not to mention that the burly man in the black scarf was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Even if he was only at the 5th level of the martial vein, he was not afraid of Ling Yun. Because he practiced thwart kung fu, a defensive martial art, his defense was amazing. At this level, he had never been at a disadvantage when fighting with a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. Cut the crap, kill. Ling Yun did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. His sword was very fast, and in the moment he attacked, he was already in front of the burly man in the black scarf. The sword pierced the burly man in the black scarf. Clang. A strange sound of metal clashing sounded, and the burly man's body was actually burned, without the slightest wound. Ha ha ha, I told you, kid, you are not my opponent. The burly black scarf bandit laughed heartily. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm towards Ling Yun's head. Iron Eagle Claw. This claw was like a steel-cast claw, wrapped in earth energy, and had a cold light. The terrifying claw was like a fierce bird hunting its prey. Naturally, this was a high-level martial art, and it was a high-level martial art that was combined with thwart kung fu. Its power was very fierce. Die. Ling Yun just looked at the burly man in the black scarf. Suddenly, a terrifying will broke out of his body and condensed on the black sword in his hand. This aura was so terrifying that it made people feel as if they had entered hell. It was the aura of death. It was the aura of doomsday. The burly man in the black scarf's eyes suddenly became dull. Sword intent. Sword intent could not only strengthen the attack, but it could also affect the opponent's mental state. Obviously, the burly man in the black scarf was stunned by Ling Yun's sword intent. Then, the sword silently pierced through the throat of the black scarf bandit, cutting off his neck like a ghost. It's here, Ling Yun's killing swordsmanship is really terrifying. It makes people tremble with fear every time. What are you afraid of? The one who should be afraid is Ling Xiao. He is finished this time. Yeah, Ling Xiao injured Ling Feng. Ling Yun is Ling Feng's brother, how can he not take revenge? Ling Xiao? Ling Yun shook the blood off his sword and sneered. He is not worthy of me using sword intent. Yes, senior brother Ling Yun has broken through to the 5th level of the martial vein. He will definitely compete with senior brother Feifen. With sword intent, even if senior brother Feifen is also at the 5th level of the martial vein, he will not be senior brother Ling Yun's opponent. The finals are in 6 days, I am really looking forward to it. Let's go back. The mission this time is too dangerous. Chapter 60. 5th level of the martial vein. Combined with the sword will, he was able to easily kill the Black Scarf Bandit at the peak of the 5th level. Sitting cross-legged in the practice room, Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock. The news of him killing the Black Scarf Bandit at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein quickly spread throughout the Ling family. It was impossible for him not to know. Looks like I have to work harder. The top 4 are all at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Any one of them can break through. Once they break through, it will be difficult for me to win with my current strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He temporarily forgot the pain of his loved ones being killed and turned this pain into strength. Become stronger. Must become stronger. Under the shocking pressure, Ling Xiao's cultivation became even crazier. Naturally, the crazy cultivation also made great gains. Demon Ox Art, 100 Steps Fiend Sword had also advanced from the Great Perfection Realm to the Transcendent Realm. The 100 Steps Fiend Sword had undergone a very interesting change. Not only was its power more terrifying, but its speed was also faster. It could even control the sword with qi, causing subtle changes in the flying sword's trajectory. No matter how fast a straight line was, as long as the opponent's judgment was accurate and made preparations in advance, it was enough. However, once there was a change, the opponent would be caught off guard. Naturally, in the process of cultivation, his cultivation was also slowly increasing, and his earth qi was constantly increasing. It could be said without humility that if he had participated in the previous elimination round, except for Ling Yihang, no one else would have been his match. Even if it was Ling Yihang, he could easily defeat him in less than 10 moves. Of course, this was under the condition that no one else had increased their strength. His current strength was much stronger than before. The previous 3 Ling Xiaos combined were not as strong as one now. However, he was not satisfied. What he lacked the most now was an internal force cultivation method and defensive martial arts. The Crimson Sun art could not keep up with the pace of his improvement. Although it could give him some special attack effects, it was really not enough. His martial vein was at least twice as wide as others, so naturally, it was twice as difficult to improve his strength. Coupled with the fact that his martial spirit needed to be nurtured, the consumption of earth qi was terrifying. A mere high-grade inner force mantra was not enough. It had to be a top-grade inner force mantra to match his aptitude. As for defensive martial arts, needless to say, no one would complain about having a strong defense. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao walked out of the training room. Suddenly, he saw his grandfather, Hong Qi, standing outside. "Grandpa, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, little potato will live with us in the future. He is very happy. Don't worry, I will take good care of him," Hong Qi said with a smile. "Yes, little potato is even more pitiful than me. He witnessed the tragic death of his family with his own eyes." Although Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun, the hatred in his heart could not be completely resolved. He felt that this was not a bad thing. Only when a person had hatred would they have the motivation to move forward. "There's one more thing. Take this. Little Potato asked me to give it to you. He said that they found it on the road by accident." Hong Qi lied. He gave the book that he always carried with him to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was also a white lie. There were some things that he did not want Ling Xiao to know. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Ling Xiao was astonished to discover that although the book was tattered, the words on it had not been destroyed. Even the name of the book was very clear. He had heard of the 9 transformations golden body technique. It was created by a peerless general in northern Han and was a top-grade defensive martial art. It was said that after the 9th transformation, the body's skin would be like gold and its defense would be astonishing. Not only that, but every transformation of this defensive martial art could increase one's inner strength. Regardless of whether it was true chi, aura chi, or anything else, as long as it was inner strength, it could be greatly increased. If combined with an inner force mantra, the speed of increase would be even more terrifying. This defensive martial art was famous throughout the entire northern Han. However, it seemed that no one in the Ling family practiced it. It was unknown whether or not there was even a single person. This was a martial art of the imperial family. Do you have a use for this? Hongqi asked with a smile. Of course I have a use for it. It is simply a timely help. Ling Xiao excitedly said, Grandfather, thank you. I will go cultivate first. You should rest well. If you have nothing to do, you can find a few elders to chat with. Now that my status is high, your status will naturally be high as well. You don't have to worry about this. The old mister from the medicine hall often comes to chat with me. I am not lonely. Hongqi said with a smile. That's good. What I am most afraid of is neglecting grandfather because of my cultivation. Ling Xiao grinned and hastily returned to the training room. Defensive martial arts generally did not require much comprehension. This was because these kinds of martial arts relied on perseverance and hard work. Of course, there were some special defensive martial arts that required the assistance of certain items in order to increase the cultivation speed. For example, the 9 transformations golden body technique. The most troublesome aspect of cultivating it was the consumption of gold. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun and found more than 100 taels of gold in Li Xingyun's storage ring, as well as a golden inner armor. These items were enough for Ling Xiao to cultivate for a while. If he finished using them, he planned to use the silver to exchange for gold or simply go to the Dragon Submission mountain range to hunt wild beasts to exchange for gold. The 9 transformations golden body technique was not very difficult to comprehend. However, this was only relative to top-notch internal cultivation techniques, top-notch martial arts, and top-notch secret techniques. If an ordinary person wanted to comprehend and cultivate it, it would be difficult without a few days or even more than 10 days. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. The analysis ability of the mountain river martial spirit was simply too terrifying. As it analyzed, there were images that demonstrated the entire cultivation process for Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was absolutely the most accurate. If Ling Xiao still could not comprehend it in a short period of time, then he would be too stupid. Body tempering martial arts were generally easy to understand and were not difficult to comprehend. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had completely comprehended the 9 transformations golden body technique. Once he comprehended it, the following cultivation would be much easier. Just like its name, the 9 transformations golden body technique had a total of 9 transformations. The first 5 transformations were mainly about the accumulation of quantity. This included the strengthening of the skin and flesh and the increase of inner strength. The first transformation strengthened the skin and increased inner strength. The second transformation strengthened the muscles and bones and increased inner strength. The third transformation strengthened the blood and qi and increased inner strength. The fourth transformation strengthened the internal organs and increased inner strength. The fifth transformation strengthened the entire body. The skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, and blood were as hard as iron and invulnerable. The increase of inner strength would also reach a different level. It was estimated that if he cultivated to the 5th transformation, Ling Xiao would at least be able to advance from the early 4th level of the martial vein to the middle 4th level of the martial vein. This was also under the condition that he did not have to deliberately cultivate the internal cultivation technique. Compared to other defensive martial arts, the 9 transformations golden body technique had obvious benefits. It strengthened the body in all aspects. It was unlike some thwart martial arts that required the condensation of inner strength to achieve a defensive effect. After the 5th transformation, it was considered a small success. Chapter 61. In fact, The increase in defense was nothing new. After all, it was a defensive martial art. What made Ling Xiao excited was the increase in strength. For a martial artist, strength was a great help. When two martial artists were at the same level and had similar levels of gang qi, strength could play a decisive role. If he could cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, considering that others would not stop improving, he naturally would not be complacent. The stronger the improvement, the more satisfied he would be. The 7th transformation allowed one to cultivate a golden body. When using the 9 transformation golden body technique, one's body would turn golden. There would be a thin film attached to the surface of the skin that could even reflect the enemy's attack. The 8th transformation was even more powerful. Martial artists of the same level would not be harmed at all. At the same time, it could reduce the damage of martial artists of 1 level higher by half and reduce the damage of martial artists of 2 levels higher by 30%. The 9th transformation was known as the 9 transformation golden body technique. As long as one had gold and was not fatally injured, even a broken limb could be healed and reborn. Seeing the 9th transformation, Ling Xiao's heart trembled. This was too shocking. Although it consumed gold, which was more precious than silver, it could actually regenerate broken limbs. At this level, as long as one was not dead, there was a chance of survival. Just what kind of terrifying realm was this? As expected of a top-notch martial art, he had reason to believe that as long as he cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, as long as his neck was not cut off or he was killed in one move, he would be almost invincible. Where in the world did they find such a good defensive martial art? Ling Xiao could not help but feel sad when he thought of the voices and smiles of his family. He was still too weak. If he was strong enough, who would dare to understand his family? He had to continue to become stronger, so strong that no one would dare to provoke him. Thinking of this, he took out a piece of gold from Li Xingyun's storage ring and held it in his hand. As he cultivated, the gold turned into golden powder and slowly seeped into his arm and then spread throughout his body. Although it did not feel very comfortable at first. However, it was fine once he got used to it. The first cycle was relatively easy to cultivate. He only used 2 hours and used up all the 10 taels of gold he had. After the first revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Ling Xiao observed his body. His skin membrane was obviously much tougher than before, as if it was made of steel. He was a little excited, so he continued to cultivate. The second phase was indeed much more difficult to cultivate than the first phase. It took him 6 hours and 100 taels of gold before he finally succeeded. This time, he strengthened his muscles and bones, and he could clearly feel it. However, this consumption rate of 10 times was truly something that Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little miserable. Li Xingyun had used up all the gold in his storage ring before he managed to break through. All that's left is the golden inner armor. The quality of this golden inner armor is very good. It's worth about 1,000 taels of gold. In addition to the other gold items in this house, breaking through to the 3rd revolution shouldn't be a problem. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao left the training room and proceeded to ransack the house. The gold items in this house were left behind by Second Master Ling. There were only about 100 taels of gold in total. However, with the golden inner armor, it should be enough. After returning to the training room, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate. This time, the cultivation time was even longer. It took him a total of 12 hours to break through to the 3rd revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique. At this moment, Ling Xiao was full of vigor and energy. Even if he did not sleep for 10 days, there would be no problem. He did not expect this defensive martial art to have such benefits. However, when he wanted to continue cultivating, he was in trouble. This was because he did not have any gold left. No wonder no one cultivated this defensive martial art. This was simply a nouveau riche defensive martial art. Eat gold. Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time. Then, he decided to make a trip to Tianfeng City and exchanged all the silver he had, as well as the medicinal herbs and young demonic beasts he obtained from the mountain river diagram, into gold. After calculating, It was exactly 20,000 taels of gold. Damn, now I'm a pauper again. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Originally, he had a lot of silver. Now, he was only left with 20,000 taels of gold. These were definitely going to be used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. His plan was to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 5th revolution, which was the initial success, before the finals. This meant that he would need more than 100,000 taels of gold. However, he did not think too much about it for now. 20,000 taels of gold was enough to cultivate this defensive martial art from the 3rd revolution to the 4th revolution. In order to improve his gang chi at the same time and speed up the cultivation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Ling Xiao took the gang chi pill he had. In the training room, there was a pile of 10,000 taels of gold. If anyone saw Ling Xiao cultivating like this, they would definitely be stunned. In the previous cultivation, the gold powder would slowly enter the body through the hands. But this time, it was different. The gold around his body had all turned into gold powder. It seeped into Ling Xiao's body through his pores and merged with his earth energy. Then, it continued to strengthen his body. Unexpectedly, in this cultivation, the mountain and river martial spirit finally had some strange changes. A wave of energy from the mountain and river martial spirit seeped into the gold powder and earth energy. From the 4th revolution onwards, Ling Xiao's 9 transformation golden body technique was obviously different from others. His defensive martial art was not only more powerful, but it also strengthened his martial spirit. The strangest thing was that when the mountain and river martial spirit's energy was mixed in, not only did it not slow down the cultivation speed, it actually made the cultivation speed faster. The efficacy of the earth energy pill and gold powder was completely absorbed by his body. He could clearly feel that the mountain and river martial spirit, which was once a little unfamiliar, seemed to be connected to his blood. Ling Xiao did not know about other things, but he was sure that his cultivation speed and the efficiency of absorbing the medicinal efficacy were much stronger than ordinary people. This was the special part of the mountain and river martial spirit. If an ordinary person was able to absorb 50% of the medicinal efficacy of a medicinal pill, it would already be very good. However, he was able to absorb almost all of it without wasting a single bit. Just this point alone, he obviously had a big advantage. In other words, the same pill used on him was basically twice as effective as other people's. Although the effect was good, the consumption was also terrifying. Seeing the mountain of gold in the training room quickly diminish, he also felt his heart ache. How could he not feel pained? These were all his family assets. Fortunately, the gold was not wasted. With the absorption of the gold powder, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the earth energy in his body was rapidly increasing. Of course, the fastest increase was still his strength and the toughness of his body. Especially his soft internal organs, they were actually constantly strengthening. Some of the hidden injuries caused by Ling Chong in the past were actually healed this time. Chapter 62. No, before the finals, I have to upgrade the 9 transformation golden body technique to the small success of the 5th transformation. Only then can my body's defense improve greatly and become invulnerable. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the 4th transformation of the defensive martial art. However, he had encountered a bigger problem. From the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation, he needed at least 100,000 taels of gold. Now, he only had about 10,000 taels of gold left. Even if he used them all up, he could only slightly improve the 9 transformation golden body technique on the basis of the 4th transformation. It was impossible to break through to the 5th transformation, however, it was better than nothing. Ling Xiao planned to use up the remaining 10,000 taels of gold. After that, he would think of a way to hunt demonic beasts to exchange for gold. The stronger he was, the higher the success rate of hunting demonic beast. During this cultivation process, he used the only 2 gang chi pills in Li Xingyun's storage ring. After a night, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His body began to faintly produce a golden gang chi. This gang chi was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. After the 2 gang chi pills were completely absorbed, the 10,000 taels of gold were completely used up. Although there was still a long way to go to the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, his gang chi had improved a lot and was close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. In the absence of a top-level internal cultivation method, he was able to raise his cultivation from the early stage of the 4th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein in such a short time. It had to be said that besides the gang chi pills, the biggest contributor was the 9 transformation golden body technique. There were still 4 days before the finals of the annual tournament. Not enough, far from enough. The peak of the 4th level of the martial vein should be able to defeat an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Yun is not ordinary. He has sword intent and is a genius. He must have a top-level martial art. If he met Ling Yun now and used his martial arts will, his chances of winning were about 50%. However, did Ling Yun have any other trump cards? Did he continue to improve during this period? These were all question marks. Therefore, the chances of winning were still too low. Moreover, there was still Ling Feifen. He absolutely did not believe that Ling Feifen, the number 1 genius of the Ling family, would lose to Ling Yun in strength. Maybe Ling Feifen was even more terrifying than Ling Yun. Ling Xiao's goal was to secure the top 3, but if he could get first place, he would definitely not be willing to get second place. The attention and preferential treatment that the first place would receive would be unimaginable. It would definitely be better than the current situation. He had to continue increasing his strength. Whether it was a breakthrough in his cultivation or the realm of the 9 transformation golden body technique, he needed money and pills. It was time to go to the Dragon Submission mountain range. Now, killing a Class 4 demonic beast, or even a peak Class 4 demonic beast, should be a relatively simple matter. Moreover, combat experience could also be honed in the process of hunting demonic beasts. That was a battle of life and death, not some self-entertainment in the training room. The combat experience gained from training was very necessary for the improvement of one's combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he left the training room and instructed his grandfather, Hong Chi, and Little Potato. Then, he prepared some dry food and put it directly into the mountain river diagram. As for Li Xingyun's storage ring, he hid it at home. That item was too eye-catching, and he had no use for it at the moment. If he could avoid it, it was best not to take it. When he left the Ling family and headed towards the Dragon Submission mountain range, Ling Xiao did not notice that a pair of vicious eyes were staring at him from the dark. Just as Ling Xiao left the Ling family, the owner of the pair of eyes left the Ling family at the same time. About 1 mile away from the Ling family, this person met up with 3 other people. This is the deposit, a total of 10,000 taels of gold, 3 gang chi pills. After this is done, I will give you the remaining 40,000 taels of gold. This person took out a storage ring and passed the gold to the 3 people opposite him. The 3 of them wore black scarves on their heads, and it was obvious that they were the Black Scarf Bandits who were very active in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Ha ha ha, don't worry, since we have taken his money, we will solve his problem. Moreover, that kid killed our people before, this time we are just taking revenge. After that, one of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits kept the gold and gang chi pills in his storage ring, turned around, and chased after Ling Xiao. After entering the Dragon Submission mountain range, Ling Xiao displayed the soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation without holding back. His body seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon, flying in circles in the forest, and could actually stop in mid-air. This was no longer the realm of Qinggong, but flying. At present, Ling Xiao's soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation had already been cultivated to the realm of great perfection. Any further would mean that he had stepped into the realm of transformation. If he wanted to advance to the next level, he would have to evolve again. However, just relying on high-level movement techniques was no longer enough to evolve the soaring cloud steps. Only top-level movement techniques were qualified to evolve it. Therefore, for now, he could only develop it in the direction of the stage of great perfection. When he was at home, he could not use it, but in the Dragon Submission mountain range, he did not have so many scruples. Traveling in itself was a way to continuously train and improve one's movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh. In the forest, Ling Xiao's speed was not inferior to those birds at all. The only thing he could not compare to was the height. Currently, he could only fly to a height of 20 to 30 meters. And even if he flew, he could only stay in the air for about 15 minutes. After that, he would have to find a place to borrow strength. But even so, the feeling of flying freely was still very exciting. His current strength was only at the 4th level of the Marshall vein, and the soaring cloud steps was already so powerful. If his strength advanced to the 9th level of the Marshall vein, if he reached the 9th level of the Marshall vein, or if the soaring cloud steps evolved further, he might really be able to ride the clouds and soar freely in the sky. Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the future. Ever since he obtained the Mountain River Marshall Soul, his confidence grew day by day. In the past, although he was not willing to give up, when he could not see hope, it was really painful. But now, it was different. The future was bright. What he needed to do was to work hard. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao arrived at his destination, which was the edge of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. It was slightly deeper than the previous time. After all, his strength had increased this time. If he wanted to hunt a peak class 4 demonic beast, it would be too far away. It was not easy to encounter one. In the distance, the roars and howls of wild beasts could be heard from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range from time to time, making one's scalp tingle. In Tianfeng City, no one knew what was beyond the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. They only knew that the deeper one went, the higher the level of the demonic beasts and the more terrifying they were. In the core of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, there was even a divine dragon resting there. Although Ling Xiao wanted to go in and take a look, he knew his own limits. With his current strength, entering the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was purely courting death. However, it was not a problem to walk slightly deeper in from the edge of the area. He had no interest in the passing wild beasts. His target was only the demonic beast. He had already taken out the clear wind sword from the mountain river diagram and carried it on his back, making it convenient for him to use at any time. Previously in the competition, he did not take out the clear wind sword mainly because this plaything was a fine treasure sword. It was very easy to make people jealous. Luckily, even when he defeated Ling Yihang, he did not use the 100 steps flying sword technique. Therefore, this secret was naturally kept. There was no need to keep it a secret in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. This place was deep in the mountains and there was not a single person. Chapter 63. Quick. A sword light shot out, piercing through the air and emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the terrifying explosive power contained in the Qingfeng sword. Ao ao. The sword light pierced through the air. The sword shadow flashed. A 3rd-level monster fell to the ground, and before it died, it only had time to let out 2 miserable cries. This sword strike was so brilliant that it actually cut off the head of the monster. The strength is a bit too strong. I estimate that with my current strength, I can easily kill a peak 3rd-level monster with 30% of my internal force. He used the mountain and river martial spirit to analyze the power of the 100 steps fiend sword within a range of 200 meters. In the end, he came to a terrifying conclusion. Within 200 meters, the 100 steps fiend sword was equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. What kind of concept was this? He was only close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, but this attack could reach the full force of a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. From the looks of it, not to mention the peak monster, even if it was a 5th level monster, as long as it wasn't too strong, he should be able to take it down. He just had to be careful. The flying sword attack required suddenness and explosive power. If it was predicted by others in advance, the power would not be so great. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao casually threw the corpse of the monster into the mountain and river diagram. Then he continued to move forward, searching for prey. A 3rd-level monster was still too cheap. This time, he wanted to find a 4th-level monster. It would be best if it was a peak 4th-level monster. That way, he could exchange it for more gold. Of course, when he encountered a 5th-level monster, he could also give it a try. Someone's coming? After killing more than 10 3rd-level monsters in a row, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. The mountain and river diagram showed that there were 3 life forms rapidly approaching. Passing by. Or are they targeting me? Ling Xiao didn't want to take the risk, so he chose to hide and see the situation first. The three life forms finally appeared. It was three black scarf thieves. One of them was a short and fat old man. The other was a tall man. And the last was a demonic woman. Where is he? Could it be that he found us and hid? Ha ha ha, he can't escape. The short and fat old man let out an extremely unpleasant sound and then opened his mouth to spit out a turbid gas. Cough cough cough. It stinks. Ling Xiao was caught off guard for a moment and was actually choked by the gas. He immediately coughed out blood. Su. Pa. Almost at the instant he coughed, a few poisonous needles shot towards him. Fortunately, he reacted in time and used soaring cloud steps to dodge them. Hey! To actually be able to dodge this servant's poison needle, your qinggong is not bad. The evil woman exclaimed in surprise. No matter how good your qinggong is, you still have to die. The brawny man snorted coldly and said, my employer has already said that this kid's qinggong is amazing, so I have prepared a special thing to entertain him. Black scarf thief. When Ling Xiao saw that the other party did not attack again, he calmed down a little. He activated his mountain and river martial spirit and the information of the three opponents appeared. 2 at the peak of the 4th level martial vein and 1 at the 5th level martial vein. To be honest, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the information displayed. Who was this? How could they be so generous to send such an expert to deal with him? The brawny man was the strongest of the three. His killing intent was extremely strong and it was unknown how many people he had killed. Hehe, little fellow, aren't you going to run? The evil woman laughed and asked. Why should I run? Ling Xiao had already decided to hunt these 3 people. Although it might be a little difficult to fight 1 against 3, this was the Dragon Submission mountain range. Furthermore, he had soaring cloud steps and mountain and river martial spirit. This allowed him to move around in the forest with ease. If it was another environment, he would probably turn around and run. But now, the chances of winning 1 against 3 were not very small. Reckless brat, if you are willing to hand over the qinggong you have learned, we can give you a quick death. The short and fat old man laughed and said. You want my qinggong technique? Capture me first. Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly soared into the sky, flying towards the forest. In terms of speed, he did not believe that he would lose to these 3 people. Here. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that the 3 of them did not chase after him. Instead, they stood on the spot and laughed coldly. This gave Ling Xiao a strong premonition. But there was nothing special on the mountain and river diagram. In other words, there were only 3 of them and no one was helping them. No. It still felt wrong. Buzz. The huge pressure caused his earth energy to circulate rapidly in his body. At that moment, the feeling of flesh and blood from the mountain and river martial spirit was even more obvious. I see. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he did not need to observe the mountain and river diagram. His body and the mountain and river martial spirit were perfectly integrated. Now, he only needed to look at his opponents and the analysis data would quickly appear in his mind. At the same time, a drill would be formed in his mind. Although it did not seem to be much different, the effect was too great. In the past, to use the analysis and drill ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, he had to observe the mountain and river diagram internally. It was too time-consuming. In battle, he was simply courting death. But now, he did not need to do that at all. Wherever his eyes looked, he could analyze. Even the mountain and river martial spirit had caused a strange change in his vision. Ordinary people's eyes would definitely have blind spots. But his eyes did not. What he saw was in all directions. No matter from which angle, he could see clearly. Not only that, but now he could see through things. He knew that this was not the ability of his eyes, but the ability of the mountain and river martial spirit. But no matter what, under the huge pressure of death, his ability had improved again, and it was a huge improvement. The reason why the mountain and river diagram did not show anything before was that the opponent's killing move was underground. A huge spider. It was 2 meters tall when it stood up. It was locking onto him from below, ready to break out of the ground. He was just wondering what the opponent was going to use to deal with his movement skill. Now it seemed that it should be a spider web. If the spider set up an inescapable net around here, he would really be in trouble. Let's get rid of the spider first. Ling Xiao moved. He suddenly condensed earth energy and punched the ground. The spider underground was only a level 3 demonic beast. This punch contained 50% of his strength, and he used the meteorite fist. The spider would definitely die. At that moment, the 3 black scarf thieves who were smiling sinisterly changed their expressions. They did not know how Ling Xiao discovered the danger from underground, but they could feel the terror of Ling Xiao's punch. The short and fat old man and the evil woman moved first. The two of them flanked Ling Xiao from the left and right. Although the short and fat old man was fat, his movement skill was not weak at all. His speed was even faster than the evil woman. The evil woman's most terrifying weapon was obviously hidden weapons. So when she ran over, she continuously shot out several arrows. Chapter 64. There was a cruel look in the evil woman's eyes. She could even foresee Ling Xiao's miserable state after being poisoned. His entire body was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he could neither live nor die. However, she did not know that at this moment, Ling Xiao had entered a very special atmosphere. The feeling of the mountain river martial spirit being connected to his blood vessels made Ling Xiao's thinking speed increase by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. He could even calculate the time it would take for the poisoned arrow to reach his body and how much damage it would cause him. And the time it would take for the short and fat old man to come into contact with him. And the situation of the strongest man in the black scarf. The situation of the man in the black scarf was a little strange. He was releasing his gang qi, but he obviously had no intention of attacking. Ling Xiao could be sure that this guy was controlling the spider. Since that was the case, it would be easy. The short and fat old man and the evil woman were not his opponents, and the man in the black scarf was controlling the spider to avoid his attack. In this way, it was very obvious what to do. Puff, puff. After a few consecutive sounds, the evil woman's poisoned arrows all hit Ling Xiao's body, and not a single arrow missed. The evil woman chuckled, and her body slowed down. Poor kid, I thought it would be good if he could hit 1 or 2 arrows. Anyway, the poison is strong and still effective. I didn't expect that all of them would hit. Boss, this kid's Qinggong is good, but his brain is a little stupid. Ha ha ha, facing your poisoned arrows, no matter how smart he is, his brain will be in a mess. The short and fat old man also laughed loudly. The muscular man controlling the spider also relaxed a little. No. Kill him quickly. The man in the end had a higher cultivation and was more knowledgeable. Although he relaxed a little, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because he found that Ling Xiao's qi did not weaken at all, and his fist was still accurately hitting the spider on the ground. Too late. Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a cold smile, and his fist hit the ground. Although he only used 50% of his meteorite fist, the pitiful level 3 demonic beast was directly smashed into meat paste. Even the burly man's body involuntarily trembled, and a trace of red blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had controlled the spider through something like a mental imprint combined with his stellar energy. Killing the spider had affected the middle-aged man's body. Weak as it may be, kill him. The brawny man was enraged. A mere martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein actually killed his cute spider. Furthermore, it was right under the noses of the 3 of them. This was simply intolerable. Ling Xiao also seemed to have been poisoned at this time. His body was a little weak, and his aura had also weakened. A ferocious glint appeared in the eyes of the short and fat old man. Little thief, hand over your life. At this moment, they no longer wanted to capture him alive because Ling Xiao was too cunning. Capturing such an opponent alive was tantamount to causing trouble for themselves. The short and fat old man didn't have a weapon, but his palms were purplish-black. He was obviously someone who specialized in palm techniques. If this palm hit, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would lose half his life. However, when the short and fat old man was less than half a meter away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The 6th move of the meteor fist, meteor strike. Although the power of this 6th move was slightly weaker, It was fast enough and didn't require much stellar energy. In that instant, his entire aura changed. No longer weak. On the contrary, he was unprecedentedly strong. Fourth level of the martial vein. These 4 words became the short and fat old man's last words. He thought that Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. He thought that Ling Xiao had used all his strength in that attack and wouldn't be able to attack for a short period of time. He thought that Ling Xiao had been hit by the evil woman's poisoned crossbow arrow. However, in fact, the aura that Ling Xiao was emitting right now was definitely at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao had only used 50% of his strength to kill the spider just now, so that he could attack again in a short period of time. More importantly, Ling Xiao wasn't hit by the arrow. In that instant, he accurately calculated all the places that the poisoned crossbow arrow would hit and then condensed his stellar energy. He condensed all the golden stellar energy of the 9 transformation golden body technique into those few points. In this way, even if he hadn't reached the 5th transformation, he would be invulnerable at these few points. Furthermore, although the evil woman was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, her stellar energy was too weak. Her attack wasn't as strong as an ordinary 4th level martial artist's. Therefore, it seemed that the poisoned crossbow arrow had hit him, but it was actually stuck in his clothes. It was a pity that the short and fat old man wouldn't understand all of this even if he died. Boom! Ling Xiao's punch was like an extremely small meteorite that crashed into the short and fat elder's chest at an extremely fast speed. Then, it exploded in an instant. Bang! The short and fat old man's heart was directly blown apart. There was almost no suspense. He didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Under his precise calculations, Ling Xiao was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He now understood more and more what a transcendent martial art was. Martial arts didn't necessarily have to be powerful to be good. In different situations, different moves might be more useful. Sometimes, a faster but less powerful move was better. Sometimes, a move with a large range and medium power was better. Sometimes, a move with a slow speed but terrifying power was better. All of this needed to be constantly honed and comprehended in battle. Because Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit, it was obvious that his perception was much stronger than others. Even if he didn't have as much combat experience, he had already vaguely grasped some of the characteristics of transcendent martial arts. He believed that as long as he trained more, he would be able to fight more skillfully in the future. Elder Fatty, the demonic woman, was taken aback. Her body that was running over suddenly stopped. She was afraid. Because she knew very well that the short and fat old man's close combat strength was much stronger than hers. Even the short and fat old man had been killed by this cunning brat. Even if she went over, it would be useless. "Boss, hurry up and attack," the evil woman shouted at the burly man. "Come back." The burly man originally thought that Ling Xiao was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. That was why he was confident that the short and fat old man and the evil woman could kill Ling Xiao. What he needed to do was to control the spider to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. But now, the situation had obviously changed. "Do you think you can escape?" Of course, Ling Xiao knew what the burly man meant. However, he would not let this woman go. Otherwise, when he fought with the burly man later, this woman would definitely be a problem. Whoosh! A flash of sword light flew out from his back like a flash of lightning. Fart! In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the evil woman's back and out of her chest. Bow! Boss! Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that after killing countless innocent people with her hidden weapons, she would be killed by someone else's hidden weapons. "Thief! You dare to kill my wife!" The black scarf man was furious. He really didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss today. 3 people came, but now he was the only one left. "Only you are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although he said it casually, he was still nervous in his heart. The evil woman and the short and fat old man were easy to deal with. This burly man was the real problem. A martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was not so easy to deal with. However, He did not plan to escape. Chapter 65. The odds of victory for both sides were about 40 to 60. Ling Xiao had 40%, while the other party had 60%. Of course, this was only on the surface. If they really fought, he felt that he had a better chance of winning. After all, with the mountain and river martial spirit, his advantage was too great. Little thief, even if you have a sharp tongue, you won't be able to escape death today. Although your strength is close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, and that flying sword attack has reached the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. But you still have to die. Although the black scarf man said this, he didn't move. Ling Xiao knew what he was afraid of. He was afraid of his flying sword. The black scarf man knew in his heart that Ling Xiao's greatest threat to him was that unfathomable flying sword. Anyway, I'm about to die. Can you tell me who sent you to kill me? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The black scarf man rolled his eyes and chuckled. Do you want to know? I can tell you. The person who wants to kill you is your Ling family's Ling. His voice suddenly became very small. Ling Xiao couldn't hear him at all, so he took a step forward. Chance. The black scarf man laughed sinisterly. He was telling the truth, but his goal was not to tell Ling Xiao the truth. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao reveal a flaw. Now that the opportunity had come, his figure moved. With a light leap, his seemingly sturdy body instantly closed in on Ling Xiao. This wasn't a movement technique, it was pure strength. It was too terrifying. Die. The black scarf man caught a glimpse of the dead short and fat old man and the evil woman. The anger in his heart was obvious. With a roar, his hands formed claws in the air. Not only that, the claws actually turned into the color of steel, and there was a cold light flickering. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Not good. A sword light pierced through the air. The black scarf man was scared out of his wits. He was very clear about the power of this sword. It definitely had the attack power of the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Although he was at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, in terms of defense, he was only at the early 5th level of the martial vein. There was no way he could block it. In midair, Zhong Xian was unable to dodge the attack. He could only block it. Fortunately, this brat's flying sword is flying in a straight line. Although it's fast, I can still block it. After experiencing the initial panic, the brawny man quickly calmed down. His claws directly grabbed at the flying sword. His attack power was also at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, so he would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. However, he did not notice that a disdainful smile had slipped past the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth. Hey! Just as the sword light was about to collide with the claws, it suddenly disappeared. The black-masked man's entire body trembled. To suddenly discover that the opponent's attack had disappeared in the middle of a confrontation was definitely the most terrifying thing. He was scared out of his wits. However, this fear did not last long. Because in the next moment, he felt his head being separated from his body. That feeling was too strange. Through his eyes, he could see blood spurting out from his neck. His sword can actually change direction. This was the last thought of the brawny man before he died. Whoosh! Seeing the brawny man killed, Ling Xiao almost sat on the ground. This battle seemed easy, but in fact, it was very dangerous. If the brawny man did not think that he had succeeded and jumped up, even if Ling Xiao could change the trajectory of the flying sword, it would not have been so easy to succeed. This was a battle of wits and courage. One ring after another. Ling Xiao relied on the powerful thinking ability brought by the mountain and river martial spirit to lead the other party by the nose. However, the result of using this ability was very different. He could feel that the mountain and river martial spirit not only consumed aura chi, but also soul force. That kind of meticulous planning state lasted for a little longer, and he would be extremely tired. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the ground to rest, did not even bother to pick up the storage ring of the brawny man. The weakness of the soul was even more uncomfortable than the weakness of the body. Let's just call this state entering the soul. It seems that I have to learn some secret techniques to strengthen the soul. Otherwise, if the duration of entering the soul is too short, its help in battle will be limited. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and gave himself a name for this state of meticulous planning, so that it would be easier to use in the future. After resting for about an hour, Ling Xiao recovered and his head was not so dizzy. He walked over and took the storage ring of the brawny man. It was also a mortal-grade storage ring. There were many things inside, close to 50,000 taels of silver, 10,000 taels of gold, 3 aura chi pills, and a top-tier martial art, Snow Lotus Arts. Ling Xiao opened the Snow Lotus Arts book in surprise. He originally thought that he could cultivate it, but he was dumbfounded. Snow Lotus Arts, a top-tier martial art. It belongs to the category of inner strength mental cultivation. It can be used together with Snow Lotus sword arts. It is close to transcendent grade. Only those who have awakened the Snow Lotus martial spirit or are born with the Snow Lotus body can cultivate it. Snow Lotus martial spirit? In this world, people who have martial spirits are very rare, not to mention such a strange Snow Lotus martial spirit. It seems useless. I'll keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Thinking of this, he shook his head and threw the Snow Lotus Arts book into the mountain river diagram. At that moment, a surprising situation occurred. In the small village, a mountain appeared. An ice mountain. On the mountain, there were many snow lotuses. One of them, at the top, was the largest, and also the most beautiful. Mountain river martial spirit, all-encompassing. The mountain river diagram showed these 8 words. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was not stupid. Even if he was stupid, he could understand what these words meant. Combined with the appearance of the snow lotus from before. This basically meant that his mountain river martial spirit could contain and nurture all things, and the snow lotus martial spirit could also be contained. He could definitely learn this Snow Lotus Arts. Ling Xiao felt incomparably excited. He had always wanted to obtain a top internal strength cultivation method, and now it seemed that he had obtained it without any effort. He did not know where the Black Scarf Man got this thing, but unfortunately, he could not learn it. Since he could not learn it, he could only put it in his storage ring, and probably could not sell it. He would definitely be reluctant to destroy it. Now, it was Ling Xiao's turn to benefit. Ling Xiao had originally planned to start cultivating the Snow Lotus Chi formula now. But all of a sudden, he felt a dangerous aura approaching. Wherever his eyes looked, there were 3 red dots, indicating that there were 3 demonic beasts, and they were extremely dangerous peak martial spirit beasts. If there was only 1, Ling Xiao planned to stay and fight, but 3, he did not even think about it. It was purely courting death. After all, demonic beasts were stronger than warriors, and the innate ability of demonic beasts under the same strength was too terrifying. I'd better go home. With this Snow Lotus Arts book, I can improve my cultivation first. As for the 9 transformation golden body technique, I can wait. As long as I break through to the 5th level of the martial vein, I am confident that I can win the 2nd place in the finals. The key reason why he won the 2nd place and not the 1st place was that he was not very clear about the strength of Ling Feifan. Boom. When he was about to leave, the earth suddenly trembled. Earthquake. No, why do I feel that there are large demonic beasts approaching? Chapter 66. Awu. A terrifying howl caused the 3 peak class 5 beasts to lie on the ground. Their bodies were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. Ling Xiao saw the most terrifying scene he had ever seen since he was born. It was a giant ape. It was 15 to 16 meters tall and its voice was like thunder. The tall trees beside it were like weeds. Bang! Bang! With every step it took, the ground would tremble a few times as if there was an earthquake. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao desperately circulated his earth energy in an attempt to stabilize his mind. However, that terrifying cry still caused his blood and qi to tremble and his entire body to feel uncomfortable. At that moment, he actually felt as if his soul was about to leave his body and fly away. Fortunately, the mountain river martial spirit circulated faster to reduce this effect. Even so, his face was still pale as if he was seriously injured. This situation was as uncomfortable as when the soul entering had just ended. Like swatting a fly, the giant ape on the back of a peak class 5 beast slapped it down in midair and stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Ling Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. This was too terrifying. A peak Class 5 beast was actually unable to withstand a single blow from this fellow. It was like a pitiful fly that was slapped to death and eaten alive. Catcher! Catcher! Wherever the giant ape passed, all the trees were crushed by its terrifying brute force, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Awu! Awu! The giant ape seemed to be very excited and looked over mockingly as if it was staring at its prey. Ling Xiao shivered all over. Even someone as determined as him could not muster the slightest bit of courage in the face of such a monster. However, he was still much better than those Class 5 beasts that were lying motionless on the ground. Herculean Divine Ape, a peak Class 8 beast. Its strength surpasses most 9th-level martial vein martial artists. Its brute force can easily destroy a mountain range. When he looked at the giant ape, this information automatically appeared in his mind. How unlucky. What else could he say? This was actually still at the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range, and he had actually encountered such a terrifying giant beast. A peak level 8 demonic beast. This was an existence that was even more terrifying than most of the early 9th level martial vein martial artists. As for Ling Xiao, he was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. It would be difficult for him to deal with a peak of the 5th level. Facing a peak of the 8th level, he would definitely die. Run. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he only had one option, and that was to run. If he could escape, he would live. If he couldn't escape, he would die. Boom. However, just as he was escaping toward the periphery of the Dragon Submission mountain range, a huge tree was suddenly thrown over and planted in front of him. You won't let me leave? Ling Xiao was almost in despair. What was wrong with this Herculean ape? Did it want to slowly enjoy the food one by one? Since he couldn't get out, he would just charge into the forest. At this moment, Ling Xiao could no longer care so much. He knew that the deeper parts of the Dragon Submission mountain range were even more dangerous. He might encounter a huge beast as terrifying as the Herculean ape. But he had no choice. Staying here meant death. He had to escape. Since he couldn't escape, he could only do the opposite. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Ga ga ga. This time, the Herculean ape didn't stop Ling Xiao. Instead, it opened its mouth and let out a strange laugh. That's right, it was laughing. It was mocking him. Ling Xiao didn't care whether the other party was mocking him or laughing. He only had one thought at this moment, and that was to escape. After the Herculean ape glanced at him, it casually grabbed a peak of the 5th level on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, it started chewing. As it ate, it watched with interest as Ling Xiao ran crazily in the forest. This little human is not bad. He can actually escape under the pressure of my aura. I'll play with him first. I'll eat him when I'm tired of him. The Herculean ape's eyes clearly revealed such a message. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao had awakened the mountain river martial soul. Otherwise, he would be like those peak of the 5th level beasts lying on the ground. He wouldn't have any courage to escape. Even when the Herculean ape put them in its mouth, they didn't dare to move. The terrifying aura of the peak of the 8th level beasts exerted a huge pressure on the soul. That kind of terror was really hard to understand if one didn't experience it personally. Crack. The sound of the peak of the 5th level beast's bones being bitten rang out in the forest. The sound was very loud. Ling Xiao believed that the Herculean ape was definitely doing it on purpose. Because he heard it clearly. At this time, there was only one peak of the 5th level left beside the Herculean ape. Ling Xiao knew that after that guy finished eating, the next target would be him. He used the soaring cloud steps to the limit. At this time, he no longer had the slightest intention of hiding his strength. Hiding his strength at this time was courting death. However, no matter how he ran, he could always feel that he was firmly locked on by the Herculean ape's aura. Whether he turned or dodged, it was useless. In order to escape, Ling Xiao even took out one of the aura chi pills that he had just obtained from the Black Scarf thieves and threw it into his mouth. He was going all out. The consumption of aura chi would naturally be great, and the aura chi pill could help in breaking through while also replenishing a large amount of aura chi. In this way, He wouldn't have to worry too much about not having enough aura chi to accelerate at full speed. If the people of the Ling family saw his current speed, it would definitely be as if they had seen a monster. Even if it was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, unless they specialized in speed movement techniques, it was absolutely impossible to reach this level. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Too slow. Still too slow. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it was already a terrifying speed that completely exceeded common sense. However, in the eyes of the Herculean ape, it might not be worth mentioning at all. The 4th, 6th, and 6th levels belonged to the aura chi stage. The 7th and 8th levels belonged to the chi explosion stage. Whether in terms of quality or volume, the aura chi of the peak of the 8th level Herculean ape was much stronger than that of Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. This was not an existence on the same level at all. Looking at the Herculean ape's playful expression, it dared to let Ling Xiao escape. It was not afraid that it would not be able to catch him. Crack! The last peak of the 5th level demon beast was also thrown into the mouth of the Herculean ape and eaten. Then, this fellow burped and began to slowly chase after Ling Xiao. When passing by a small river, it actually lay down in the water and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Ling Xiao did not look back, but his vision was now omnidirectional, so even if he did not look back, he knew what the Herculean ape was doing. At this moment, he felt like a weak woman fleeing for her life. And that Herculean ape was like a perverted thief with strong martial arts. The playful smile in that fellow's eyes was clearly playing with him. Ling Xiao was not angry. Although this was very unpleasant, at the same time, it also provided him with a chance to escape. If the Herculean ape directly pounced over to attack, he would have no chance to escape. He would definitely die. Those who look down on me will regret it. Including you, this self-righteous beast. Ling Xiao calmed down. Chapter 67. After channeling his aura into the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao immediately entered the soul-entering state. At this moment, his vision was even more terrifying than before. With a glance, the terrain within a radius of 10 miles could be seen. That is. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. In his eyes, an ancient building appeared. According to the analysis of the mountain and river martial spirit, if he escaped there, he had a 90% chance of survival. Ling Xiao didn't know how the mountain and river martial spirit calculated this survival rate. However, he could roughly guess. That building looked like a coiled divine dragon. There should be something strange about it. Inside the building, there was a basement. The entrance was very small. With his figure, it was no problem for him to enter. However, if the huge Herculean ape wanted to enter, it would be extremely difficult. Without thinking too much, Ling Xiao unleashed his speed and advanced at full speed. Taking advantage of the fact that the Herculean ape hadn't noticed his intentions, he had to hurry. Of course, during this process, in order to confuse the Herculean ape, he chose a more complicated route, a bit like a headless fly. However, in reality, there was only one goal. When the Herculean ape saw Ling Xiao's unlucky appearance, it let out a complacent whisper. Laugh, laugh. You won't be able to laugh later. Ling Xiao was really going all out. He didn't care about the consequences and ate the second aura chi pill. In any case, as long as he could survive, he would be able to obtain more aura chi pills. Once he died, no matter how many aura chi pills there were, it would be useless. The Herculean ape chased behind, but it seemed very relaxed. It didn't speed up at all. Sometimes, when it saw a butterfly flying by, it would even chase after it. Clearly, the Herculean ape, who had eaten its fill, was only left with playing. 10 miles. 8 miles. 6 miles. Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer to the building. Finally, when he was only a few hundred meters away from the ancient building, the Herculean ape became anxious. It seemed to know the terror of the building and knew that the building would obstruct it, so it instantly increased its speed. Previously, the distance between Ling Xiao and the Herculean ape was a full 6 miles. However, in this moment, Ling Xiao had rushed 100 meters, while the other party had rushed 5 miles. This speed was simply too terrifying. The Herculean ape didn't know how to fly, but a single jump could cover several miles. No wonder it wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would escape. It was only when it saw the building that it suddenly panicked. Ling Xiao had long known that the Herculean ape's speed was terrifying, but he was still taken aback. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. He had to fight. He threw the last aura chi pill into his mouth. He rushed out like a madman. Boom! The moment he rushed out, the Herculean ape also landed on his original position. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, which then spread out in all directions. However, the strange thing was that when these cracks approached the dragon-shaped building, they couldn't continue forward. Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground completely exhausted, found that he had entered the dragon-shaped building. Although the Herculean ape was furious and wanted to charge in repeatedly, it was blocked by an invisible aura in the end. The Herculean ape stared at Ling Xiao for a while. In the end, it simply lay down at the entrance of the dragon-shaped building and fell asleep. It seemed to be saying, if you have the ability, don't ever come out, or I'll eat you. Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to argue with that guy at this time. He looked at the dark tunnel in the building. After thinking for a while, he stood up and slowly walked in. Although his body was exhausted because of the consumption, if he just lay at the entrance of the building to rest, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. So he wanted to find a safer place. Besides, he still had the strength to fight. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to protect himself. As long as there wasn't another terrifying level 8 monster beast, he would be fine. Otherwise, he would simply choose to commit suicide. The dark tunnel couldn't stop Ling Xiao. With the mountain river martial spirit, his eyes could see things in the dark. This building is a bit strange. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the walls of the building were not made of brick, nor were they made of metal. This material looked more like animal bones and skin. It was just that it had been hardened. What was more strange than the building was the many bones along the way. There were bones of beasts, demonic beasts, and even humans. It was hard to tell how many living creatures had died here. But it seemed that they were from a long time ago. After all, it was impossible for corpses to completely turn into bones without a long time of decay. Hiss! So cold. Ling Xiao suddenly shivered. He was surprised to find that he didn't know when it started, but the tunnel had turned into layers of ice. The temperature suddenly dropped, and he had to use Gang Chi to resist the cold. Fortunately, the third Gang Chi pill hadn't been used up. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death. About 2 hours had passed. Ling Xiao directly knelt down. Why did he kneel? Because he saw a pool. This pool was emitting cold air. There were a large number of snow lotuses growing in it. There were 100 years, 200 years, even 500 years old, and thousands of years old. Of course, if it was only this, he wouldn't have knelt down. After all, although snow lotuses were the best ingredients for refining pills, at most he would be happy. The most important thing was that the water in this cold pond was not water, it was gold liquid. He couldn't be wrong. The pool emitting cold air was obviously made of liquid gold. The liquid gold inside was estimated to be at least 1 million taels of gold. Although he wasn't a very greedy person. But don't forget that he needed to consume gold to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. Now that he encountered such a strange cold pool, how could he not be happy? What was that saying again? One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. It seemed that this saying wasn't bluffing. Ling Xiao escaped from the mouth of the Herculean ape, accidentally broke into this building, and then found this strange cold pool of gold liquid. This was luck. Not to mention that this cold pool of gold liquid was necessary to improve the 9 transformation golden body technique. Just the cold pool of gold liquid could actually nurture golden snow lotuses, and there were as many as 10,000-year-old snow lotuses. In addition, there were many 500 and 800-year-old snow lotuses. This was enough to show the benefits of the cold pool of gold liquid. When Ling Xiao looked at the cold pool of gold liquid, the mountain river martial spirit had already started to analyze the composition of the cold pool of gold liquid and its advantages and disadvantages. The conclusion was that this thing not only didn't have the slightest harm to the body, it was also an excellent body tempering item. According to the Mountain River martial spirit, this cold pool of gold liquid was actually a body-tempering liquid produced by the Golden Divine Dragon clan. It was this liquid that allowed the Golden Divine Dragon clan to have the most terrifying strength and toughness of the Dragon clan. Was there a need to doubt this? Ling Xiao shouted excitedly, and then jumped into the cold pool of gold liquid. Chapter 68. Gurgle gurgle. The moment he entered the frigid pool golden liquid, Ling Xiao actually felt the liquid entering his body through his pores and flowing through every single one of his blood vessels. The cold aura almost froze his blood vessels. He was shocked, and the image of the Snow Lotus Chi technique appeared in his mind. The Earth Chi cultivated by the Snow Lotus Chi technique belonged to the ice attribute, so the cold aura should be able to be absorbed. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly circulated his Earth Chi according to the Snow Lotus Chi technique. In the next moment, something surprising happened. The Frost Chi was completely absorbed by the Snow Lotus Chi technique and then condensed into Earth Chi. The Earth Chi that he had lost was quickly replenished. Not only that, when he finished the first level of the Snow Lotus Chi technique, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the fourth level of the martial vein. Although he was close before, there was still a gap. But now, in just a moment, he had reached the peak of the fourth level of the martial vein. Perhaps breaking through to the fifth level of the martial vein would not be a problem. Although the cold aura was absorbed, the golden liquid mixed in his blood made him very uncomfortable. In a hurry, Ling Xiao began to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique at the same time. Under normal circumstances, no one would cultivate 2 martial arts at the same time, because not only would they be distracted, they might not be able to improve either. But the situation was special, so Ling Xiao did not care so much. Sure enough, after the 9 transformation golden body technique began to circulate, the golden liquid in his body began to be absorbed by his body. Wonderful. It was simply wonderful. The cold aura was used to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi technique, greatly improving his Earth Chi. The golden liquid was used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique, greatly improving his body's toughness. And his soul did not feel the slightest burden. It seemed that it had a lot to do with the frigid pool golden liquid. Because he had entered the soul imprint state, his soul was actually very tired. But after entering the frigid pool golden liquid, even his soul felt as if it was being nourished. It could be seen that in addition to the Earth Chi and the body, the frigid pool golden liquid could also strengthen the soul to a certain extent. It was a pity that he didn't have a soul cultivation secret technique. Otherwise, it would be even better. However, one should not be too greedy. The current situation could be said to be very good. It was already a great blessing for him. He closed his eyes and concentrated on cultivating the Snow Lotus Chi technique and the 9 transformations golden body technique. They were all top-notch martial arts, and the feeling they gave off was completely different from high-grade martial arts. As time went by, the amount of frigid pool golden liquid decreased rapidly. If someone were to stand by the side, they would notice it. In just an hour or so, it had sunk down at least an inch. However, the result was that Ling Xiao's 2 top-notch martial arts were rapidly improving. The cold chi and the golden liquid were basically 50-50, so the chances of these 2 top-grade martial arts being upgraded were also 50-50. Another hour passed, and Ling Xiao's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He could feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. At this time, his Snow Lotus Chi technique had already reached the 3rd level, which was the small success stage. He could clearly determine that his earth energy had reached an extremely terrifying level. In terms of quantity, even an ordinary 6th level martial vein martial artist would not be able to compare to him. The increase of the cold chi to the earth energy was simply too terrifying. At the same time, the 9 transformations golden body technique directly broke through the barrier and advanced from the 4th to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation of the 9 transformations golden body technique was the small success stage of this top-notch defensive martial art. The body was extremely tough from the inside out and invulnerable to swords and spears. The small success stage of the 9 transformations golden body technique also raised his defense to the peak of the 5th level martial vein, or even stronger. His strength increased by about 300 pounds, and was currently close to 1,500 pounds. Previously, his attack power was the strongest, reaching the peak of the 5th level martial vein, but his defense power was relatively weak. But now, his defense power seemed to be stronger than his attack power. As long as he stabilized the 9 transformations golden body technique at the 5th transformation, it should be very easy to become invulnerable. Of course, guesses were just guesses. He still had to wait for the actual battle to know the result. However, he didn't have the time now. It wasn't easy to come to this place and obtain the frigid pool golden liquid. He didn't want to leave so soon. At the very least, he had to raise his cultivation to the 5th level martial vein and stabilize the 9 transformations golden body technique at the 5th transformation before leaving. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi technique and the 9 transformations golden body technique. He cultivated from day to night, and from night to day. The Snow Lotus Chi technique smoothly entered the 5th level. The earth energy in his body continued to increase, but it still didn't reach the limit of a breakthrough. This was enough to show that the capacity of earth energy stored in his body was much larger than others. His current capacity had already reached the level of a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Of course, it was only a large amount. But there were also benefits to having a large amount. In many battles, it wasn't easy to determine the winner. The key to victory or defeat might be to see who had enough earth energy. No matter how good the pill was, it couldn't compare to the earth energy in the body. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt that the earth energy in his body had reached a saturation point. It seemed that he could advance. In this state, he didn't need any pills to help him advance to the 5th level martial vein easily. But for safety's sake, he still plucked a 500-year-old snow lotus and ate it. As the snow lotus entered his body, the cold air quickly spread to his internal organs. Then it quickly turned into wisps of life energy. With these wisps of life energy protecting his heart meridians, even if he failed to break through or went berserk, he wouldn't die or go crazy. Breaking through was an extremely dangerous thing for any martial artist. Without the heart-protecting pill and meridian shielding pill, one had to rely on other things to protect his heart meridians. And the snow lotus was one of those things. Growing in an extremely cold place, its life energy was still so vibrant. It was enough to show how tenacious its life force was. The protective effect of this thing was much stronger than the heart-protecting pill and meridian shielding pill. Without thinking too much, Ling Xiao directly circulated the Snow Lotus Chi technique after eating the snow lotus and prepared to break through. Another day passed. At night, many wild beasts in the Dragon Submission mountain range began to move. A huge Herculean ape sat outside a strange dragon-shaped building. Beside it was the Class 6 beast it had just killed. This was its dinner. It stared at the building. Damn, that little human still hadn't come out. It could clearly feel that guy's aura, but it couldn't enter. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying sound came from the building. The Herculean ape abruptly stood up and cried out in annoyance. Its intelligence was not lower than a human's, so it could understand that the human inside had broken through. Although it was still not its match, it understood that there must be something good inside this dragon-shaped building. Its eyes were scarlet as it suddenly threw a punch. Chapter 69. No matter how fierce the fist was, not only did it have no effect, it even caused the Herculean ape to feel pain all over its body. The Herculean ape was about to die from anger. It swore that after that human came out, it would capture him alive and force him to tell it how to enter this building. It guessed right. Ling Xiao had broken through. He had broken through from the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein to the 5th level of the martial vein. Moreover, because his aura was already saturated, this breakthrough had directly reached the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein, close to the peak. His aura did not increase much, and was still around the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. However, the quality of his aura had clearly increased, which caused his attack power to rise to the level of an early-stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. His defense had also risen to the level of an early-stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. All of this was naturally told to him by the mountain and river martial spirits analysis ability. After all, He himself was a mortal with the naked eye, so it was impossible for him to see it so clearly. To be honest, even he himself was shocked by the scene of his breakthrough. It actually made an earth-shattering sound. Fortunately, there were no accidents. However, he had just broken through and was not stable enough in all aspects, so he did not stop and began to consolidate his cultivation. It was not easy for him to break through to the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. He had to stabilize his strength. If he was not stable, once he was injured, his cultivation would most likely drop greatly. After a long time, the night ushered in the day. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. If someone looked carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be a world in Ling Xiao's pupils. At this moment, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. In terms of combat strength, he was no longer inferior to an early stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. His endurance was even better. If he were to meet the 3 people who tried to kill him, he would be able to kill them all in an instant without any effort. In these 2 short days, his strength had increased by a terrifying amount. After advancing to the 5th level of the martial vein, the mountain and river martial spirit gave him a new ability, martial spirit avatar. This ability could use aura to condense an avatar without self-consciousness. The avatar had 30% of the original body's strength. Of course, this was not important. The important thing was that after this avatar merged with the mountain and river martial spirit's analysis ability, it could perfectly imitate any martial arts that Ling Xiao had seen before. This way, it would be easier to find a sparring partner in the future. This was the most important function of this clone. As for the battle, it only had 50% of his strength. Basically, it would not be of much use. In the current situation, he would probably only be able to display the strength of a martial artist at the early stage of the 3rd level of the martial vein. They weren't of much use in battle, but they could be used as scapegoats at critical moments. That was because the clone's aura was exactly the same as his. Furthermore, it could reform after being destroyed. There was no need to worry about it being destroyed. This could be considered as one more life-saving method. I've already been here for nearly 3 days. The finals are about to begin. I have to think of a way to get out. Although he really wanted to persist in cultivating here, the grand finals meant a lot to him. Besides, he had the mountain river world. He could move the frigid pool golden liquid and the snow lotus into the mountain river world. He could still cultivate when he returned. Therefore, there was no time to waste. However, when Ling Xiao reached the exit, his brows furrowed tightly. Damned Herculean ape, I've already waited for so long, but it still refuses to be powerful. Do I really want to wait until I die of old age? Although he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Even if his strength had increased greatly now, it was basically impossible for him to escape from the hands of the Herculean ape. Helpless, he might as well go back and continue cultivating. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein and raise the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and went back to cultivate again. He jumped back into the frigid pool golden liquid. Ling Xiao still followed the previous steps to cultivate the snow lotus chi art and the 9 transformation golden body technique at the same time. The former was more difficult to raise after the 5th level. The latter was also more difficult to raise after the 5th transformation. Fortunately, he had the frigid pool golden liquid. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to raise it? The golden liquid and cold air entered his body at the same time, and then were absorbed by the 2 top-notch martial arts at the same time, constantly transforming Ling Xiao's body. In addition, there was a faint aura that entered Ling Xiao's soul, constantly strengthening his soul. He could feel that the strength of his soul was more than twice that of an ordinary person. The direct benefit of a strong soul was an increase in comprehension, courage, and willpower. Of course, if there was a soul-type secret technique to cultivate, it would be even better. Because then, soul force could be used as an attack. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. As the mountain river martial spirit sped up, Ling Xiao's cultivation speed also increased. Every cell in his body was crying out in joy. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a supreme being who had studied the human body and found that there were 100 trillion cells in the human body of this world. Every second, there were more than 100 million cells that died and were reborn. And the end of cultivation was to transform all the cells into energy cells. At that level, as long as a single cell survived, the martial artist would not die. But this kind of research was only a legend, and no one had really verified it. At this time, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the cells in his body were undergoing some special changes. One of the cells gradually turned golden and became indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that this cell's change directly increased Ling Xiao's physical strength by 50 kilograms. What kind of concept was this? Bang! The second cell turned golden, and his strength increased by 50 kilograms. The third. The fourth. When the fifth cell turned golden, it finally stopped. It seemed that the higher the level, the more energy it required. Ling Xiao had not reached that level yet. But just 5 cells turned golden, and Ling Xiao's strength increased by 500 kilograms. His strength had reached the terrifying level of 2,000 kilograms. Unknowingly, time flew by, and 2 days passed in a hurry. And Ling Xiao's Snow Lotus Chi technique had reached the 6th level. Although his cultivation did not advance further, it could be considered that he had completely stabilized at the late 5th level of the martial vein. What was surprising was that the 9 transformation golden body technique had actually broken through from the 5th to the 6th transformation. The 5th transformation was a small success, and the 6th transformation was a new starting point. The improvement obtained was more terrifying than the previous 5 stages combined. After all, the first 5 transformations were only the foundation. It was the small success realm, and it was a passive increase in defense. Once cultivated to the 6th transformation, the strong body was not only invulnerable, but it could also be used to perform various martial skills. Turning defense into offense, this was interesting. To put it bluntly, his 9 transformation golden body technique was not only a defensive martial art, but also an offensive martial art. It was similar to the Vajra palm, but it was stronger. The only shortcoming was the lack of changes, which was still quite far from the meteor fist. But no matter what, Ling Xiao, who had cultivated to the 6th transformation, could not break through his defense when facing a martial artist of the same level. Unless the opponent was a heavenly genius, had a special weapon, or a special martial art, it was impossible to hurt him. Chapter 70. The rapid improvement of his strength made Ling Xiao very happy. However, when he came to the exit of the building again to check the situation, the happy expression on his face disappeared. Novel, damn the Herculean ape, it seemed that it was determined to waste time with him and would not leave no matter what. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally gave up the idea of breaking out. The peak of the 8th level monster was definitely comparable to the 9th level of the martial vein. It was absolutely impossible for him to break out. There was only one result if he broke out, that was death. Alas, do I have to give up on the finals? Ling Xiao was really unwilling. His strength had improved to the point where he was confident that he could win the finals. He did not believe that Ling Feifen could be stronger than him. However, the reality made him choose to compromise. His life was still the most important. If he lost his life, then he did not need to think about anything else. In desperation, he returned to the cold pool again and simply continued to cultivate. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he had to consolidate his current strength. In the following time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus art of Qi and the 9 transformation golden body technique. Although the improvement speed was much slower now, it was still much faster than the ordinary cultivation speed. To be honest, if it was not for the fact that there was only 1 day left before the finals, he really wanted to stay here for a while. In this last day, Ling Xiao basically went out to check the situation after cultivating for an hour. Although he knew that the Herculean ape would not give way to him, he still had some expectations in his heart. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It was already the day of the finals, but the Herculean ape was still guarding the exit and did not have any intention of leaving. In the face of this situation, Ling Xiao was extremely helpless. After a day of consolidation, although he did not make a breakthrough in the 2 top-level martial arts, there was an obvious improvement. In addition, The golden cells in his body had increased from 5 to 6. The speed was obviously a lot slower than before. However, even if there was an increase of 1, it was an increase of 100 pounds of strength, which was definitely of great help to the battle. In addition, as the frigid pool golden liquid continued to refine his body, he realized that his bones had turned golden yellow. Although his blood was still red, it was obviously more active than before. Originally, he had been bullied all year round, and there were more or less hidden injuries in his body that had not been healed. But this time, with the help of the frigid pool golden liquid, all of them were healed. He had the strength. All he needed now was a chance to prove himself. He didn't want to keep waiting like this, so he moved the rest of the cold pool golden liquid to the village in the mountain river world. He also moved all the golden snow lotuses there. At this time, the number of farmers in his village had increased to 5. Each of them had their own duties and helped each other, so they were able to do things in an orderly manner. After doing this, he began to look around the building, hoping to find another exit. At the same time, Tianfeng City, Ling family's ancestral home. The venue for the finals of the annual competition had already been set up. A large number of disciples had gathered here. Today, the clan had given everyone a day off. Everyone could put down their work and watch the competition. After all, this kind of competition was very helpful to these disciples. As the time of the finals was getting closer and closer, more than 100 genius disciples had already arrived at the venue. Genius Hall's second place, Ling Yun. Genius Hall's third place, Ling Shuang. Genius Hall's fourth place, Ling Zhon. Elite Hall's disciples, Ling Yihang and Ling Yishue, who had made it to the finals. However, until 15 minutes before the start of the competition, there were still 2 people who had not arrived. One was Genius Hall's first place, Ling Feifen. The other was the bottom disciple, Ling Xiao. This situation caused many people to feel strange. However, everyone was talking about Ling Feifen the most. As for Ling Xiao, only a few people cared about him. The competition is about to start. Why isn't Ling Xiao here yet? Did he forget about the competition? Ling Yishue was probably the one who cared about Ling Xiao the most. Although the two of them didn't have much interaction, some friends really didn't need to interact too much. After the end of the elimination competition, Ling Yishue could be said to have suffered a big blow, so she cultivated even more desperately. Now, she had also successfully advanced to the 4th level of the martial vein. However, she knew in her heart that there were many experts in the finals. Her request wasn't high. As long as she could stay in the Genius Hall, it would be enough. The 110 participating disciples were all seated according to their rankings. The first row was for the top 10 of the Genius Hall. Among these 10 people, except for Ling Feifen who didn't appear, the rest were actually at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. And the top 4 were actually at the 5th level of the martial vein. The most terrifying was still Ling Yihang. This guy was even more shocked than Ling Yishue in the elimination competition. However, he wasn't the kind of person who gave up easily. It was unknown what kind of crazy training he received or what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. In just 7 days, he actually advanced from the early 4th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as the top 4 of the Genius Hall, he was stronger than the rest. Moreover, his eyes were shining with a strange light. Looking at Ling Yun and the others, his eyes were filled with strong confidence. The finals are about to start. Why aren't the number 1 of the Genius Hall, Ling Feifen, and the number 1 of the elimination competition, Ling Xiao, here yet? Yeah, there's less than 15 minutes left. Once they miss the time, they won't be able to participate. What a pity. I wanted to see how far that dark horse could go. The bottom disciples basically regarded Ling Xiao as their hero. Therefore, they paid special attention to Ling Xiao. Until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't appeared. This made them a little anxious. Not only that, even the judges who saw Ling Xiao become the number 1 of the elimination competition were anxious about Ling Xiao's absence. That child's talent is not bad. If he can participate in the competition, he should be able to enter the top 10. What happened? The one who was talking to himself was the head judge of the elimination competition. and today's finals, he was still the judge. However, the head judge was the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian. Hehe, looks like the 3 black scarf bandits succeeded. It was worth the money I spent to hire assassins. Ling 13, who was sitting in the guest seat, had a sinister look in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't appear. He thought that he had succeeded in hiring assassins. However, the black scarf bandits didn't come to ask for compensation. This made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that they died together? That would be the best. He could save a lot of money. Dragon Submission Mountain Range, inside the dragon-shaped ancient building. Ling Xiao was seizing his last chance to find a way out of this place. At this point, the finals were about to start in less than 15 minutes. But he was blocked by that hateful Herculean ape in this building, unable to get out. Even so, he wasn't willing to give up his last chance. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, he still had to work hard. He had such determination in his character. It could also be said that he wouldn't give up until all hope was gone. However, his achievements today were inseparable from his spirit of not giving up until he reached the Yellow River. Chapter 71. Ao Ao Ao. Hey! Just as he was struggling to find a way out, the Herculean ape outside suddenly made a strange sound. Ling Xiao didn't think much and immediately went to the exit. The reason why he couldn't leave here was because the Herculean ape was blocking the way. If something happened to the Herculean ape, then he might have to leave. When he came to the exit, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the Herculean ape was confronting a person at this time. That's right, a person. A woman wearing a blue dress and a blue veil. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. This person just stood there. She stood in mid-air. The air under her feet seemed to be solid. The Herculean ape's hair all stood up. It had long lost the energy to pay attention to the dragon-shaped building. It didn't have the mind to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't see her face, Ling Xiao could see that this woman's age was definitely not more than 30 years old. Her hands were as white as jade, as if they were carefully carved out of natural white jade. Evil creature, you better leave quickly. I don't want to kill you. The woman's red lips opened slightly. That voice was simply like the sound of nature. It was not only pleasant to hear, but it also seemed to have a special magic that could make people feel very comfortable and comfortable. Ao Ao Ao. The Herculean ape's dignity seemed to be challenged. A mere little human actually dared to warn him like this. It was really intolerable. But he didn't dare to make a move easily because that little human emitted a terrifying aura. Sigh, why do you have to do this? It's not easy for you to grow up. The woman sighed softly. It seemed that she really didn't want to fight with the Herculean ape. Ling Xiao was stunned at this time. How big of a heart this woman had. That was the Herculean ape. A peak level 8 demon beast, the Herculean ape. This woman actually seemed to be talking to an ornamental pet. Awu. The Herculean ape was angry. No human had ever dared to look down on him like this. Previously, that human was chased into the dragon-shaped building and didn't dare to come out. This person would be the target to vent his anger. It roared and rushed up. In an instant, it was in front of the woman. Be careful. After all, Ling Xiao was still a pure-hearted person. Encountering such a situation, he still couldn't help but cry out. Of course, he was just reminding her. He knew that he couldn't save that woman. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to remind him. The blue-clothed woman was about to be smashed into meat paste by the Herculean divine ape. The woman moved. However, it was only a slight movement of her jade hand. That jade-like hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then lightly pointed. That Herculean ape actually let out a miserable cry, and a bizarre green light shot out from the back of the ape's head. That finger actually directly pierced through the Herculean divine ape's head. That was the Herculean divine ape. 8th level peak demonic beast, Herculean ape. He actually died just like that. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body devoid of any signs of life. This. Ling Xiao was stunned. What's wrong with this woman? How could he be so powerful? Could it be an expert at the peak of the 9th level martial vein? Thanks for the reminder. The woman glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. As a thank you, I'll leave this Herculean divine ape's corpse to you. Goodbye. Ling Xiao stood there in a daze, not responding. The woman had long since left, but Ling Xiao still did not have any reaction. He was not tempted by her beauty, but because at this moment, a video was playing over and over again on the mountain and river diagram. The blue-clothed woman killed the Herculean divine ape with a single finger. Although the process seemed simple, after the mountain and river diagram slowed down, Ling Xiao could almost clearly see that the woman had done a lot of things in the instant she made her move. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Originally, he wanted to let his martial spirit avatar demonstrate the power of that finger, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Although the finals might have already begun if he rushed back, the delay wasn't long, so there was still a chance. He threw the Herculean divine ape's corpse into the mountain and river world, then used the soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation to soar into the air, rushing in the direction of the Ling family. At this moment, his speed was nearly twice as fast as when he had arrived. As he flew, the flood dragon's shadow turned a faint gold color, looking very cool. As for the blue-clothed woman's identity, he did not make any wild guesses. Although he was only a little beggar in Tianfeng City, beggars also had their benefits. He had heard many stories about them. Northern Han was too big. Outside of Tianfeng City, there were many experts, many from clans that were much stronger than the Ling family. As for Northern Han, it was only one of the weaker countries in this world. The world was too big. He really wanted to go out and take a look, but now was not the time. The current him needed to first establish himself in the Ling family and raise his strength to a level that could not be raised before going out. In fact, Ling Xiao did not realize that his strength had increased by a lot compared to when he first arrived. It must be known that the Herculean divine ape was at least 3,000 jin, yet he was able to lift it up and throw it into the mountain and river world. This meant that his strength was no less than 3,000 jin. When an ordinary martial artist reached the peak of the 5th layer of the martial vein, their strength would be around 1,500 jin. And because he had broken through to the 6th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique, his physical strength was around 1,000 jin more than an ordinary martial artist. In addition, his 6 golden cells had increased. His strength had already broken through to 3,000 jin. This was twice the strength of an ordinary martial artist. Against martial artists of the same cultivation level, he didn't even need to use stellar energy. He could rely on pure strength to firmly suppress them. Previously, because the Herculean divine ape was chasing him, he did not encounter any attacks from other demonic beasts when he arrived at the dragon-shaped building. However, it was different when he returned. On the way back, he encountered many demonic beasts. In order to save time, Ling Xiao avoided them as much as possible. However, there was a flying demonic beast that was even faster than him, making it impossible for him to avoid it. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Ling Xiao coldly shouted. Following the direction of the flying demonic beast, he clashed head-on with the flying demonic beast. He did not use any aura chi, only pure strength combined with his alloy body. As a result, the flying demonic beast was smashed into pieces on the spot. That was a level 5 demonic beast. Although it was only a level 5 low-level demonic beast, it was equivalent to a martial artist at the late stage of the 5th layer of the martial vein. In addition, the demonic beast's body was relatively strong. It was actually unable to block his crazy collision. This collision probably frightened many demonic beasts, and the rest of the journey was much calmer. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Ling family. He did not have time to change his clothes. He only used the realm template and hid his strength at the peak of the 4th layer of the martial vein. After all, many people thought that he was a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd layer of the martial vein. Now that he had broken through to the 4th layer of the martial vein, it was already very terrifying. If others knew that his true realm was at the late stage of the 5th layer of the martial vein, close to the peak, it would not be fun. After all, what he needed now was to hone his combat skills and temporarily suppress his strength at this level before he could truly hone his skills. Chapter 72. When Ling Xiao arrived at the arena, the finals had already been going on for nearly an hour. The finals used a challenge system. In other words, the 110 people participating in the finals could challenge someone with a higher ranking according to their original ranking. However, there was a limit. One challenge could not exceed 10 people at a time. This was also to prevent a martial artist from being tagged along. After all, the total amount of earth energy of the current Prodigy Hall disciples was not much. If they were continuously challenged, the possibility of losing was relatively high. In addition, only the lower-ranked could challenge the higher-ranked. This was to prevent the higher-ranked disciples from taking revenge and deliberately humiliating the lower-ranked disciples. According to such rules, even if one came an hour late, it would not affect the overall rhythm of the competition. Ling Yihang challenged Ling Dopeng and won. He is currently ranked 6. Ling Xiaotian's voice rang out in the arena. As the patriarch of the Ling clan and a top expert of the Ling clan, the importance of this competition could be seen from the fact that he could personally preside over the finals. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked. In the vast arena, there was only one battle stage. However, this battle stage was obviously larger than the previous ones and the protective wall was stronger. It was estimated that during the elimination round, Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao's battle, the battle stage was destroyed, which made the upper echelons of the Ling clan uneasy. Therefore, for safety, the protective wall was strengthened. The 110 participating disciples were supposed to be sitting near the battle stage, but at this moment, there were 2 empty chairs. One belonged to Ling Feifen. The other belonged to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, Ling Taizhu, and Ling Fei had already challenged because their rankings had entered the top 100. Ling Yihang had even risen to 6th place. Ling Yixue's ranking had also entered the top 20. Referees, disciple Ling Xiao came late because he encountered some troublesome matters. I hope you can give him a chance. Ling Xiao knew that he was late, so he was naturally in the wrong. No matter what the reason was, being late was definitely not good, so his attitude was more sincere and humble. Hey, Ling Xiao is here, the disciple who ranked first in the elimination round. Damn, how did his cultivation level rise to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein? His improvement is too fast. I'm late. He's probably cultivating. Ling Feifen hadn't arrived yet, so Ling Xiao's appearance naturally attracted many people's attention. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. No matter how good your results are in the elimination round, since you're late, it means that you've given up on your own accord. You're no longer qualified to participate. Although the head judge thought highly of Ling Xiao, he could not help but shake his head. If a family had no rules, then it would not be able to last long. It would be the beginning of chaos. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Although he had already expected this, he was still a little disappointed when he heard this result. How could he not be disappointed? If he had obtained 1st place, he would have been able to enter the library pavilion to steal books. What he urgently needed now was a set of top-notch martial skills and a top-notch soul cultivation secret method, but he currently didn't have any of them. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, another figure suddenly appeared, directly leaping over the crowd and flying to the 1st place. It is Ling Feifen. What a powerful movement technique. Genius Hall's 1st place is indeed the 1st place, too cool. But he's late. Can he continue to participate in the competition? I don't think so. Ling Xiao can't participate. If he can participate, then wouldn't he be breaking the rules? What qualifications does Ling Xiao have to compete with Ling Feifen? The 1st place of the elimination round is just the 1st place of the trash. How can he be compared with the 1st place of the Genius Hall? Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao's footsteps stopped. He wanted to see what the higher-ups of the Ling family were going to do. Ha ha ha, Feifen, you're late, but it doesn't matter, you're a special one, the rules can't restrict you. The head judge saw Ling Feifen, his face revealed a smile, and laughed. Thank you, head judge, thank you, judges. Ling Feifen did not get up, he just sat there and cupped his hands. That arrogant attitude made it seem like he was already the 1st master of the Ling family. Wait! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, Head judge, I thought you were going by the book. That Ling Feifen came later than me. He is qualified to participate in the competition. Why am I not qualified? The head judge was a little embarrassed. He was about to say something, But one of the judges sneered, "Who do you think you are? Ling Feifen is the first place of the Genius Hall, the first genius of the Ling family, related to the prosperity of the Ling family. The future of the Ling family is tied to him. We naturally have to give him a chance. Do you think you are qualified to compete with him?" "That's right." Before Ling Xiao could say anything, another voice sounded. It was Ling Shisan who was in the audience. Ling Shisan's face was very gloomy. He stood up and said, "Everyone knows that Feifen is the key disciple of the Ling family. He has special privileges in the Ling family. Ling Xiao, you are not even qualified to carry his shoes. How dare you compare with him?" Ling Xiao frowned. This person was truly shameless to the extreme. He was almost sure that the person who bribed the black scarf thief to kill him was Ling Shisan. He had not settled the score with Ling Shisan yet. This person dared to be so unforgiving. It seems that this Ling Shisan must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yeah, who is Ling Xiao, a bottom disciple? He got first place in the elimination round by using tricks. Does he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? That's right. There is no absolute fairness in this world. If you want to give you special privileges, you have to beat Ling Feifen. Ha ha ha, he wants to beat Ling Feifen. I'm afraid he can't even beat Ling Yun. In the family, there were a lot of people who were gloating. After all, a dark horse like Ling Xiao who came from the bottom was not liked by the privileged. Naturally, they would hit him when he was down. For me. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. The second master of the Ling family stood up. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the crowd, and immediately, many people were silent. Just now, I heard someone say that a country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. If Ling Feifen can break the rules, why can't Ling Xiao? If you all treat everyone equally, then let Ling Feifen withdraw from this finals. The second master of the Ling family had wanted to rope in Ling Feifen, but he was rejected because Ling Feifen was arrogant and did not put anyone in his eyes except for his grandfather. And he had succeeded in roping in Ling Xiao, so at this time, he naturally had to speak up for Ling Xiao. "How can you say that, second brother? Ling Feifen is a white jade, and Ling Xiao is just a stubborn rock. How can they be compared?" Ling Ju stood up and objected. Enough. Ling Xiaotian could not stand it anymore, and as soon as he spoke, all the discussions stopped. "Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance. Among these 110 people, as long as you can beat any one of them, I will let you participate in the finals, okay?" As the patriarch and the number one fighter in the family, Ling Xiaotian's judgment was not bad. He did not want to offend Ling Feifen, and also did not want to offend Ling Xiao. Chapter 73. This, Ling 13 and Ling Ju did not look too good. They did not expect Ling Xiaotian to speak up for Ling Xiao. However, they did not dare to disobey Ling Xiaotian's words. "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for giving Ling Xiao this opportunity." Ling Xiao's face was filled with surprise. However, Ling Feifen frowned slightly, as if he was dissatisfied that someone could enjoy the same privilege as him. Ling Feifen glanced at Ling 13 intentionally. He knew that Ling 13 had hired assassins to kill Ling Ju. 3 experts from the Black Scarf Bandits failed to kill Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was not as simple as he looked. Ling Feifen touched his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, Ling 13's mind was in a mess. He knew the strength of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits, but they still failed to kill Ling Xiao. How strong was Ling Xiao? "Ling Xiao," the head judge said in a deep voice. "Now, go up the stage. There will be martial artists who will challenge you. If you win, you can participate in the finals. If you lose, stop talking nonsense. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Ling Xiao nodded. To be exact, there were 109 people. Except for Ling Feifen, Ling Xiao was confident that he could win. It was just that the difficulty was different. Therefore, he was not worried. "Then go." "Yes." With a light leap, Ling Xiao arrived on the battle stage. He then cupped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me." Ling Yihang's gaze collided with Ling Xiao's, and both of them smiled at each other. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Ling Yihang in the knockout round, Ling Yihang did not hold grudges. However, Ling Yihang was a person who did not hold grudges. He was very free and easy, wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger. He was a real martial arts fanatic. Then, he looked at Ling Yishue again. Ling Yishue's eyes revealed some gentleness and care. Ling Xiao nodded to express his gratitude. The two of them didn't speak much, but their relationship had unknowingly become closer. Since there is no one, let me test your strength. A moment later, a person stood out from the crowd. He happened to be the fifth in the second row. In other words, he was currently ranked 15th in the Genius Hall. How should I address you, senior brother? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and asked. What are you talking about? You're about to leave anyway. The 15th ranked disciple seemed to be very impatient with Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao somewhat puzzled. He didn't seem to have offended this person. That person must be Ling Ji. He seems to be a loyal fan of senior brother Feifen. No wonder. Ling Xiao actually got the same privilege as senior brother Feifen. He must be unhappy. Ling Ji was 3 years older than Ling Xiao. He was 16 years old this year. His muscles were well developed and extremely sturdy. He specialized in defensive martial arts and his cultivation was at the early 4th level of the martial vein. Under normal circumstances, even a martial artist at the middle 4th level of the martial vein would not be willing to fight with him. Think about it. When you hit the opponent would not feel pain at all. Instead, you would be tired to death. That was not a very pleasant feeling. Just because of your words, I won't let you off the stage. This year's finals, you're finished. Ling Xiao was not a kind person. Especially when the beggar's relatives were killed and he was hired to assassinate. This kind of thing made his temperament become tenacious and resolute. If you were always soft-hearted, others would think that you were easy to bully. Brat, you'll pay the price for your words. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because I'm at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Ji faced Ling Xiao without the slightest fear. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's realm was much higher, but he was not as old as him. His strength and combat experience were definitely not as good as his. Hehe, Ling Ji is fighting. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Even Ling Yihang did not dare to challenge senior brother Ling Ji because senior brother Ling Ji's top defensive martial arts is too terrifying. He has already cultivated it to the small success stage. That's right. Ling Ji once exhausted a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein to death. What's the use of the opportunity given by the patriarch? He still has to get lost. Ling Ji's fight made many people who did not like Ling Xiao excited. Although Ling Xiao's realm was higher, they believed that Ling Xiao's combat experience was better. However, they believed that Ling Ji's battle experience was stronger. Even if he couldn't win easily, he could still exhaust Ling Xiao to death. Tyrant Fist. Ling Ji used a high-level martial arts technique. However, this martial arts technique was a little special. Its power was increased according to one's defensive power. Ling Ji specialized in cultivating a top-level defensive martial arts. When combined with the Tyrant Fist, the power it exerted would not be lower than a top-level martial arts. When he punched out, his entire body emitted a black iron-like light. His fist was also wrapped in a black color, as if it was tough steel, emitting a metallic luster. The power of this punch was probably not inferior to a small success stage top-level martial arts. It was actually a large success stage high-level martial arts. No wonder. In addition to the enhancement of the defensive martial arts itself, its power was indeed not inferior to a small success stage top-level martial arts. Ling Xiao was a little excited because his opponent's combination gave him some hints. Just like the set of martial arts he first cultivated, each martial arts did not exist independently. If they were combined well, they could improve each other. Senior brother Ling Ji's punch is not small. I'm afraid it's not inferior to a martial artist at the late 4th level of the martial vein. That's right. Even if this punch can't defeat Ling Xiao, it can make Ling Xiao suffer a little and let him know that there is always someone better than him. The disciples of the Genius Hall knew more about Ling Ji. At this time, they were naturally more optimistic about Ling Ji, so they were very partial to Ling Ji when discussing. Ling Xiao smiled and casually reached out his hand to greet her. He did not use any martial arts technique. He did not use Gang Chi. He just simply reached out his hand. This scene surprised everyone on the scene. He did not even use any martial arts technique to block this punch. Did Ling Xiao think he was Ling Feifen? Even Ling Feifen did not dare to look down on his opponent like this. Good boy, you dare to look down on me. Ling Ji was angry. He had only met one person who had defeated him like this, and that was Ling Feifen. Since then, he had prostrated himself before Ling Feifen. He did not want to see a second person like this. No one could replace Ling Feifen's position in his heart. I'll cripple you. Originally, Ling Ji had reserved some gang chi for the next challenge. However, he was now forced to use all of his strength because of Ling Xiao's contempt. At that moment, his whole body's skin turned iron black, and his whole body was like a sculpture made of black iron. Boom! Get out of here! On the stage, Ling Xiao was still motionless, while Ling Ji rushed up with extreme speed. Then, their fists collided. Ling Ji's terrifying gang chi sputtered in all directions, and the protective wall of the stage was obviously distorted. Fortunately, it had been strengthened, so it was not damaged. Ling Ji's face was full of fanaticism. However, the next result was hard for him to accept. Crack, crack, crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. Ling Ji's expression changed from fanaticism and anger to horror and pain. The bones in his arms were broken, all the way to his shoulders. Although he did not fly out, the bones in his arms were all broken. Chapter 74. As I said, you will pay for what you said. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Ji, whose arms were broken and could not continue to fight, and said lightly. Ling Ji did not speak. Because he still did not understand what had happened. He felt like he had bumped into a giant elephant instead of a person. Just one move. In fact, it was not even one move. Because Ling Xiao did not use any martial arts moves at all. In a battle between warriors, only one move could be counted as one move if one used martial arts moves. In this battle, Ling Xiao could be said to have won in a crushing way. Everyone in the audience was surprised. Even Ling Feifen, who did not pay much attention to Ling Xiao, looked at Ling Xiao a few more times. Ling Xiao's realm was higher than Ling Ji's, so he might have a 60 to 70% chance of winning. But it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would win so easily without using any martial arts moves. He just waved his fist casually. This Ling Xiao is not simple. His strength is terrifying. Well, you can't fight him head-on, or you will definitely be at a disadvantage. I hate this kind of opponent with terrifying strength the most. Oh no, I hope he will not challenge me in the future. Ling Xiao, through the challenge, you are qualified to participate in the finals. Since you have defeated Ling Ji, you will sit on Ling Ji's seat. People of the medicine hall, take Ling Ji to treat his injuries. Ordinary people could not see it, but the judge's eyesight was not bad. They clearly found that Ling Ji's arms were broken, and he could not continue to participate in the finals. This Ling Xiao really did what he said. He was ruthless and decisive. The one who was the most flustered at this moment was probably Ling 13. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so decisive and ruthless. If Ling Xiao knew that he was the one who hired the assassin, it would be strange if he did not take revenge. To Ling Xiao, defeating Ling Ji was nothing more than a simple display of strength. He looked at Ling Feifen's position, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You all think that Ling Feifen is stronger than me and more talented than me, so you give him special privileges. I wonder what kind of face you will change after I defeat him. In the end, he was still treated unfairly today. Because Ling Feifen did not go through this process, he was still qualified to enter the finals. His heart was not happy, however, he didn't say anything. There was no point in ranting. It was better to use the results to shut those people up. Thinking of this, he walked to the fifth chair in the second row and sat down. His and Ling Feifen's appearance did not affect the finals at all. Originally, it was a competition for 110 people. Now, it was just that the number of people had gathered. Although it was said that the top 100 would receive generous rewards, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Especially the top 3, they would be rewarded with aura chi pills and top-notch martial arts. Therefore, the competition for the top 3 would be the fiercest. Presumably, other than the unfathomable Ling Feifen, the rest of the people probably wouldn't be willing to easily let go of this opportunity to obtain the top-level martial arts. Ling Xiao was no exception. And it was obvious that the higher the ranking, the higher the status in the family, and the more privileges they would receive. In the Genius Hall, Ling Feifen, who was ranked first, had a higher status than most of the elders in the Ling family. Ling Xiao did not care about the status, but he believed that with the privileges, it would be more helpful for his future cultivation. Just now, Ling Xiao's late arrival affected the progress of the finals. I will reiterate the rules here. Everyone has 5 chances to challenge, and only 5 chances. Every time you use it, you will have 1 less chance. In addition, if you succeed in 2 consecutive challenges, you will not be restricted by the ranking. You can challenge anyone who is ranked in front of you. The chief judge stood up and said loudly, "Did you all hear it clearly?" "Yes, we heard it clearly." "Good, in that case, let's continue with the finals." Although Ling Xiao came late, the rules of the finals were not complicated. He understood it easily. Those who were ranked lower could challenge those who were ranked higher. In the first 2 challenges, they could only challenge 10 people at most. If they succeeded in 2 consecutive challenges, then this restriction would be lifted. If they succeeded in a challenge, they would automatically receive the challenged's ranking. And the challenged would have to challenge others again to obtain the ranking. Everyone had 5 challenges. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they would lose 1 challenge opportunity after each challenge. So, in this competition, other than testing the disciples' combat power, it was also testing their judgment. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you didn't even know your opponent and recklessly challenged, then it would not work. This was a competition within the family, so no one would die. At most, they would be seriously injured. But once they were in the Jianghu, if they accidentally kicked an iron plate, they would really die. In addition, the ranking challenge was carried out by the disciples who were ranked in the elimination round, but this challenge was not included in the 5 challenge opportunities. It could be considered as a simple ranking battle. After all, they were ranked in the elimination round, so they had to be ranked together with the previous 100 disciples of the Genius Hall. After that, it would be the challenges from the back to the front. Before Ling Xiao came, the disciples who were ranked in the elimination round had finished their challenges, and the challenges from the back to the front had reached the 90th rank. There was one more point. One could choose to forfeit the challenge opportunity. This way, they would lose 1 challenge opportunity, but they wouldn't be humiliated. For disciples who didn't have much ambition, this was actually very suitable. However, from the 100th to the 100th rank, it was a rather intense stage. In order to enter the Genius Hall, these 10 disciples wouldn't waste any challenge opportunity. It was a pity that Ling Xiao came late and missed this exciting stage. From the 100th to the 50th rank, many people would choose to forfeit. Especially for the 100th rank, if he didn't have absolute confidence, he would definitely not challenge. Anyway, he had already maintained his ranking and was a disciple of the Genius Hall. He wasn't confident in his own strength, so he wouldn't embarrass himself. So, this stage was very fast. After the 50th rank, the challenges became more intense. In fact, from the 50th to the 11th rank, there wasn't much difference in strength, so no one was willing to concede. Naturally, the challenges were very intense. Other than Ling Yihang, Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yixue, only Ling Taizu had entered the top 50. He was ranked 48th, which wasn't too high or too low. The rest were all ranked after the 50th rank. The disciples of the Genius Hall were indeed the disciples of the Genius Hall. Even if it was the top 10 of the elite hall, it would be very difficult for them to reach the front. Only a few people could do it. Ling Yihang was ranked 6th, Ling Xiao was ranked 15th, and Ling Yixue was ranked 19th. These 3 people were the most anticipated of the top 10 of the elimination round. Generally speaking, the top 20 of the Genius Hall were all at the early 4th level of the martial vein. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the middle 4th level of the martial vein. The top 5 of the Genius Hall were all at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Of course, this was only a rough estimate. After all, strength was only a rough estimate. It was very normal for those with lower cultivation to rely on experience to defeat those with higher cultivation. The Genius Hall was indeed worthy of being called the Genius Hall. They were a group of monsters. Many people had some breakthroughs in these 7 days. Although they weren't as terrifying as Ling Xiao, the top 20 could be considered a stage. Everyone was working hard to fight for the top 10. Ling Yishua's goal wasn't as high as Ling Xiao's. She set a goal for herself to be in the top 10. Chapter 75. In her first challenge, Ling Yishua chose to challenge the 10th place and won easily. Novel, La. Although they were both at the middle 4th level of the martial vein, Ling Yishua's fighting skills were obviously better. In her second challenge, she still chose the 9th place and won again. But this time, it was a dangerous win and she consumed a lot of energy, so she kept the remaining 3 challenges and waited for the next challenge. Next, she needed to recover. According to the rules, after the challenge, there would be a quarter of an hour rest. During this rest time, they could not be challenged. This was also a way to protect the talented disciples. Otherwise, it would be troublesome and unfair to fight one after another. Ling Yishua threw a few pills into her mouth. They were ordinary qi-gathering pills. The effect was much worse than aura qi pill, but it also had the effect of recovering internal force. After Ling Yishua, who was ranked 19th, challenged another 3 people. However, Ling Xiao was not the one who was challenged. It was probably because no one knew his background, so they did not dare to challenge him. It could be seen that the opponents chosen by the Prodigy Hall disciples were often familiar with them. After the 3 challenges, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Ling Xiao, please choose your first challenge, the referee reminded. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the 10 people sitting in the front row. His goal was to be first, but it was not necessary to get first place so quickly. Otherwise, there would be many people who would not be convinced and challenge him one after another. So his idea was to get into the top 10 first. Anyway, there were 5 chances. As long as there was 1 chance left for him to challenge Ling Feifen, it would be enough. Let's go with the 10th place. Ling Yishua was the 9th place, so he chose to challenge the 10th place. He knew that many people wanted to see his background, but the 10th place disciple was not qualified enough for him to use his real strength. He only went on the stage for a moment and still only used 1 punch. But this time, he used bull strength. The opponent's situation was better than Ling Ji because Ling Xiao held back. How powerful is this Ling Xiao? He won the 10th place so easily. Maybe he can really shake Ling Feifen's position. Idiot, the strongest in the Genius Hall are the top 5. He only won against the 10th place. I think that Ling Zhon would be able to defeat him easily. There is no need for senior brother Feifen to make a move. Who knows until the end? While they were arguing, Ling Xiao had already sat beside Ling Yishua. Ling Xiao, your battle strength seems to be higher than the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Yishua lowered her voice and asked. Sort of. Ling Xiao smiled and did not deny it. It didn't matter if he admitted it. After all, up until now, he hadn't revealed any of his true trump cards. I won't continue. Ling Xiao had only challenged once. He felt that it was enough. He would leave the remaining chances for the top 3. Of course, he might also have to fight with Ling Yihang. Although he won against Ling Yihang, it was only because Ling Yihang underestimated him. It was not because he was that strong. So this time, he wanted to defeat Ling Yihang fair and square. It could also be considered as breaking the knot in his heart. For chances, just right. Next, he would wait and see how the top 3 would fight. Although he was confident that he could win, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. If he made the same mistake as Ling Yihang in the elimination round, it would be stupid. Ling Yun, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to avenge your brother Ling Feng. Suddenly, Ling Feifen looked at Ling Yun and smiled. Why do you say that? Because it's obvious that he can't win against me. And you can't challenge him unless you deliberately lose to a lower-ranked disciple. Ling Feifen said lightly. You don't have to provoke me. Even if I lose, so what? Anyway, there are 5 chances. It's easy for me to win back. Ling Yun glanced at Ling Feifen and said, but you Get ready to accept my challenge. You are not my opponent. Ling Feifan smiled confidently. Not necessarily. Really? When the top 2 disciples of the Genius Hall were chatting, the challenges did not stop. From the 14th place to the top, the battles were getting more and more exciting. Because the higher the rank, the stronger the strength of these martial artists. However, from the beginning to the end, no one challenged the top 6 disciples, and no one challenged Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was challenged twice. But her opponents were defeated, and they were defeated cleanly. After being challenged, she also had a quarter of an hour to rest and recover. But she could recover so well in such a short time, it seemed that Ling Yixue had also practiced the secret method of recovery. Soon, the battle spread to the top 6. Ling Feifan, Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhon, Ling Xiaopeng, Ling Yihang. I challenge the 4th-ranked Ling Zhon. Ling Yihang looked at Ling Zhon, his eyes were firm and full of confidence. Ling Xiao also had some impression of Ling Zhon, who appeared in the elimination round. At that time, Ling Zhon was already a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Although he did not break through now, he was not so easy to be defeated. Ha ha ha, not bad, Ling Yihang. You actually dare to challenge me? Do you think that I am the only one in the top 4 who is easy to deal with? No, the top 4 are not easy to deal with. Ling Yihang said with a serious face. He did not dare to underestimate Ling Zhon. The reason why he chose to challenge Ling Zhon was because Ling Zhon's movement technique was the worst among the top 5. Ling Yihang's movement technique was not strong enough, but it was better than Ling Zhon's. Thus, he chose Ling Zhon to target him. Alright, my hands are itching anyway. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Ling Zhon jumped onto the stage, and his aura instantly changed. This guy was also a martial artist who specialized in defense martial arts. A terrifying aura spread out, causing Ling Yihang to frown. This battle could be said to be the longest since the start of the competition. The match lasted for half an hour. Finally, the referee team made a judgment that Ling Yihang had won with a slight advantage. HMPH, you win. But I am not convinced. I will challenge you later. Ling Zhon's fighting spirit was strong. He was not convinced by the judge's judgment, but he did not dare to disobey. Anyway, he would have the opportunity to challenge Ling Yihang later. It was not a big deal. However, someone beat him to it. Ling Xiaopeng, who was ranked 5th, was the younger brother of Ling Dopeng, who was defeated by Ling Yihang. Thus, he waited for a quarter of an hour before directly challenging Ling Yihang. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaopeng's challenge directly forced Ling Yihang to use his biggest trump card. This guy was actually a swordsman. He had never used a sword in his previous battles. When he unsheathed his sword, Ling Xiaopeng automatically admitted defeat. That sword was really too terrifying, too amazing. Thus, Ling Xiaopeng, who was ranked 5th, lost his challenge. Next was Ling Shuang, who was ranked 3rd. As for Ling Zhon, who was ranked 4th, because he was defeated by Ling Yihang, he had no rank now. He had to start again in the next round. There is no other way, Ling Yun. I can only challenge you. Ling Shuang did not give up. Although she was very clear that whether it was Ling Yun or Ling Feifan, her chances of winning were less than 20%. But she still wanted to try. Anyway, if she failed, her rank would not drop. Against Ling Yun, she at least knew his cultivation. But against Ling Feifan, she did not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Oh, you mean I am not as good as Ling Feifan? Ling Yun sneered and said, since you think so, I will let you know that you are asking for humiliation by challenging me casually. Originally, Ling Yun intended to lose deliberately and then challenge Ling Xiao. However, the strong pride in his personality exploded at this time. My brother was nothing. My brother's revenge was nothing. Being looked down upon by others, that was the greatest displeasure. Chapter 76. On the stage, Ling Yun looked at Ling Shuang as though he was looking at a joke. Ling Shuang might be strong, but she was definitely not his opponent. She actually dared to challenge him. What a fool. Ling Yun's personality was like that. He would not allow any weaklings to challenge his authority and position. That was unforgivable. Looking at the two of them, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He was definitely going to challenge Ling Yun, so he wanted to see how capable Ling Yun was in this battle. Soft water sword technique. The first to attack was Ling Shuang. She was clear of Ling Yun's ability. If she did not attack, she would not have another chance. Soft water sword technique, as the name suggested, was a more feminine sword technique. The weapon used was also particular. It had to be a soft sword. At this moment, the soft sword in Ling Shuang's hand was like a venomous snake, piercing towards Ling Yun from a strange angle. The sword technique was soft. But that was only on the surface. If it landed on the ground, it would still cause great damage. Top-tier sword technique? Ling Xiao could not help but frown. She was indeed the third disciple of the Genius Hall. She already possessed a top-tier martial art. Ling Ji's top-tier defensive martial art was only an incomplete version, but it was already very powerful. Most of the disciples of the Ling family only had high-grade martial arts as their best martial arts. Only the top 3 of the Genius Hall had the qualifications to obtain top-tier martial arts. Ling Shuang was ranked 3rd last year. Ling Shuang's top-tier soft water sword technique was only at the small success stage and was still a distance away from mastery. However, a top-tier sword technique was still a top-tier sword technique. Its power was much more terrifying than most of the high-tier martial arts. Feminine. Treacherous. This was the specialty of the soft water sword technique. Ling Xiao had the mountain river martial spirit, so he could easily analyze the beauty of this sword technique. It's been a year, and your soft water sword technique is only at the small success stage. You dare to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself. Ling Yun snorted coldly. Without using a weapon, he threw a punch forward. Bang! This punch was too fast. It actually landed on the weakest part of Ling Shuang's soft water sword technique. Ling Shuang hurriedly used her qinggong to retreat a few steps, almost falling off the stage. Only then did he manage to neutralize Ling Yun's punch. Ling Shuang, I'll give you face. It's not too late to admit defeat now. It won't look good later. Ling Yun did not give chase. He only looked at Ling Shuang from afar, his eyes filled with disdain. Senior brother Ling Yun is too strong. He didn't even use the sword technique that he's best at, but he was able to resolve senior sister Ling Shuang's soft water sword technique so easily. That punch was not an ordinary move. It should be a high-level fist technique at the perfection stage. However, that alone is not enough to win against Ling Shuang's sword. The quality of his gangqi is too strong. I'm afraid he has already touched the edge of the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. There were also capable people below the stage who had already analyzed why Ling Yun was able to suppress Ling Shuang with a single punch. Ling Yun, you don't have to hold back. Since I dared to challenge you today, I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. Ling Shuang's character was also filled with stubbornness. Although she knew that she was going to lose, she was unwilling to admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle today would definitely become her heart demon in the future. Stubborn. Tyrant fist. It was the same Tyrant fist, but when Ling Yun used it, it was a real kind of domineering aura. It was much more powerful than Ling Ji's Tyrant fist. When this punch was thrown, it was as if a supreme being had descended. The golden gang qi wrapped around the fist and made a thunderous sound. At that moment, Ling Yun seemed to have changed into another person. This kind of terrifying aura caused many disciples near the stage to have a splitting headache. Their blood and qi were surging. Although it's only a high-level martial art at the perfection stage, when this guy used it, it's even more terrifying than a small success stage martial art. Indeed, if one's martial art is good, one's cultivation must also keep up. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Yun was so much stronger than Ling Shuang. This guy did not use sword techniques. He did not even need to use sword intent to suppress Ling Shuang. Terrifying. No wonder he felt that he was qualified to challenge Ling Feifen. Although his character was not good, this guy's strength was not to be underestimated. Soft water sword dance. This was the defensive move of the soft water sword technique. At this moment, Ling Shuang had no way to dodge Ling Yun's attack. So, the only thing she could do was to defend. Boom. An explosion sounded in the arena. A conical shape of more than 5 meters was blasted out of the protective wall. This was only the gang qi that was released through Ling Shuang's body. Fut. Ling Shuang was sent flying without any suspense. When she finally managed to stand below the stage, she spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Although Ling Xiao was a little moved by this scene, it was actually a light injury. In the grand tournament, if you chose the wrong opponent, you might just spit out a mouthful of blood. But if you chose the wrong opponent outside, you would be dead. 2 moves. Senior brother Ling Yun is too scary. He defeated senior sister Ling Shuang in just 2 moves. Yeah, senior sister Ling Shuang is not that weak. How else can he challenge Ling Shuang in the next round? There were all kinds of comments below the stage. Ling Xiao could see that it was not Ling Shuang who was weak, but Ling Yun who was too strong. After winning the battle, Ling Yun did not look at Ling Shuang. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao who was sitting in the 10th seat. Before the battle with Ling Feifan, he planned to defeat Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao, if you are still a man, come and challenge me in the next round. Anyway, you still have 4 chances to challenge me. Even if you lose, it is not embarrassing. Ling Yun suddenly said. You don't have to provoke me. I want to experience your sword will. Ling Xiao originally planned to challenge Ling Yihang in the next round and challenge Ling Yun after he won. However, he changed his mind now. There was no point in waiting. If Ling Shuang could not force Ling Yun to use his sword will, other than Ling Feifan, no one else could. Therefore, it was the same whether he challenged Ling Yun earlier or later. Moreover, he had a lot of trump cards. Even if he used 1 or 2 of them during the battle with Ling Yun, it would not be a big deal. You think you can make me use my sword will? What a joke. Ling Yun sneered and went back to his seat. In his opinion, his provocation was successful. Now, he just needed to wait for Ling Xiao to challenge him in the next round. Then, he could avenge his brother and suppress this insufferably arrogant newcomer. After Ling Shuang's challenge, it was Ling Yun's turn. He just glanced at Ling Feifan and said, after I defeat that guy, I will challenge you in the next round. I'll be waiting. Ling Feifan said lightly. I give up. Ling Yun chose to give up this round. However, everyone could understand. Everyone had heard what Ling Yun said just now. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao first and avenge his brother. After that, he would challenge Ling Feifan in his best condition. As for exposing his trump card, Ling Yun did not even think about it. He did not think that Ling Xiao was qualified to make him expose his trump card. His target was Ling Feifan. No one could defeat Ling Feifan except him.